This is Audible.
Snow on the Mountain. Written by P.D. Singer. Narrated by Finn Sterling for Falcon Sound Company. Chapter 1. The screams snapped my attention uphill. Nothing should have been happening behind my back. The skiers were supposed to sit still and let the chairlift take them to the top of the bunny slope. Quiet, other than the thrum of the machinery and the occasional conversation, was more usual. I was loading a Munchkin-age ski class. They were wide-eyed and quieter than I expected. I'd slowed the lift to about half speed to seat them, which may have been all that saved that child. A little girl shrieked, and a second voice joined in, then more. Do nothing fast was really important now, as I further slowed and then stopped the lift. Any quick motions would dislodge the small boy who now dangled upside down by one ski caught in the chairlift. I knew how easily those bindings would release. I came out of mine every time I fell. A twist of an ankle would bring the child plummeting to the snow 20 feet below. His panicked thrashings made that more likely with every passing second. "I call ski patrol," yelled Egon, groping for the radio with his gloved hand. I hoped his accent wouldn't thicken beyond understanding from the tension, but he was already in the control hut and knew the channels. Have to learn those, but not in the middle of an emergency. "Then come and help me," I yelled back. I dashed into and out of the hut, where Egon had been keeping watch. He barely noticed me scooping up the climbing rope and harness that he'd scolded me for even touching just a few days ago. The ski patrol did the rescues, he'd informed me snottily. The lowly lift operators were not to handle the equipment. I'd ignored him. This kid couldn't wait for the patrol to show. Every second he stayed up was a gift from the heavens. He didn't have the minutes to spare for the experts. "Don't wiggle, kid. Hold real still. I'm coming up to get you." I kept yelling at him to stop thrashing as I unraveled the coils. His chair had come to a halt about 70 yards from the loading area. I ran up the hill, glad for the packed snow under the lift. I flung the rope up and over the cable, fully expecting to get elbowed out of the way. Whoever went up to fetch would only get there that much faster if the rope was already installed. The kid's hat fell on me. The kid might be next. I slung the end with the ascenders into position, feeding line and letting the weight of the hardware pull the rope over the cable. The other end of the rope had knots every few feet and would have fouled on the cable, something I would not have known if I hadn't scrutinized the equipment against Egon's wishes. "Hold still, kid, we're coming." I could see his wide, panicked eyes staring straight down at the unforgiving snow, which would snap his neck just as surely as concrete if he came out of that ski binding. The screaming from his seat partner and the kids in other chairs hadn't abated, though he was quiet now. There was no sign of the patrol. Surely they'd be here in an instant. Egon appeared beside me, angling to be under the child to break his fall. Where was the patrol? I had both ends of the rope together, so I shoved them at Egon. "Hold this taut. Tight." His English was good, but... The harness was attached to one Jumar, the clip that stayed in one place with weight on it, but would slide when unweighted. Where was the patrol? The kid was starting to shriek again, so I thrust my legs into the harness and brought the loose end around my waist to clip myself in. Kurt had taught me to do this, though neither of us had ever envisioned the novice climber being the one to attempt a rescue. But it was me or Egon who wasn't moving, and I knew I could get up that rope fast. "Keep it real tight, I'm going up," I snarled at him. I grasped the double rope with my feet braced against the knots and Jumar'd my hands up the other side. Kurt had emphasized safety over speed, but this kid's safety lay in speed because he could come down at any time. I was clipped in. That was as safe as it was going to get. I'd come down hard, too, if Egon couldn't keep enough weight on the rope. Maybe someone was down there helping him by now, but I dared not spend the attention to look. "Hang on, I'm almost there," I kept reassuring the little boy and myself. A few more feet and I'd reach the chair. Hauling upward with my arms and pushing up with my feet on the knots was getting me where I needed to go. Little hands reached to me once I made it the last foot to chair level. I snagged the boy. He nearly strangled me with his arms around my neck. I won't let you fall, I promise. I could promise that now. It hadn't been a certainty at all. We're going to go up a little more, okay? I had to, or I wouldn't be able to get him unhitched. That damned binding should have released him with all the torque we were putting on it, and it was stuck fast. I had no more hands available, so I hauled us up the rope with another few pulls of the jumars and clung for dear life with my feet, once I finally found one of the knots. He had U-turned as we went up and was upright again. I hoped he wouldn't pass out on me. See, I got ya, I crooned. I tried to decide how to get him untangled, now that the danger of a fall was past. At least he wasn't howling anymore. His ski was caught in the safety bar of the chair, but I had a second child to worry about while I fixed that. Sweetie, you are going to sit real still while I lift the bar to get your friend unstuck, okay? I tried to smile reassuringly at the little girl, who had been uncorking the ear-splitting screeches. All you have to do is sit real still. Suggesting that she might fall out if she didn't was a fast track to more screaming, I thought. She blinked at me and nodded a fraction of an inch. Yeah, real still. Good, good. I felt like I was talking to one of the horses at the Rendezvous Lake Lodge stables. But the more I talked, the calmer she got, and the little guy who clung to me stayed still and quiet while I lifted the safety bar with one hand to release his ski. It swung around and finally came free, clipping me hard in the knee. The pain made me gasp, but I didn't drop anything or anyone. Now I wondered if I should take them both down. Where was the class instructor? They were wearing the number bibs of a ski school. More bibs were on the chairs ahead of us and on the one behind. The instructor was below me, apparently, along with a patrol, at last. I didn't want to get the kids, however, frightened, separated from the rest of the group. But I wasn't the nanny on skis. Up or down? I yelled. Up, the instructor called back. Go with them! She sprinted, or maybe clumped, back down to her skis, which she'd abandoned at the loading zone. I'll meet you at the top! Of course I'd go with them. One screamer and one clinger would feel a whole lot better with an adult. No way was I going to send two frightened children up the mountain alone. Looks like I get a ride with you guys, I said with a brightness I didn't feel. You sit down on this side and I'll get in the middle. There would be just enough room if I didn't drop anyone getting in. The little boy let me put him in the lift chair and shifted his death grip from my neck to the chair arm. I was scared I'd tip the chair with my weight, but I was able to pull myself up one more arm's reach with the jumars and drop into the seat without altering the balance. The safety bar came down first. Then I unclipped the harness from the rope. The kids seemed to approve of my priorities. They relaxed just a little, and the girl clutched the bar with her mittened hands. We're good, I called down, and Egon, who had neither complained nor let go, began to haul the rope off the cable. He'd kept that rope taut, which must have taken his entire body weight, or the unanchored rope would have dropped me right out of midair. Wait for me at the top, called the ski patrol, making my heart sink. I'd usurped his role in this rescue, certain that the child wouldn't remain dangling for long. I wondered how much trouble I was in. That was going to have to wait while I chatted with my new buddies. By the time we got to the top of the mountain, they should be over the worst of their fright. I didn't want this event to spoil their perceptions of skiing, the way a broken ankle had spoiled mine. The ride to the top let the kids relax. The little girl decided I was a good guy and snuggled up against me on the one side, and the little boy, cause of all this, wanted my arm over his shoulders. It was cold enough that I put my hat on him and hoped that the instructor had grabbed the one that had fallen on me. The lift started to move again, so I started asking questions, which got one-word answers at first. Soon they were yakking away as if nothing had ever happened, telling me their names, Gracie and Todd, that they were twins, 5 years old, almost 6, and that they loved skiing more than anything. We had a short wait at the top when I asked the vital question. Todd, what were you doing when you fell out? See the pretties? He pointed at the trees to either side of the lifts. People had thrown Mardi Gras necklaces into the branches. The trees were festooned in bright beads, purple, green, silver, gold. Mama likes pretties, so I tried to get one for her. But they were too far away and I fell out. A child had nearly died for some festive trash. Such beads were common, Kurt told me when I'd asked, and I'd only thought it amusing. Now, I wondered how many times I'd be shimmying up a rope, and if the child would end up touching my waist or broken in the snow. They're too far away. I couldn't reach, and I've got grown-up arms. I waved my arm out the side of the chair to demonstrate. Promise you won't grab at them again? Okay, he agreed with a mutinous pout. But there was a close one. Not that close, I reminded him. He grinned at me, and I quit worrying about Todd no longer enjoying skiing and began to wonder more about what else he'd find to get into. Your job as a skier is to sit quietly on the chair until it's time to get off, I told them, which is now. I lifted the bar and helped them offload. Help they probably didn't need, I thought enviously as they skied over to the little group of bibs who had already reached the top. They probably skied as well as I did. They could afford to be fearless because they didn't have nearly so far to fall. The instructor was a few chairs behind us, so I waited with the little group, none much bigger than my pals and none with ski poles. Todd was done with me, but Gracie held my hand and chattered at the children, and when the instructor got to the top with the last of the kids, she introduced me. Miss Julie, this is Jake. He saved Todd. He's so cool. All of this was getting recorded for posterity. I noticed a few people with their cell phones out taking pictures, maybe videos. I didn't want to think about how many times my face would be on YouTube by tonight. One of the picture takers fell into a snowbank, and I couldn't bring myself to feel sorry for him. Miss Julie checked Todd over carefully, though he was all agog to get back down the mountain and tried to squirm away. I checked out Julie, about my age, brunette curls exploding at the ends of long braids, and a figure that looked all right even in insulated pants. Kurt had said the resort wanted good-looking employees. She looked like confirmation of his statement. If she always got the very young students, I was going to be seeing her a lot at the bunny slope lift. I guess he's okay. He's acting like his usual daredevil self, she said, swapping his blue hat with the big white pom-pom for my gray beanie. I was glad to get my head covered again, since my ears might freeze solid in another 5 minutes. I asked him if anything hurt, and he said no. More shaken than anything, and even that didn't last. I had to smile. Todd was scooting down the slope 2 feet at a time. He'd be at the foot of the mountain before this conversation was done if we didn't hurry. He wanted to grab one of the necklaces in the trees for his mother. Figures, she said darkly. His mother knows all about getting men to give her jewelry. I raised my eyebrows at her, and she squinched her face with embarrassment. Did I say that out loud? Forget I said that, please. Her eyes carried a hint of flirtation. Wondering who Todd's mother was, I just said, Don't worry. The ski patrol had offloaded and had joined us. Is the kid okay? He asked Julie. The kid trying hardest to get away is the one who was upside down. He's fine, Mark. She spoke into her radio, and then she and her little crew were off to shouts of, Pizza slice turns, follow me. The line of tiny skiers, even Todd, trailed her across the snow doing snowplow turns, though Gracie had to hug me one last time before she followed the class, skiing with skill that none matched, except Todd. The ski patrol introduced himself as Mark McAvoy and asked all the details of the rescue before he got to the question that worried me. Why didn't you wait? There was no anger in the question, making me think he only wanted to know, not that he wanted to admonish me. I knew how to use the equipment, and I thought the kid's ski was going to come off any second. It was about 20 feet down. I figured that I'd have the rope up for you, and then it didn't seem safe to wait anymore. I'm glad you didn't, even if the lift operators aren't supposed to do that sort of thing. He could have come down at any minute. You were most of the way up the rope before I got there. I was halfway down the Galloping Goose. It took me a couple of minutes. That was an intermediate run, marked with a blue square on the maps, which led into the Bunny Hill. I laughed, more at the name of the run than anything else. This mountain had trails named everything from Helium Heights to Fast Track to Nowhere. The names at least told you exactly where you were, and it was a lot more fun to say, I fell twice on the cereal bowl, than I fell twice on easy number 3. I figured you'd say something if I needed to know. I wasn't about to joggle your elbow, although you could have clipped the kid in with that extra webbing on the harness instead of your arm. But he was thin enough you could reach around him. You do some rock climbing? Mark sounded friendly. Some. I've used Jumars, Ascenders. Wish I'd realized about that extra strap. It might have saved me some worry. Good thing, too. He made some notes in a pocket-sized notebook. What's your full name? I'll need to put it in the report. Landon. Jake Landon. That's your alias today, Mr. Bond? He smiled warmly, but I was rather proud of myself for performing some daring do. I think I've got all the details, but what's your number if I need anything more? He wrote it down and stuck the notebook into his pocket. I'll see you around. There's a little pub that caters to the ski workers, not the tourists. Some of us get a beer there now and then. I could give you a call. He quirked an eyebrow, which disappeared into his hat. Thanks. I'm not much of a drinker, though. If the invitation was just friendly and it included Kurt, then it might be nice to socialize with a group. We'd been hanging around home a lot since we'd come to Wapiti Creek because we weren't entirely clear on how to handle ourselves in public. Did we introduce each other as partners, roommates, friends? How out did we want to be? Mark waved and skied down the hill, making it look like the easiest thing in the world. I headed back to the offloading ramp and sat in a freshly emptied chair to get whirled around the big pulley and toted back down the hillside. On the way down, I considered the casual way Mark had basically asked me out. I wasn't used to that by a long shot. He was as tall as I was and a lot more athletic, certainly more socially poised, kind of good looking, with brown hair long enough to escape his wool hat and wide, sensuous lips. But he wasn't Kurt, so I didn't want anything more from him than some friendship. On the trip down, I wondered if Kurt was worried about me looking elsewhere. Chapter 2. So the hero returns. Egon razzed me when I got off the chairlift. Shut up, you idiot, I responded pleasantly. Though I didn't like him much. He had an assortment of grudges and was usually surly, but I'd conceived a hope that his attitude might adjust as a result of this little adventure. If he thought I was going to play lone hero over this, he was mistaken, because that would only grow another grudge, this one personal. That kid needed both of us. He'd been tending the chairlift base alone, while I'd gone up and come down, which gave him time to have all sorts of conversations in his head. Maybe what I said wasn't what he'd been telling himself, because he squinted at me over the heads of a couple of 10-year-olds who trudged up to the loading zone with their snowboards. Seriously, I could not have climbed that rope if you hadn't been holding on, so cut the hero talk. I spoke into the clear space as the chair yanked the two boys into the air. We were a team. I paused while a couple of women in expensive ski clothing shuffled to the loading zone. The chair hauled them and their appraising glances away before I spoke again. And thanks for not dropping me. He sniffed. I would not drop you unless I was sure you land on your thick head. He grinned. Your head is thick. You must know that only your part in this rescue will be noticed by the people, who will be watching on the internet by tonight, if not already. My heart sank. A couple came up to the loading zone, a man who looked experienced and a woman who looked nervous. Just let the chair sit you down as it comes up behind you, he coached her. buying me some time to think what to say. It was good advice, though she sat with a flump and a yip, leaving me to respond to Egon. Doesn't matter, I finally said. I know it took both of us. Those words were barely out of my mouth when I got grabbed and kissed. She didn't let go fast enough, so when the chair came up behind her, the upright clipped me hard on the ear. Her forward motion dragged me a couple of steps up the hill before she released her grip on my jacket. The damage was done. I'd been pulled off balance and landed with a splat on the snow. Egon didn't even try not to laugh, the jerk. But he didn't drown out what she was calling back over her shoulder. Sorry, I'll be back to do it right. But you saved that kid. Ugh. I did not want to be kissed by any more presumptuous little rich girls. Her seat partner yelled, I get to kiss you too. That made Egon laugh even harder. I picked myself off the snow with all the dignity I could muster. See? No one offers me kisses, he gloated. Kiss off, I muttered, brushing myself off. I'll be in the control hut for a while. I could hide there and still do my job while this 9-day wonder died down. Hope it didn't take 9 days. I had been on the job for several days, but had spent little time in the control hut. I'd been mostly helping people load and unload on the bunny lift. The beginners spent their days on this gentle slope, learning the basics of controlling their equipment, or in the case of the super shredder preteens, scaring the beginners with their snowboard antics. This early in the season, it wasn't crowded. Most of the mountain had only been opened in the last day, after a storm had come across and dropped just over a foot of snow. The groomers had been out all night, driving the snowcats over the wider trails. The narrower trails were still being curried into skiability with the smaller snowmobile-pulled drags. Almost all the easy or green slopes and most of the blue intermediate trails were finished, but several of the expert trails, the black diamonds and double diamonds, would be left as powder. It would be a miracle if they could groom the double diamonds, even with winches, since I didn't know how anyone, even Kurt, could ski those and live. The mountain was getting busier as the season advanced. Opening day this year had been earlier than last year between snowmaking efforts and the gift from nature, but most people hadn't planned to be here so soon. That might keep my face off the internet. I could hope. It could have been worse. It could have happened next weekend, over Thanksgiving, when the crowds would be substantially larger. It could get worse now. I saw my boss, Roy, talking with Egon, who pointed him toward the hut with an evil smile. Audition for the ski patrol today, Jake? Roy asked when he joined me in the control hut. That's not why I did it, sir. I did not want him to think I was grandstanding with this. Tell me what happened. He asked, so I did, leaving out nothing. The kid is just fine? He asked again when I finished. He couldn't wait to make the next run. My little buddies Gracie and Todd had waved happily from the chairlift twice already. No harm done then. You have another parka? I looked down at the light gray with black slashes. Yes, why? Wear it to work tomorrow and plan on working the upper end of the lift. I don't think the Denver news stations will get teams up here before then. We aren't going to make it easy for them to turn this into a news story. Some sharp lawyer is going to see that a kid nearly fell, not that the kid was saved. He looked irritated. Then they'll try to regulate the industry some more. I'd wear my other hat and different sunglasses, too. I didn't relish the idea of microphones getting shoved into my face. I might say something that would trigger a huge lawsuit. What about the parents? I didn't know what they'd be told or who was supposed to tell them. Please don't let it be me. Todd and Gracie's folks aren't going to sue the resort, Jake. I wondered how he was so certain, but his confidence was infectious. He smiled and thumped my shoulder. They'd have your head if you dropped him, but you didn't. Good job on that, Jake. Really good. Now let's keep the publicity to a minimum. I almost broke my neck nodding agreement to that. If there's a light bulb changer or something really long, we can get the beads out of the trees, not tempt some other kid. Besides, I knew who might like to have some.
Good idea, but just take down the close ones, or we'll have more getting flung. I'll send someone out.
He warned me again not to speak to the press and headed to the warming hut. Some hut. Antler chandeliers, fieldstone fireplaces, fancy food, and designer goggles for sale. But traditional names just stuck.
Finished hiding, hero?
Egon asked when I came back with a pocketful of pretties. No, I just figured you'd want to go sit down in the control hut again, wuss. Whatever truce we'd had was holding. We were bantering and not snarling. Egon was here from Bulgaria on a cultural exchange visa, which made him eligible for jobs where he'd interact with the public on the theory that he'd teach people something about his culture. So far, I hadn't learned a thing about Bulgaria, other than it was an up-and-coming ski area for Europe and that Bulgarians could be just as cranky as Americans about being passed over for jobs. He'd made that perfectly plain this morning when Kurt had come by the bunny run with a young woman, my age or maybe a year or two younger, and noticeably more adept on her skis than most of the folks lining up to ride this lift. He gave me a great big grin, and no wonder he was pleased. On his first day teaching with the Alpenschlüssel ski school, his client wasn't a beginner as rank as his other private student, me. He'd probably have some fun as part of the lesson, not just basic instruction and picking her up off the snow. He'd looked great in his red parka and black pants. Only the flapping lift ticket and the discreet Alpenschlüssel pin looked different from an ad for overpriced ski clothes.
Hey, Jake.
He and his student shuffled far enough up to catch the chairlift.
We're going to practice some skills before heading to the steeper slopes.
He winked before the chair carried them away.
Alpenschlüssel instructors don't usually teach that age bracket.
Egon's voice was snide. Really? How would you know? I slowed the lift to let a couple of kids get on safely, then brought the safety bar down before they got out of reach. Egon sped the lift again before replying.
Oh, the whole mountain knows. They hire only the best, you see.
I turned in surprise at the degree of venom he was showing.
They were going to hire me, until this other man interviewed.
He jerked his thumb viciously uphill toward Kurt.
Suddenly they had no need for me, though I had all but signed the contract.
That's too bad. Somehow this hadn't seemed like the right time to tell Egon that he was jerking his thumb at my lover. So the kids don't need that caliber of instructor?
Ha! The parents take such instructors for themselves.
With that bit of rancor, Egon had stumped back to the control hut, leaving me feeling proud of my lover for being acknowledged as one of the best and wondering how I was going to get along with someone who hated Kurt for being just that much better than he. I was glad Egon had more or less gotten over his snit before Todd toppled. Late in the afternoon, I found my little buddies just outside the lift line. Motioning to Egon to take the loading deck, I headed over to them. When Gracie saw me, she started to wave wildly and shriek. At least it was happy shrieks this time. Jake, come tell my mama! Oh, great. Even if lawsuits were as unlikely as Roy seemed to think, I didn't want to tell the person with enough clout to retaliate that her darling child nearly had a fatal accident today. Mama was a lovely, well-groomed brunette who looked like late 20s but could have been older, in a spandex ski suit that I recognized from my outfitting as costing rather more than I was going to make this month. Her companion was someone I recognized too, Ulf, Kurt's fellow and least favorite colleague at the Alpenschlüssel ski school. I'd decided he had muscles in his forehead when I'd met him, and his attitude hadn't improved much when he'd come by with students. He looked disdainfully at me and went for ignore this time. I returned the favor. Hi, Gracie. Hey, Todd. Gracie had flung herself at me, so Todd came out more like oof. Hey, buddy, I brought you something. Using one hand to helplessly pat my little admirer and the other to dig the beads out of my pocket, I smiled apologetically. Excuse me, ma'am. That got me a glower, like she thought I should have said miss. But her children were hanging all over me. Here you go, I took care of it. I handed Todd the necklaces in a way that was bound to spoil the boy's surprise, but avoid arousing her suspicions that I was doing something nefarious.
Oh, thank you, Jake.
Todd left off yanking on my jacket and turned to his mother.
Mama, this is for you.
She looked puzzled at the waving strings of green and gold, but she did finally lean down to let him hang the beads around her neck.
Jake helped me get the pretties for you.
That made Ulf turn around and look daggers at me. What was his problem?
Thank you, Toddy. Thank you, Jake.
She gave me a sideways look.
How did you three become so friendly, may I ask?
Gracie started to yammer out the whole story, but I figured I'd better get my version out first and spoke over her, patting her to quiet. He got a little tangled up in the chairlift trying to get some beads, so I untangled him, and we rode to the top of the hill together. True, if incomplete. They've been waving to me every time they get on the chair since then. They're very nice kids. I smiled, hoping that the compliment would distract her. She seemed like the sort who'd use her children for stylish accessories.
Thank you,
she said dismissively. Recognizing my cue to get lost, I told the kids I had to get back to the lift and left them chattering with Mama about what to do next.
Come ski with us, Mama. Come see how good we're getting.
I saw the group next in the short lift line, arguing about who would ride with whom.
Sit with me, Mama. No, me. One of you will sit with Ulf this time.
Commanding.
I don't want to sit with Ulf.
Mutinous.
We can sit all three. Jake sat with both of us.
Oh no, I did not want to become involved in this family drama, and they were about 3 pairs back of the head of the line now.
No, we are not sitting all three. Gracie, Todd, you will ride together. Ulf and I will sit together. End of discussion.
She sounded cold. Poor kids, they just wanted her attention. They were at the head of the line now. The adults waited about 15 feet back of the loading zone as the kids slid to the mounting mark. I slowed the lift to let the kids load and get the bar down, which gave Todd enough time to grumble to me.
I hate Ulf. He takes Mama away all day.
Mama and Ulf loaded without a glance at me, though Ulf exchanged some sort of lifted eyebrow communication with Egon, who stood on the other side of the loading zone. I watched them swing into the air. Their skis had barely left the snow before Ulf pulled the bar down and put his arm over her shoulder. She snuggled into him. When I glanced up the hill again, it was in time to see her arm flash out, releasing green and gold twinkles to land in the trees. Chapter 3. Good cooking smells greeted me on the way through the door of our one-bedroom apartment in employee housing. It was little, but it was home, because that's where Kurt was waiting for me. Going to have to lay off the garlic, Jake. Last night's dinner got me yelled at this morning. He came out of the kitchen to kiss me. He must have caught an earlier shuttle home and gotten dinner started, which meant that any garlic issues tomorrow were on him. He'd peeled down to his long underwear, top and bottom, which clung to his lithe body and looked pretty comfy for lounging around. Really? You don't taste garlicky to me. I probed his mouth with my tongue, trying to find a reason for his boss to be upset. And why was he close enough to notice? You had just as much spaghetti as I did. You wouldn't notice. Kurt was tasting me just as completely. At this rate, dinner might burn before we established whether or not the garlic bread had overstayed its welcome. Rudy was vetting me before sending me out on a Zerberg lesson. Top of the line package, and I didn't make the grade. Sucky way to start a new job. Amber said the tips from those are good. Ulf was already booked, so Rudy ended up with it. And he was pissed with me. That's too bad. I saw who Ulf was booked with. Money and 2 kids. Ulf had seemed awfully comfortable with her, too, judging from the snuggling in the chairlift. I made a note to lay off the garlic since Kurt, who had never acted concerned about money before, seemed interested in making as much as possible. If it mattered to him now, I wouldn't do things that interfered. Most of my pay went to the tuition savings account, but that wasn't Kurt's responsibility. Yeah, but they all have to have bucks to pay Alpenschlüssel rates. The ski school Kurt just hired on with had the highest rates and the best ski instructors at the Wapiti Creek Resort. They also had the best looking instructors on the mountain. Kurt certainly qualified on that score. He was about 5 feet 10 with a slim but muscular build, shoulders broadened from swinging axes and shovels, and quite possibly the nicest ass on the planet. But then, I'm biased. He'd let his blonde hair grow longer than he'd kept it all summer, when we'd both trimmed short for life in the mountains without running water. Now it was curling over his ears and forehead, nearly the same shade as his well-defined features, still tanned from our summer in the Uncompahgre National Forest. His eyes, the brilliant blue of the Colorado sky, made a startling contrast, which I liked to explore from kissing range. He was also a fine instructor for a lot of skills, something that I could personally attest to. Since meeting him, I'd learned to shoot a bow and arrow, ride a horse, rock climb, and cook on a propane stove. I'd taught him to fish, though he didn't have enough patience to enjoy it the way I did. He was also teaching me about being one half of a couple, and that was best of all. But Kurt had been shoveling snow, not teaching, the sort of pickup job he could get after the lifts opened. We'd painted hotel rooms in the Gap season, but the smell of wet paint was no longer welcome once the guests began to arrive in earnest. I'd already been tending the bunny lift for a week. Kurt had turned down one teaching job for not paying enough, and while his assurances of getting hired without a problem hadn't dwindled, he was beginning to show a little strain around the eyes. So when I came home last night to find him pulling on fleece and microfiber for an interview, I knew he had really high hopes for the Alpenschlüssel ski school. "How do I look?" Kurt held out his arms, twisting his shoulders to mimic a fashion model. He said to dress like I would for teaching. I looked him up and down, from the high-tech boots and ski pants to the fleece shirt over the silky turtleneck of some wonder fabric, all in black and red. "You look great. The clients will be all over you." I was afraid of that. "I can fend them off, just so long as you are all over me." He grinned and stepped forward for a kiss. I grabbed his ass and smooched him. "I'd be all over you anyway." "Good." He grabbed my butt with one hand and then swatted it gently. "But let's get this interview over with first." I drove him to the interview in silence. This was the ski school that had wanted pictures with his resume. I'd thought that was weird, but he'd reassured me that it was a sneaky way to get around some labor laws in a place that catered to the rich and the famous who thought the likes of Aspen too ordinary. They wanted good-looking staff, and he hadn't quibbled about it. I parked between an Escalade and a Beamer SUV, feeling like the Crudmobile was way out of place. "For luck." I squeezed Kurt's hand, then watched him climb the 2 steps into the Alpenschlüssel ski school office. I'd wait for him out here. Unfortunately, the late afternoon was blustery, cold, and getting dark. The Crudmobile leaked chilly air at the gaskets, which probably wouldn't keep it from killing me with carbon monoxide if I kept the motor idling. So I went into the Alpenschlüssel office and sat down next to the magazine rack. The receptionist winked at me when I told her I was only waiting for Kurt. She went back to looking at her magazine and then answered the phone. The rates she quoted for a ski lesson package made me extra glad Kurt would teach me for the joy of it, because the figure sounded a lot like our monthly rent. The young woman, who was blonde, attractive, and inclined to chew her fingernails — I love Kurt, but I do notice, okay? — was sitting behind a dark wood desk, ski posters of places like Banff, Chamonix, and Flen on the walls behind her. There was a door to her left, where, I assumed, Kurt and his prospective boss were hashing out the details. A tall blonde man in ski clothes entered while she was still on the phone and took a seat on her desk, one thigh raised against the edge. He scowled at the closed door, then at me. What? I was just waiting. "Did Rudy not decide upon Egon?" His words were to her, but his sneer was to me. "Or does he want corn-fed Americans now?" She slapped his thigh. "Be nice, Ulf. He's just waiting for his buddy." Asshole. I kept it to half volume to make my opinion felt without escalating the situation. He didn't get up off the desk. Kurt wouldn't have to spend much time around this guy, I hoped. The door opened to let Kurt through, and he looked mad. He noticed me when I stood up to follow him out the door. "Say, Jake, are you a happy man?" He had to be asking for the benefit of the tall man in his mid-30s who was right on his heels. "Yes, Kurt, I am a happy man," I said. What the hell was this about? It wasn't like any job interview I'd ever had. "Are you agreeable to Kurt taking this job?" the ski school manager asked me. Weirder and weirder. I'm sitting here waiting for him, aren't I? Rudy nodded thoughtfully. "You can start tomorrow. I'm sure Amber has some bookings for you already. Amber also teaches, and this is my other instructor, Ulf Seiler. Let's take care of the employment contract." He disappeared into the office. Kurt looked at me, shrugged, and followed him. This Ulf jerk swung his leg back and forth, thudding against the desk, alternately glaring at the closed door and at me. "How unusual," he sneered in some European accent, "to meet a happy man." Before I decided how to respond to that, Kurt returned, in a better mood than before, waving a yellow paper and a key. "Let's hit the road, Jake." Fine with me. It got us out from under Ulf's unpleasant stare. I held the door for him, listening to his good news. "I'm employed, you're employed, the snow is fresh. Life is good." I'd asked him later if he'd read that contract through thoroughly before he signed it, and he'd said only that it looked okay. That meant he hadn't. I'd have to read it over and see if there were any dangerous clauses in there. I hoped I could recognize the dangerous clauses. I wanted to hear about his first student, the upper slopes, and most of all, I wanted to let him bask in a new job that he'd hoped to have nailed 2 weeks ago. He had to be relieved, and he'd earned the gloat. Once I'd pulled off the layers down to my long johns, we sat down to eat chili and cornbread. Whoops! My bowl of chili slid toward the edge. The table leg had buckled again when I caught it with a foot. "I'll brace the joint," Kurt said, "or you're going to be wearing more of my good cooking." I flinched at the memory of the hot stew that had been much better in my belly than it had been in my lap. "I'll do it." I should have done it before, since I'd lived with this crummy folding table and knew its habits. One day, I thought, I'd have a nice sturdy oak table that I could trust to hold my plate. "Tell me about your day?" "The girl you saw me with this morning wanted to spend a lot of time on moguls, so we went up top to Killy's knees. She really improved a lot. Bet her legs are like rubber tonight." He laughed. "I had to tire her out enough that she'd quit getting lovey on the lifts, so I ran her through the bumps for about an hour and a half. That was just weird. She kept scooting over at me until I stuck my elbow in her ribs." That put a catch in my throat, which I had to swallow down, reminding myself that he had sharp elbows and had used them. "Hey, I got kissed today." I might as well tell him the worst. "And I have a girlfriend now." 2 or 3 beans went down the wrong hatch at that. Kurt finally managed to hack out, "You what?" once I'd thumped his back a couple of times. Yep, the one who kissed me thought I was a hero for getting a little boy off the lift before he fell, but she dumped me fast. I filled in the rest of the details, starting with the rescue and ending with me on my butt in the snow, while he went from disbelief to pride to laughter. And my girlfriend, Gracie, is 5 years old.
5? Jake, what are you going to do with a 5-year-old?
Kurt snorted. I don't know, go skiing with her? Except she probably skis better than I do. I chewed a bite of chili glumly.
Think I need to give you another lesson?
Kurt's grin was impish, making me think of all the lessons he might hand out. He swirled some butter on a piece of cornbread and licked his lips. Thing is, the publicity could get pretty intense on this. My boss is freaked out about it.
Suppose so. Hey, I'm just glad we did so much climbing last summer.
He smiled at me, making my heart stop. We'd spent time on the Scarp while he taught me rock climbing, but that was after we'd spent time in a cave in the Scarp, waiting for the fire that we thought would kill us and hoping to survive. We'd become lovers that night, Though it had taken a while to straighten out the details, it had made the rest of our season as forest rangers in the mountains of Colorado into a whole new kind of heaven. That blinding smile made the dimple near the right corner of his mouth show. I loved that dimple. Actually, what I loved was Kurt. Charming, confident, competent Kurt Carlson, who at 25 was good at so many things I could barely do or had never tried. He was teaching me a lot of those skills and had assured me that I'd be good at them too by the time I was 25. I had a lot to perfect in the next 2.5 years. Maybe by then, I'd have mastered my heart too, and not be so scared of this relationship. It was still amazing to me that he wanted me as much as I wanted him, that he cared for me as much as he did. We'd been lovers for the 5 months since the fire, and if I was really lucky, we'd be together always. An attractive, capable guy like Kurt could have anyone he wanted, and he wanted me. While we were rangers, there hadn't been much competition. We could go for days not seeing other humans. In a town like Wapiti Creek, where beautiful people were thick on the ground, I could only hope that our bond was strong enough to stand up to everyone who would find him appealing. I certainly loved him, and I thought he loved me, though we'd never said those words out loud. It had been hard enough to get past the barriers in our heads to become lovers. Maybe I was just going to have to make that stretch. This new environment was testing us. I wanted to feel as secure with him in town as I did in the wilderness. We'd already scared each other once tonight with stories of other people, and I hadn't even mentioned Julie or Mark. Hearing the words would do wonders for my confidence, but if I wanted to hear them, I'd have to be willing to say them. Kurt caught me cleaning up the kitchen.
In those long johns, you look ready for a ski lesson.
He snuggled up behind me, his legs pressed against mine from ankle to butt, his cock snugged against my ass, his strong arms pulling my back against his chest. How, in the kitchen? I rubbed my ass against them, feeling how his cock was rising. 2 layers of high-tech fabric were going to have to come off soon. He was kissing the back of my neck, which is going to make me start dropping dishes.
I'm a damned good instructor, so there should be a way. In fact,
he shifted his feet so they were parallel with mine, his body totally plastered against me.
I don't think I would use this approach with just any student, but
I could feel his cock pressed to my crack. You better not. I decided to wash the chili pot, since I couldn't do more than dent it. His hands on my hips excited me.
shh. You have to feel the balance like this.
Kurt began to sway his hips gently from side to side, moving me.
You want to turn. You shift your weight like this.
His knees against mine made me shift my balance.
You unweight, then once you're around, you shift back. You weight again.
He shifted me the other way.
Now let's turn the other direction.
Again, he changed my balance. His warm breath on my neck made me decide to put the pot down before it made a clatter.
See?
We turned several times as he coached me, and now that my hands were free, he took them, sliding under my forearms so that we were holding each other in some phantom ski poles. My own growing erection rubbed against the edge of the counter in front of the sink.
Yeah, this is lots of fun. Keep turning.
He laid his cheek against my back as we skied through the kitchen. Though my own preferred terrain at this point was in the bedroom, covered with burgundy-striped sheets rather than snow.
You're doing good, Jake. Not one fall. Keep going. You're going to kick ass tomorrow.
His shoulders angled slightly when we shifted weight, turning me, getting me into the rhythm. I did my best to follow his movements. Desire was warring with understanding that I really was doing the correct motions.
Yeah, shift your weight to the left. Now come back up.
Practice it slow, then speed it up for the slopes.
Bend your knees.
Damn. How did Kurt come up with so many ways to drive me crazy? He'd just thought of a fresh one.
We need a ski pole now.
He nibbled on the back of my neck, then pushed me over the sink and pulled my long johns down. What? I tried to look at him over my shoulder, seeing his smiling face and then his arms snaking over to take a glob of butter out of the dish. He had one hand on my back, holding me down while he wiped the butter into my ass, plunging two slippery fingers in as I tried to relax for him. Tonight wouldn't be a lot of foreplay night, but that was fine. I was plenty worked up from our ski runs and groaning from his fingers slithering in and out. He checked my hole one last time before pulling his own long johns down, just enough for what I knew he was going to do.
Ski pole, huh?
I gasped as he pushed into me.
You bet.
Kurt laughed deep in his throat and pulled me back upright against him.
Don't lose the balance.
His hips continued their slow skiing twists. His arms held me tight, so I followed, feeling how he slipped in and out of me as we slalomed in the kitchen. His hands were flat against my chest as he writhed. I could only hold him with my hands on his hips. The skiing was getting lost, but the wonderful feeling of his cock working in and out of me slowly carried me along. I stayed slow as best I could in our excitement, and then to hell with it.
Moguls ahead,
I told him, and then picked up the pace, slamming back against him without trying to turn. I knew the big bumps on the slopes needed fast reactions, even if I had no hope of negotiating them for real.
Whoa, moguls.
With a soft bite to my neck, Kurt bent me over into the sink and thrust into me fast. One hand on my shoulder pulled me back against him, and then he leaned over me, reaching forward to grasp my hard, thick cock. I yelled out, loving the way he pumped my cock. His strong hand moved at about twice the pace of his hips, speeding me toward the finish line. I had a hold on his ass with one hand, though I needed the other to keep me from falling into the soapy water in the sink as we raced toward climax. This slope we were negotiating was high and steep. On this mountain, I could do the double black diamonds. He filled me and pulled away before plunging back into my ass, sure of his terrain, equally sure how to touch me in front, letting me thrust into his fist. My climax built inside. Kurt doubled over flat to my back and pulled me onto his cock. He held me there as he groaned, paralyzed from his climax. My own was nearly there. I couldn't bear not to go over the precipice, no matter how I loved to feel Kurt pulsing within me. My hand on his, together we stroked my shaft those few last times to take me over that last jump until my orgasm caught air. It was a while before I could turn around to hold him, and I damn near fell into the soapy water, trying to stand upright to do it. He was breathing as hard as I was, and only then did I think to shut off the open tap. Now would be a good time to tell him that I loved him. Except, I didn't want him to think that all I meant was that the sex was great, though it was. I should tell him. I slipped my tongue gently between his lips, more of a caress than a kiss.
Wonderful run, Kurt.
Chapter 4. The evenings were different without any of the diversions we'd used all summer. It was too cold and dark for archery. There was no lake to swim in, though if we wanted to, we could go over to the gym and work out. Kurt had explained that we'd have to use it sooner or later, now that he wasn't shoveling snow to work his upper body, and I wasn't getting enough exercise period standing all day at the lift. I thought getting up from repeated falls was enough exercise, but I knew that as I got better, I'd need more upper body work too. Funny how many muscles get used to haul yourself upright with a pair of ski poles. Lately, we'd been watching some television, reading, or surfing the internet when we weren't jumping each other's bones, though that was by far my favorite way to spend the evening. When I'd complained about the television, Kurt had suggested taking up the bagpipes. That led to me knocking him over on the couch, sucking his pipe, and groping his bag to demonstrate the only acceptable way to play bagpipes indoors. He'd cooperated to the extent of making horrid Scottish noises while I played him, but that wasn't going to work tonight, and we weren't sleepy yet. I'd almost resigned myself to letting him turn on the television when the phone rang.
Hey, Jake, it's Mark. A bunch of us are over at McTavish's playing darts. You want to come?
I asked Kurt what he thought, because I wasn't going to lead Mark on just to get some social life. Mark was part of the story I hadn't told Kurt yet. mostly because I wasn't sure that there was any story there to tell, though this same day phone call made me think harder about it. A bunch of us sounded innocuous and more than enough to cover another player. If we came together, Mark should get the just friends part without me ever having to tell him, sorry, no thanks.
That will be fun.
Kurt's eyes lit up, giving me the sinking feeling that here was another of those things he could do like a champ, while I was a mediocre player at best. Maybe I could get a backgammon board somewhere. That was something I was really good at. Sounds good. We'll see you in a bit. I hung up without explaining the we part, though I reminded Kurt that Mark was the ski patrol. We really haven't gone anywhere since we've been here. The wallet should stand it. A lift operator didn't make a whole lot, nor had I seen my first paycheck of the season, though I'd saved most of my Rangers pay.
Depending on how skilled the dart players are, the wallet should come home fatter than it left.
Kurt kissed me with considerable glee. Yep, he had to be a good darts player, especially since he had a wealth transfer in mind. Probably went with the archery skills. He was Robin Hood personified. I might be better at it than I remembered, too, since he'd turned me into an approximation of Will Scarlet.
Go get ready.
There were some ways that a town life was really fine. Like a hot shower anytime I wanted. I jumped in while Kurt fiddled with the remote control on the TV. It sounded too loud to me after the quiet of the mountains, with no sounds beside our own voices, the rumble of the tank truck, and the birds, insects, animals, and wind. Also, the occasional roar of a forest fire, but I didn't miss that at all. I stuck my head into the spray to rinse out the shampoo and drown out the sounds of Hollywood in a box. I toweled off, watching myself in the mirror, looking for whatever it was Kurt saw in me. My reflection showed a young man with brown hair and brown eyes, 6 feet tall, with the physique of someone who worked for his exercise instead of getting it at the gym. The extra pizza pounds had been left behind in the wilderness months ago. I couldn't resist flexing a bicep just to see the ripples under my skin. Kurt leaped into the tiny shower, and I stood in front of the sink with a razor. I glanced at the outline behind frosted glass, happy to be going out with him, worried that we really hadn't discussed how to behave. It hadn't been a problem during the Ranger season, since most of the time we were around other people, there was something really unromantic going on, like a forest fire. On our forays into town, we assumed it was a case of turn your calendar back 20 years on the attitude, so we didn't walk closely at the grocery store or hold hands on the street. That was actually fine with me, because I was all over Kurt in private, but not at all sure I wanted to be open in public. Wapiti Creek was probably as cosmopolitan a place as could be found in the mountains, but I still wasn't ready to walk into the pub with one hand on Kurt's shoulder. Guess we should play it cool, huh?
We can if you want.
Kurt turned serious eyes on me. There's no should about it, I read within their depths. Kurt, you know that this was heading into uncertain territory, so I showed him lips to lips what he ought to know. But let's not do any public displays of affection yet, okay?
Yet.
Kurt slipped me some tongue before pulling away to swab himself with the towel.
Since we didn't even ping each other's gaydar all that well at first, I think we'll do okay.
Kurt had spent 2 weeks trying to get my attention, which he'd gotten all right, though it had taken me a lot longer and a fairly direct invitation before I could believe that was happening. But now I knew. And if Mark had really asked me out, the only person I was fooling with the closet act was me. At the other end of a shuttle ride into what passed for downtown, we found McTavish's, a pleasant pub with some pool tables, a couple of dartboards, and tables for small groups in the rest of the space. It was pretty full, and the cheery sound of Irish fiddles was entwined in the happy babble, some of which came out of a television mounted near the ceiling. I looked around for Mark, who spotted me and waved. Kurt followed me around the edge of the darts alley while I tried to identify any of the other people. Some looked familiar from lift lines, but the only other face I had a name for was Julie. Egon was across the room with another group. I hoped he'd stay there.
Hi, Jake.
Mark's face stayed steady as he took in my companion.
Hi, I'm Mark. Kurt, Jake said you guys were playing darts tonight, so I came along.
Kurt smiled at him, and then we tried to keep names and faces straight. The other 7 or 8 people in the group were introduced in a hodgepodge of Charlie, Marty, Julie, Kim, Devin, Chelsea, Gabe, Dave. I interrupted being identified as the guy who rescued the kid by decamping for the bar with Mark while Kurt and Devin went to round up another couple of chairs. The pints of beer I ordered for me and Kurt would have to last me the evening. When I said I wasn't much of a drinker, I meant it. I'd left that behind in Boulder, or perhaps I should say I'd left it in Glenwood Springs on that messy road trip with my college friends. Weekend parties and getting stupid had lost their allure and had sent me running into the mountains. Kurt and I had had maybe 1 six-pack between us the entire summer, and that had led to some foolish behavior. We'd tried having sex in a canoe, an unstable, unforgiving platform for vigorous movement. The canoe had punished us by dropping us in the cold, cold lake just before we'd finished. No large amounts of beer for Jake tonight. The social lake could be just as cold.
So, is he a friend from before or someone you met on the mountain?
Mark asked, while we waited for the bartender to pour. We did a ranger season together. Honesty without particulars seemed like the way to go. I wouldn't deny Kurt, but I didn't want to explain in detail either. He nodded. I could see the gears turning in his head. Ranger season, followed up here, came out on what might have been a date, cha-ching.
So, you came tonight because...
Yeah, he'd really asked me out. I hate being a social moron sometimes. Because a guy needs friends. Well, we'd gotten it out in the open right away, and he didn't need to hear details to get it. When we carried the beer back to the tables, Mark walked just a little bit farther away than when we'd gone to the bar. Kurt accepted the drink with a smile and went back to chatting with Julie and Kim. The conversation flowed around the table, making it clear that some of the group knew each other, while others were as new as we were, so the subjects went all over the map. I put together that Julie, Chelsea, and Dave were instructors, Devin worked the ski rentals, Mark, Marty, and Kim patrolled, Gabe had one of the high mountain lifts that serviced the expert slopes, and whatever Charlie did on the mountain, he was miscast because he should have been a freaking gossip columnist. Kurt and Dave were just getting up to play a round of darts when Charlie started dropping his little bombshells.
Hey, Jake, that kid on the bunny lift today? You know who he is?
Todd. I hadn't asked his last name, though the boy and his sister had volunteered everything else under the sun.
Underwood.
Mark took a sip of his drink. I listened to this with one eye on Kurt, who had his back to us, throwing one dart after another. Meaning...
His daddy owns the controlling interest in Wapiti Creek and about 4 other big resorts, not to mention developing all those $1 million condos. So that was like the boss's kid.
A shudder ran around the table at Charlie's explanation. That shouldn't matter, I told myself. I didn't know that when I went up the rope to get him, and he was safe now. Still, I felt cold just knowing. I glanced over at Julie, who looked at me with sad understanding. She'd known. No wonder she'd nearly wet herself today. That explains why their mama looks like quite the trophy. I thought back to the elegant but icy brunette. She was skiing with an instructor. That news dimmed Charlie's toothpaste commercial grin.
It wasn't all from Alpenschlüssel, was it?
I think so, why? Charlie shook his head slowly, like it hurt.
Melanie has no sense at all.
I didn't have a feel for her sense, though I thought she was too distant from her kids. You deduced that how? I glanced at Charlie.
That makes 3 days running with him.
I did not understand why everyone went, oh, in that rising and falling tone that says major screw-up. It did not seem like a good time to mention who Kurt worked for, though it was probably Ulf himself who was the cause. He had been really chummy with Melanie on the lift. 3 days with an ordinary instructor couldn't be the problem, could it? I hid my confusion in my beer mug. Which is why I didn't see Egon walking up. My first clue that he was there was his heavy hand on my shoulder and his accented voice from behind saying,
"So, hero, out to celebrate with your friends."
I wasn't going to turn around for him. Shut up, wuss. Hero was not any word I wanted new friends to attach to me. Julie and Mark glared at Egon. They'd let the subject go and I'd flinched during the introductions. I picked his hand off my shoulder and let it drop. Get lost. He laughed, and now I did turn around, intending to stand and run him off if a sitting glare didn't do it. My initial assessment, that he would be handsome if he could muster a pleasant expression to soften the heavy brows, high cheekbones, and formidable nose, was correct, except that he was laughing at me.
"Oh, you do not wish to be hero? So sorry."
He left to go stand near the darts players, and I heard him suggest to Dave that he'd play the winner. Hero? Kim asked. When she cocked her head, it gave her the air of a poodle, with her alert brown eyes and mop of brown corkscrew curls. Let's have the rest of the story, and no, you don't get another drink. She glowered me back into my chair. Not until you explain. I really did need another escape hatch in a bar. Jake went up after Todd, Julie told her, and the rest of the group started to jabber. This had to be what Egon wanted, to make me uncomfortable. At least I'd be at the top of the lift tomorrow, not the base with him. Don't make a big deal out of it, I said, but the damage was done. Charlie had whipped out his cell phone and punched up a video. Damned internet. The wilderness had no people and no cell phone towers. Friends were highly overrated. The bastard passed the phone around, to the oohs and ahs of the group. Kurt came back to the table to stand behind me and have his turn to see what had happened. He let the video scroll out where we could both see it. I tried to watch through his eyes, but I was reliving the fear that Todd would plummet past my hands. He handed the phone back to Charlie and squeezed my shoulder hard.
"You did good, Jake."
Then he returned to his game like it was no big deal. But I was sure we'd have a talk tonight about my technique.
"You did,"
Mark said, and then he changed the subject, to my intense relief, asking Marty, a 30-ish man with wire glasses, shoulder-length hair, and an academic air, about the snow conditions on the upper mountain. They were often running on something that sounded too technical for my tastes about slabs and cornices, and whether they'd need to assess some of the upper slopes for stability. Chelsea snuggled against Marty's side and poked him when he expressed concern about depth hoar. Wasn't sure I'd heard that right, but I had other things to think about. I tuned one eye back into the darts game behind me, answering Kim's question about where I'd learned to climb with one word, and then asking the newbie question, what's a cornice? A place where the snow extends out over a void, like at the top of a hill or over a drop-off. The wind creates them. They're tempting but dangerous. They'll break off underneath you. She told me seriously, like she really needed to warn the novice to stay off the steep places. Kurt had won the game, big surprise, and Dave was pulling some bills out of his pocket.
Here you go, Sharper.
"I did say we should keep the stakes down, Dave."
Kurt was having to deal with the consequences of beating the local champ, apparently.
"How about I buy you a beer with the winnings?"
I shook my head in wonder. It had been a while since I'd watched him work the legendary charm on new people.
"Take your warm-ups, Egon. I'll be back in a moment."
He and Dave headed to the bar, while Egon hurled his pointed weapons toward the dartboard. Kurt came back to take a swig of his drink, which was disappearing as slowly as mine. He set the glass down and cautioned the beaming girls against finishing his beer, then went back to the darts alley where Egon was retrieving the darts.
"Friendly game, or do you want to play for money?"
Kurt asked Egon as he examined the fletching on his darts.
"Friendly, but with stakes."
What Egon said next was too low for me to hear, but it changed Kurt's face, and not for the better. Egon went on.
"A win for everyone, no?" "No, forget it."
Kurt stuck his darts into the corner of the dartboard and left Egon standing.
"Not interested." "Oh, you save it then."
Egon grinned nastily at Kurt's back. Kurt turned around and snarled, "Fuck you." That made everyone at the table who hadn't been tuned to this conversation swivel around and stare.
You did not want.
His voice was mocking. I wanted to get up and pound his big nose until it stuck out the back of his head. But Kurt squared himself in that "one more comment and I'll punch you" way that made Egon back down.
Okay, okay.
He strolled down the alley to the board to impale his darts, leaving Kurt furious. Kurt sat down in the one empty chair with a crash and drained the rest of his beer in one angry gulp. His face was thunderous, and I thought he needed to get away from the group until he calmed down. I'd never seen him this mad. What the hell had Egon said? The bastard was back to say something else. He leaned over Kurt's shoulder and said clearly,
Good night, Alpenschlüssel,
before sauntering away. That caused a little stir in the group. Their eyes narrowed, and some of them repeated the name. What the hell was the problem? I wanted to ask, but I wanted to get Kurt out of there even more before he exploded at everyone. Think it's time for us to head out of here, guys. See you again another time. I stood up and stuffed my arms into my coat. Come on, Kurt. He rose and grabbed his jacket without putting it on.
Good night, everyone. Sorry to leave it on a note like this, but it's time to split. Better next time, okay?
I added, Good night, all. He headed to the door without a backward glance, though Egon got a scowl across the room, and I was close behind him.
Good night, hero.
That made me flinch, but not nearly as hard as when someone behind me followed it with, Good night, Zero. The cold night air was a bracing shock after the warmth of the pub. I caught up with Kurt halfway to the shuttle stop. He started ranting before I drew even.
So what? I work for Alpenschlüssel. I teach him to ski. What the fuck is the matter with that?
He turned to me, eyes blazing.
Huh? What is the matter with that?
Nothing, Kurt. I spoke softly, trying to calm him.
Then why?
An unsuspecting snowman standing outside a restaurant took a swift uppercut to its frozen round head. Snow exploded everywhere.
Why does everyone act like Alpenschlüssel is just like a leper? I teach skiing, damn it.
I know you do, Kurt. You're a good teacher. I don't know what's up with them. They're being idiots. I put my hand on his shoulder and hoped he wasn't so enraged he'd punch me just for attracting attention. The snowman had had a remarkably large carrot nose. Come on, buddy, calm down, okay? Getting tossed in jail for creating a public disturbance would be a rotten way to end the night. Let's go home. He fumed silently on the shuttle ride back to the apartment. He was a little calmer when we got off, and by the time we were back inside our little home, he was almost himself again. Maybe 6 months of almost no company except me had left him as intolerant of crowds as I was. Once inside, with jacket shed, he turned to me and held me tightly, silently. I held him as he clutched me, his head resting on my shoulder, facing away. We stayed like that until he finally said,
Come to bed with me.
I was tired and wrung out. Bed sounded good. I'd find some energy if he wanted to make love, but he led me gently to the bedroom and left his shorts on when he slipped into our bed. I curled around him, holding him against my chest. He pulled my arm around like a blanket. I kissed the back of his neck softly, and I thought he was going to say something. He started to, once or twice, but sighed back into silence. I was almost asleep when he stroked my arm and said,
Jake, I'm glad you're here.
Chapter 5. Kurt was still subdued when he got up the next morning and got ready for work. I wanted to ask him just what Egon had said that had angered him so, but replaying that exchange in my mind, he'd probably offered to play for sex. It sure sounded that way. Other things about that were strange too, but that just might be Egon's English, which was good, fluent even, but didn't always contain the words you'd expect to hear. If he wasn't reminded about that, Kurt might just get back to his sunny self before meeting his client for the day. We danced around each other quietly getting ready. He laid out clothing on the bed, which of course he'd made first. The man always made his bed. even if it was just snapping the sleeping bag straight, though his socks tended to migrate randomly. The ski pants were by a well-known designer, though they'd been purchased via online auction for a fraction of their cost at retail. I still don't see how ski pants could cost $700 a pair, unless they came with Krugerrands in the pockets. Do they keep you $650 warmer? I tried to tease him.
No, they keep you just warm enough.
Kurt did smile at me as he pulled on silky underlayers and thin socks. This sort of clothing would help him blend in with the clients, a problem that I didn't have. He'd helped me choose winter gear online, though I had gone for good but less glitzy brands. Between us, we'd spent a lot less than $700 outfitting, though it helped that Kurt had some nice things from previous seasons. Now he pulled on a fleece shirt, the same one he'd worn to his interview. Sitting down on the battered green couch that I'd rescued out of a charity pile on a sidewalk in Boulder, Kurt put his boots on and then came into the narrow galley kitchen where I was making some sandwiches. He threw some soup into the pot to heat while he located the lids to the thermos containers. No sense in paying resort prices for chow, even with the employee discount, though Kurt would have lunch with his clients twice this week as part of their ski package.
I don't know who I'm booked with today, so I might be able to get by your station at lunch. We can get some runs in.
I felt kind of bad when we did that, since it limited him to the bunny run and the green runs, which he told me were a little more challenging than what I'd been doing. I needed to pick up some skill with skiing, and fast, to keep Kurt from getting bored. It was hard because I was still apprehensive about skiing again after so many years. When I was 12, it had been 2 lessons and 1 broken ankle.
After your lesson last night, you should be rocking and rolling.
I'd like that. Mostly because I was feeling weird about not being with him all day, every day. After 6 months of each other's constant company, you'd think I'd be ready for fresh faces and other people's conversations. But after last night, I remembered why I was so content to be alone with Kurt for days at a time. I poured the soup into the thermoses, threw the food into the insulated bags, and went to find my boots. The shuttle would be by in a few minutes to take us both to work. There were a dozen different accents on the shuttle, as our fellow denizens of employee housing came to the resort proper, to clean hotel rooms or rent skis, maybe to wait tables. Many of the resort crew had the same sort of visa that Egon did, though I wondered how much intercultural interaction a hotel maid from Poland could really have with the wealthy people who came to the mountains to play. They took the jobs that were hard to fill with Americans, I knew, though Egon's job was one that ski bums competed for. It was odd that I got the job, since I had no skiing experience. What I'd really wanted to do was drive a snowcat grooming the slopes. I could drive a medium-duty truck, so I didn't think a snowcat would be a big deal. Turned out that driving the snowcat was no big deal, and if that was all it took, they could have trained me to do the winching to keep the cat safe on the 40-degree slopes. No, it was the grooming, knowing when to pan, when to blade. That was the skilled part of the job, and they didn't want to train a neophyte on that here in Big Bucksville. Do a season at Eldora or Meadowlark, and another at Breckenridge, and they'd consider letting me groom their frozen assets. Never heard of Meadowlark, I'd said. That was kind of the point, they suggested. But they liked my willingness to take on the task, so I got thrown what was considered in some circles to be a plum job. Egon didn't think operating the lift was so plummy, I discovered that first day. He took out his frustration on the handiest target, me, though I was only trying to learn everything I could about my new job.
Shovel the snow off the weight line and the loading line. Pull the lever toward you to slow the lift, push it away to speed up. Do nothing fast, complicated, no?
My lift partner had just taught me everything he considered necessary for me to know about my new job, other than call the ski patrol if something happens. Okay, we were the grunts, there to get people seated in the chairlifts, not any kind of rescue team. Egon had made that abundantly clear in his accented sneer. We were on the bunny slope lift, which was fine with me. You could come down on one side of the lift or the other. There were no other options. Other lifts went higher up the mountain to the blue, green, and black slopes, but I'd have to learn the terrain first because I couldn't give anyone sensible advice yet about the slopes and their conditions. There were a few early morning novices out, and long stretches where we just watched the chairs swivel around the pulley and come by empty. During one such lull, I stuck my head into the control hut where Egon sat. "What's all that stuff for?" I asked.
The ski patrol uses that. You and I are not to touch it.
He sounded like Arnold, but he'd already rebuffed my questions about where he was from. I should know what the stuff is, at least. Maybe logic would help. Curiosity didn't seem to be getting any answers. I had to get back out to the lift to seat a young woman with a little girl in tow, and then came back to ask again once they were 20 feet away and had the safety bar down.
That is the toboggan,
Egon deigned to inform me.
The stretcher, those should be obvious. The pulley, that is for rescue on the chairlift, if the chair cannot be reached from one of the towers. The patrol rides it down the cable from the next tower.
Bending to look closer, I asked about something vaguely familiar. This looks like rock climbing equipment. Rope and hardware lay coiled in the corner.
It might be. Again, for rescues on the chairlift, put that down,
Egon instructed me with some annoyance. His dark brows were drawn up over deep brown, nearly black eyes, and his formidable nose made the scowl complete. He'd be handsome if he could look pleasant, but so far he'd glared, sneered, or scowled at me while I tried to learn what was what. It's a rock climbing harness and ascenders on a rope. I can't hurt it by looking at it.
There are people waiting. Go.
Egon didn't quite snarl at me. Just for contrast, I smiled widely at the skiers who were waiting to be seated and was rewarded with a nervous giggle from a preteen girl in a purple parka. "This is the bunny slope, right?" "Yes, it is. Have fun." I could be pleasant to these people who were here to have a good time. Egon could stay in the hut where no one had to deal with him. That was a week ago. Last night, he'd used the name of the ski school as a way to attack Kurt because he'd been so angry at not getting the job himself. I didn't understand this at all. Today it would be a huge relief to be at the top of the hill, nowhere near him. Chapter 6. It might have been Egon's spiteful voice that had called Kurt Zero on our way out of the pub, though I couldn't be certain. Truth was, I couldn't be much angrier at him if he was the one, because the more I thought about it, the more certain I was that he'd wagered sex, and then set Kurt up for some humiliation when he got turned down. Though he might have wanted to set Kurt up for humiliation any way he could, just for getting the job. Asshat. Such were my thoughts on the lift ride to the top of the bunny hill, my hiding place from the press. It might have been overreaction, but it really did seem like a good idea. Today I'd watch the bunnies unload. At least I'd see any cameras coming up the hill. Wonder if Egon would make them buy lift tickets first. After last night's little nastiness, I didn't trust him not to let them on anyway. It was snowing lightly, and it persisted all morning. Cynthia, the other lift attendant, and I took turns unloading and taking hut duty. She didn't complain about being out in the weather, though I wondered if her partner, Tom, was faring as well at the bottom, or if Wuss was hogging the hut again. The thought of warm soup was pretty enticing, so when I caught the chair to ride down at lunch, I damned near walked into the camera crew. I might have gotten away, though, if Egon hadn't pointed me out.
"Ah, here is your hero,"
he sneered, and the perky reporter latched onto me harder than Todd had. "I can't talk to you guys without clearing it with my boss first, honest, I can't." She kept begging and clutching, and I kept trying to get away without actually dumping her on her spandex-clad ass in the snow, which might have made some entertaining footage, albeit bad public relations. "Please, let go, miss." Maybe if I called her ma'am, she'd get huffy and lose her grip. Tom in the control hut had thought fast enough to have gotten on the radio while Egon was out making trouble for me, because my boss was heading across the snow toward us. Roy caught me at the base of the bunny lift, shaking my head and trying to get my arm back.
"Miss, please let go of my lift operator,"
he said. "This story will be so much better if Jake talks with us," the reporter said, brandishing the microphone with a Channel 9 logo attached. "Otherwise, it will just be that video that's all over the internet. Please?" She flashed the sparkly whites that would get her hired in a heartbeat in a gift shop here in Wapiti Creek. I wondered how long it would be before channels 4, 7, and 31 would be chasing me down too.
What questions do you want to ask?
He wanted to know, and we negotiated carefully while the cameraman looked for the best background. So I spent my lunch hour explaining in very little detail about how Todd came to topple and about the rescue, showing distressing tendencies. I was sure it would get edited out, to talk about rock climbing and mentioning Egon's role in making the climb possible. The wind was starting to whip up, blowing the needles of snow into Miss Perky's unprotected face, while I droned on from the warmth of my scarf. She'd get edited out, with that tendril of hair that kept flying across her face to make a lopsided mustache every time she turned to keep the slope and the lift in the background. She'd never make Anchorwoman, I thought uncharitably, if she didn't have the sense to braid her hair for the slopes. Channel 4 sent Ms. Businesslike, who had dressed sensibly and styled her hair for the wind, and a cameraman. They spotted us before Ms. Perky was finished with me. While waiting their turn, Roy laid out the ground rules, giving me hope that I might get to my hot soup before dark. "Late again, I see," Miss Perky told Ms. Businesslike with a smirk as she and her crewmen headed out. "He'll be more polished now he's practiced with you," she shot back, and it was true. I sounded a great deal more succinct. Being cold and hungry had something to do with it, too. I wanted to be finished and gone before any more cameras showed up. "Please, let's do it one more time?" Miss Perky asked, but no, I could not wait to get away and was a little gruff saying so. Roy hadn't left, so he tossed his head toward the warming hut. They accepted the inevitable from him. Except that it wasn't the end, because Julie and her little class had come to the bottom of the hill. "Jake! Jake!" Todd and Gracie had to ski over and hug me. All the while, Gracie was telling the fascinated reporters about how wonderful I was and why. The cameramen scrambled to point their equipment at this manna from heaven. Roy, horrified, stepped between us and the crews. I tried to hush them. "Julie!" I bellowed, and she came skiing over to collect her escapees. She shepherded them away after I promised to wave at them from the lift every time they went by. "Don't you need me to sign a release or something?" I asked the reporters.
There's no one around who can sign releases on the kids,
Roy pointed out to the crestfallen reporters, and we stood around signing waivers while the class loaded up on the lift. Deprived of targets, they trudged off, and I made my escape soupward. Roy headed up to the lift, where I hoped he'd chew off large pieces of Egon's hide. As I strode across the snow, I glanced over at the retreating news crews and saw, to my horror, 3 cameras and 3 reporters, all chatting in a clump. Oh no. I think I ran the last 100 yards into the staff hut faster than I'd skied down the bunny slope yesterday.
"There's people out there looking for you."
Mark swung into the chair opposite me. I pulled the top off the thermos and inhaled the steam. "Rat me out and you'll be wearing a ski pole for a necklace," I said with a grimace. I gave 2 interviews and that's 2 too many. The sandwich took the brunt of my ire as I ripped apart the bag.
"But you're photogenic and heroic and all that crap."
Marty joined us with his lunch. The steam from his own thermos fogged his glasses. He took them off to let them clear and blinked at me. "Crap is right. I can't wait for the furor to die down. Don't you dare give me away. Egon already fed me to the reporters once today." I took a swig of soup and felt the warmth trickle all the way down. I'd been standing in the cold for at least an hour with the reporters, not moving nearly enough to keep warm in the wind and blowing snow. Miss Perky had to be feeling slightly ill. She'd been losing heat steadily off her head because she'd chosen stylish earmuffs instead of a proper hat, and if she was still prowling around outside, she'd pay for her fashion sense. I was dressed for conditions and was still glad for the curative properties of hot chicken soup.
"The wind's blowing from the northwest. Been coming over the rise beyond the West Peak,"
Marty said, and that made Mark look at him sharply.
"How much deposit, could you tell?"
He asked, his own food forgotten. Great. We were in for more scintillating conversation about, oh yeah, I was interested in snow conditions now that I was a ski bum. I'd ignored most of what they'd said at the pub, being more wrapped up in Kurt and the drama, but this might be good to know.
The cornice over Cement Chute looks bigger, but there was so much blow I couldn't measure it.
Marty took a sip of hot tea.
I think we should leave Cement Chute and that section blocked off until after we assess the next storm. That cornice triggers avalanches, he informed me. It's too damned bad we can't just leave that run closed, declare it off-piste. But it's way too tempting for the Black Diamond boys, Mark grimaced. We'd be losing a few every winter if we didn't monitor the snow. One more good storm and we can trigger.
How? I'd seen movies of avalanches set off with rifles.
One way, the accidental way, is to be standing on a cornice when it breaks off, but that tends to create openings on the snow conditions team. Mark and I prefer to use the howitzers. Little noises won't do it.
Marty grinned at me.
If we can't start the slab moving by sawing off the cornice and bouncing it down the hill, we get out the big gun.
Slab? I thought it was all loose snow rolling down the hill.
No, that's slough. Not so dangerous. The slab is the top layer of snow that breaks free and slides. That disintegrates as it goes. It can get to 80 miles an hour pretty fast, which doesn't give the hot doggers much time to get off the slab when it starts.
Marty whooshed with his sandwich to demonstrate.
Been a lot of traffic to that cabin back of the cornice, he went on.
Mark gave me a strange look and went on eating.
That's off-piste. Sure. It's not on the resort proper even. The boundaries are just this side of it. The slides miss it, for which we should be grateful. Don't want to be digging anyone out. Post-slide snow is like concrete. If you don't get found in about 15 minutes, you might not survive. And if we don't find you in 2 hours, we might as well leave the bodies there till spring.
Marty sounded like he just didn't want the work, but I was thinking of what it might be like to get caught in an avalanche and how it would feel to die like that. Didn't seem much better than burning in a forest fire, a fate I'd already sidestepped once this calendar year. My appetite abandoned me for a few minutes, but I forced myself to finish the soup. Then my appetite fled permanently because out the window, a cameraman and another man were stopping passers-by, asking them questions. Everyone they spoke to shrugged or shook their heads, but I felt like I had a great big target on my back to go with the great big 7 on the camera. Oh, great. I have to get back to the lift somehow. Can you guys distract them? I must have sounded hunted because Marty laughed.
Tell you what, we can give them endless information on snow. Falling snow, powder snow, snow suitable for making margaritas. They might care about sliding snow more, Mark suggested. We could use the exposure. Maybe convince one dumb kid to stay out of a slide chute.
Thanks, guys. I stuffed my lunch bag back into my locker and waited for the 2 ski patrollers to decoy my hunters away. They strolled past the camera team, stopped to answer, and then they were off and running, asking questions and motioning to the cameraman that he should start filming, pointing up at the slopes and making explanatory hand motions. They were just as photogenic as I and had much more interesting things to say, so I slipped out of the staff hut and pussyfooted back to the bunny lift. That was low, wuss, I snarled at Egon from the loading line. I better not see cameras coming up the lift. He only laughed. Chapter 7. Kurt got off the shuttle opposite the Alpenschlüssel office. He'd been so glad to get this job. He hadn't told Jake, but he had big plans for the money that he'd expected to earn over and above what he'd made last year. Jake had confided a dream to him back in the cave while they were waiting for death, and he wanted to make it come true for his partner. Now, he thought as he crossed the street, dodging the big SUV that honked at him, this job looked like a big mistake. He hadn't mentioned the knowing smirks on the lift operators to Jake, nor a snide remark in the lift line, and Egon's suggestions last night had been just too much. Kurt was only sorry he'd punched the snowman and not that miserable bastard, who wasn't any more pleasant than Ulf. He didn't know how Jake put up with the guy all day long. Highly recommended. That's what Rudy had said. He'd been recommended by someone who spoke very highly of his skills, and that was the only reason that Rudy was taking him over another candidate. Of course, that was after he had gone back into the office with Rudy. Jake was sitting there, waiting during the interview, and what Rudy wanted was bad enough. But to think that he wanted it while Jake was on the other side of the wall was just disgusting. Only the thought of getting his partner to Vanuatu with the big bucks made him go back and accept the position, sign the contract. Before he'd stomped out, the position Rudy told him to assume was on his knees, mouth open. No way. No way in hell. Kurt knew he was good enough to be hired at any of the other ski schools in town without any of this casting couch bullshit. And Rudy should know that Jake was his partner. Jake, who had said he was a happy man. Kurt hadn't wanted to tell Jake about this, knowing his partner would be unhappy about it, and besides, he'd turned the guy down firmly and still gotten the job, so no harm, no foul. Kurt smiled, thinking of Jake, so unsure of himself sometimes, but cast as the hero of the hour, and for good reason. He was still smiling when he got into the office and headed for the equipment locker.
Hey, Amber, what's on the docket for today?
No garlic in last night's dinner meant he might even score one of the Zerberg packages. He smiled at the young blonde woman with the gamine face and hair and the thighs of a serious skier. She was cute, if you liked girls. I have Ulf out with Mrs. Underwood again. She's economizing, apparently. She's got Ulf as a Zoomheim this time. That girl is going to be ready for the Olympics or something, Amber said, snickering. Rudy's got one of his regulars flying in from California, and I, dear man, have been booked Zerberg.
Good for you. Who's my student du jour?
Kurt hoped it was someone hardy, because the weather was crappy, snow and wind. He didn't feel like listening to endless whining. You are my student du moment, because I have just time enough to show you the computer. Sit down. Amber motioned at the desk. You're the booking agent today.
I am.
Kurt stared at her.
I haven't the foggiest.
Sure you do. You teach them to ski. Here's the rate screen. Don't book anyone on a Zerberg unless they're on this list. But don't worry about it if they haven't been offered it before. They won't know about it. This list, she said, clicking to a different screen, is okay for a Zoomheim. Don't offer that unless they ask, and everyone else gets Zoomberg. Don't screw it up. There's a big difference in rates. Got it? Zerberg, Zoomberg, Amber repeated, like he didn't get it the first time. And don't book more than one Zerberg on any given day. He'd picked up enough German in his years on the racing circuit to know the articles, if not always to use them correctly.
I got it,
he said irritably, tugging at the neck of his fleece shirt. He hadn't dressed to be inside all day. Half of this stuff was going to have to come off. Here's the calendar. Add the names in the slots and click save, and you can surf on the net or whatever the rest of the time. The rest of us are going to be too busy to back you up, so I had to turn down that last client. She booked you for tomorrow, and she sounds thrilled about it, so you make her happy, okay? Zoomheim for her. Amber flashed him a big smile and pulled her hat on.
What's different about that than what I've been teaching?
He asked, but he was talking to empty air because Amber was outside greeting her client, an older man who chivalrously picked up her skis and offered her an arm.
Guess you'll tell me tomorrow,
he finished glumly.
Great.
He gave the phone a crusty look. Cursing the luck that had put him indoors turned to a smile when a gust blew a swirl of flakes past the window. He hoped Ulf, that muscle-bound jerk, got plenty of snow down the back of his neck. Layers of clothing got folded neatly on a chair, including the top layer of socks, which he'd picked up from their roost beneath the chair, thinking about the grief Jake gave him every time a stray turned up. Guess he had a point. Kurt's socks did appear in the strangest places. Comfortable now, he sat down to wait for the phone to ring, and in the meantime, he could update his blog. He'd been better about that lately. since they didn't have to wait until the weekly trip into town from the ranger's cabin. He'd updated from the Meeker Library all summer, but he had internet at home for the first time since last spring. He had a lot of good things at home now. Home was where Jake came back every night.
Wonder if Jake had looked through that contract yet.
He'd been concerned that Kurt had signed it without reading it thoroughly, but really, Colorado was an at-will state. It wasn't as if he couldn't leave if he wanted to, or that Rudy couldn't really fire him if he was so inclined. Kurt peeked through the file drawers, looking for a blank that he could read more thoroughly, since he had all this time while the phone wasn't ringing. The phone stayed stubbornly silent during his hunt, but what he wanted was probably in Rudy's office, and that door was locked. He shook the door handle, wondering if he could pick it, but it looked too solid for his burglary skills, which were limited to simple locks he could unlatch with a credit card. Jake would be shocked to discover there was something he couldn't do. Kurt was a little embarrassed about how his lover thought he could do anything sometimes, but the things he couldn't do well didn't often come up in conversation, aside from backing big trucks down steep roads. He sat down, preparing to browse the web for something entertaining, maybe find the real difference between the Zoom and the Zur, and why a mountain would be referred to both ways, if he got bored enough. Business. He picked up the chirping phone, all set to be professional.
Alpenschlüssel Ski School, this is Kurt.
Keeping his face straight while he quoted rates was the hardest part of the call. But he gamely made the prices sound extremely reasonable, extolling the virtues of the mountain, the skill of the instructors, and the great strides in skiing the clients could hope to make. By the end of the third such call, Kurt thought he'd done well to book 2 of the 3 callers to lessons, credit cards and all. Then the phone stopped ringing, and he had time to get bored again. Kurt had just watched, for the 3rd time, the dramatic footage of Jake's rescue in all its gritty, grainy glory on a video site. This one was destined to be a classic of its kind. He wondered if the news crews had come up from Denver yet. Honestly, Jake just didn't give himself credit for how fast he learned things, nor how well he applied them. Kurt shook his head slightly and decided to find his lunch, made by Jake's caring hands. He thought about all the things Jake could do with his hands.
Keep up this line of thought, old man, and you're going to have to whack off.
Would serve him right, too, after what he'd put Jake through last summer. While munching the sandwich, he'd started flipping idly through the client lists, just to see how many names he recognized. Yeah, there, and that one sounded familiar. He leaned forward, forgetting to chew, when he spotted a name that he knew. Damn, he hadn't seen that one in a while. Not since he'd left from that very address on the climbing trip to Yosemite that had ended his friendship with the man's son, Benji. He still grieved that friendship, 2.5 years later, though so much had passed since then. He didn't remember Mr. Schaefer as much of a skier, though. Wonder what he was doing on the Zoomheim list. Kurt swallowed hard and pulled up the client history. A couple of lessons, one with Rudy, one with the man who no longer worked with Alpenschlüssel. Something booked for January, again with Rudy. Putting his thoughts aside as idle curiosity, Kurt finished his lunch and tried not to think about how much that climbing trip had changed his life. It had shaped some of his life's decisions, eventually bringing him and his lover to this ski town in the deep mountains. The phone rang, the 4th time since he'd been trapped in this office.
Alpenschlüssel Ski School, this is Kurt. How can I help you?
The voice on the other end was warm and cultured, making him think of pearls and silver teapots.
Hello, dear. I need to book a ski lesson for 1 intermediate. Who's teaching this year?
Oh, good. Questions he could answer without a hard sell.
Rudy, Ulf, Amber, and me. I'm Kurt. I'm new here this year.
She laughed, warm and throaty.
New? Oh, good. I adore new instructors. They so often have new techniques to teach, or something to learn. Tell me, dear Kurt, are you open the week of December 16th?
He clicked through to the calendar.
Yes, ma'am. I'm available from the 17th on.
It was comforting to have bookings so far out, he thought, because he felt a little more secure than with straight walk-in traffic for private ski lessons. Having a booking turned away this morning made him nervous, though he was salaried, not on commission.
Perfect. You'll be a little early Christmas present to myself then. Put me down for the 17th and the 18th. Zurberg. I want this to be a very nice present to myself. I deserve it.
She purred, making Kurt warm from his teaching being considered a very nice gift, though he'd never had anyone but Jake sound quite that enthusiastic about it before. She was on the list and booked a couple of lessons every year. He took her name, which he had seen in financial magazines, and her credit card information, before she asked,
How will I recognize you, dear boy?
I'm 5'10", blonde and blue eyes with a dimple, and an Alpenschlüssel pin on a red parka.
Good grief, was he supposed to send pictures? Post his face on the website? Did they have a website?
Ah, yes, that pin does convey quality, doesn't it?
She laughed deep in her throat.
So, how long is your gear, dear?
Huh? I mean, I use parabolic 170s for teaching.
He'd never had a student ask that.
Never mind, Rudy only hires the best. Ta-ta, dear. See you in December.
She hung up, leaving Kurt staring at the phone, dead in his hand. What was that all about? He'd been booking a ski lesson, and she'd behaved as if she'd purchased a great deal more than instruction. Why did the length of his skis matter? The client clearly knew the difference between Zurberg and Zumberg. Kurt rattled the words into the search window and discovered he knew a lot less German than he'd thought. Everything Rudy'd said during the interview took on a second, more sinister meaning now. Had he missed every double entendre in his innocence? Had Rudy's demand for some head been a sincere part of his interview? He thought back to what he'd said and despaired to know that he had said things that could be taken every bit as ambiguously. Rudy had asked Jake if he was all right with his job, managing to get a reference on Kurt's prowess at the same time. No, Jake would not be all right with this job, if it was what Kurt suspected it really was. He was not all right with this job, if he was expected to do more than teach. The way their new friends met every mention of his ski school last night meant he'd missed a critical difference between two similar-sounding words. This was unreal. He couldn't possibly have stumbled into what he feared, although the high salary and the problem with garlic breath niggled at him. Kurt put his hands over his eyes and rubbed, turning these horrible developments over and over in his mind. This couldn't be right. But just in case his worst fears were true, he was going to protect himself. You'd think he'd learn to come right out and ask the questions he needed answers to. He'd danced around the important things with Jake for far too long, and he hadn't questioned things about this job when he should have, blinded by the money. He'd ask Rudy tomorrow, and he'd take a good long look at that contract tonight. He needed to know what he'd agreed to, and if he could get out of it. He'd been too quick to assume that the contract would only protect him. In the meantime, he started copying lists, posting them into his blog as unpublished posts, because he could think of no better secure location for the files. He could be wrong, but if he wasn't, he'd never get another chance to get into the files unimpeded. He had to be wrong. He just had to be wrong. But Kurt had a grim feeling that this time, he'd figured it all out too late to do any good. Chapter 8. The weather cleared as the day went on, leaving the Colorado sky that unbelievable blue streaked with clouds, though another storm was forecast. Improving conditions lured more skiers out, and I even saw Mrs. Underwood and Ulf doing a run with Todd and Gracie, who'd been out since early morning. What kind of mother did that to her children? In better weather, I'd understand it, but I thought this morning's weather was too rugged for little kids, though Julie had had two others beside these. Either Colorado kids were tough little guys, or Mom and Dad weren't going to let anything spoil their vacation. No more news crews found me, and I hoped that no more would seek me after the two stations aired their interviews. Then I could stop skulking around, though it would mean getting back down with Egon, who needed a good punch in the snoot. I debated clobbering him before or after He explained exactly what the deal about Alpenschlüssel was, because obviously neither Kurt nor I understood it. Kurt was pensive when I got home, distracted. He barely reacted when I told him about being stalked by cameras, though he did turn on the television to catch the news. Silent when I suggested I'd make dinner, he excused himself to take a shower, while I wondered what was going on. If it was left over from last night, it was hanging on a long time. Kurt didn't usually prolong his brooding. He came back out in sweatpants and a t-shirt, hair wet and curling at the ends, face still glum.
Jake,
He said,
I think I've made a horrible mistake.
"Come here, Kurt," I said, patting the couch next to me. "We'll figure it out." He sat, but not close enough to me for my liking. I tried to pull him closer, but he sat like a stone.
You might not want to cuddle me after you hear.
"That's bull. Get over here." I got one hand hooked around his shoulder and pulled him against me, where he finally softened enough to put his arm over my stomach. "So tell me."
It's the job. It's why everyone snickers. I'm an idiot.
"If you are, you're my idiot." I kissed the top of his head. I wasn't worried about him being an idiot. He was the most capable guy I knew.
Maybe not for long.
He mumbled into my chest, making me squeeze more tightly. "No, that really is bull. You are mine." I wanted to say, "I love you," but I didn't want it to mean don't be upset.
Jake, you might not want me after finding out how stupid I've been.
What? Kurt, this is the first truly stupid thing you've said. I want you. He resisted at first when I tried to tip his head up for a kiss, but relented and let me find his mouth. Crushing his lips to mine at first, then softening to gentle nibbles made me realize how much I wanted him. He kissed me back with desperation. His vulnerability aroused me, and the gentle nibbles turned again into fierceness. "I want you."
I hope you always do, but Jake, this is important.
He wasn't letting me pull him over on top of me, which brought my mind a little bit away from sex.
You were right. I should have read that contract carefully. It's going to be a bitch to get out of,
he said miserably. "A bad business decision isn't going to change my mind," I said.
And I should have asked why the pay was so much higher than the market.
"Because it's all private lessons and you're the best." I tried to kiss him again, but he moved. I had to shift my erection inside my jeans. I was still aroused, and listening was hard.
It's private, all right. My student that first day had a Zoomberg package. That's to the mountain. But there are 2 other levels. I've been grumpy about not getting those clients, but it's a good thing I didn't.
He sat up and put his elbows on his knees, looking at the floor before he looked at me.
Jake, the Zoomheim package, I think, means the instructor goes to the client's condo or hotel. It means to the home. And the Zerberg, it's to the castle. And we can only book 1 a day, and it costs twice as much as the Zoomberg. I should have twigged sooner, but I learned my German on the fly and didn't figure out it wasn't all mountain until it slapped me in the face.
I thought of the cabin back of the cornice that Mark and Marty had mentioned. A lot of traffic there lately, they'd said, and the knowing looks they'd exchanged suddenly made sense. A flash of Kurt and the client skiing out to the cabin twisted my gut with jealousy. My imagination made the client someone older and richer than me, and put a purchased smile on Kurt's face. "I think I know where the castle is, and you aren't going out there with anyone. You're mine." I yanked him savagely into my arms and sought his mouth fiercely. "Mine," I said into the kiss, then pushed my tongue against his. His arms were like steel bands around my chest, bands that should never be released.
I don't want to, you know that. So I'm quitting right now.
He kissed me back just as hard.
But I've been stupid.
"You're my stupid." His t-shirt ripped as I hauled it off him. "Mine, idiot or not." Oh, he was an idiot, but we'd get him out of this somehow. How exactly was going to have to wait, because I was so frantic at the thought of other people touching him, paying to touch him. I couldn't think of more than touching him myself, covering him, leaving no bit of skin unprotected. My t-shirt went, and then I flipped Kurt to his back on the couch, the better to haul his sweats down off his beautiful ass that no one else could touch. Grabbing his rounded cheeks, we'd keep other hands away. I'd be there first, I thought wildly, as I bit and licked the inside of his thigh. Maybe a bit too hard in my frenzy. He yelped, but then lifted his leg so I could reach better. And this time, he moaned as I swooped around his hips, grabbing hard to hold him near. Mine. He couldn't think I'd reject him for making a bad decision. I'd make love to him strongly enough to convince him. He had to know I wouldn't turn him away for this. My jeans came down. I could barely stand to take my hands away from him long enough for stripping. But I was naked now and threw myself on top of him. He was warm and welcoming. Once again, his arms were tight around my chest, and he shifted his hips under me. His erection pressed against my own. Good. I would touch him there, no one else. He wanted me there as badly as I wanted to feel him, and my mouth was savage on his. You're mine, I gritted into his ear, turning him enough to lick the edge of the shell, knowing he loved that and that no one should do it but me. I had to touch all of him, every part. My touch would protect him, shield him, arouse him. He started to kiss me back, up and down my neck, with the fierceness of teeth behind the kisses, devouring me as I devoured him. Ears, neck, shoulders. We struggled to mouth each other as I lay over him. Suddenly, I needed to feel the reality of Kurt with my hands. I slid to my knees beside the couch, though I lay over his chest, mouth never stopping. I used a hand to touch his hard cock. I'd stroke him, pleasure him, and strike away any other hands that dared reach. He was throbbing against my palm. The little veins pulsed against my fingertips when I measured his arousal with fingers and thumb, knowing this was for me. Mine, I growled again, stroking slowly, firmly, possessively. Kurt groaned his pleasure under my mouth, but so frenzied was my need that I couldn't do one thing for long. I stroked him and then had to cup his balls, being careful not to crush, but needing to feel how he responded to my touch. He clutched me tightly, mouth to mine, tongue dancing against mine. From his balls, I had to slide my hand behind his thigh, gripping the strong muscles, feeling their play under the skin, and then back to his ass, gripping one cheek and then sliding into his crack with the flat of my hand. Mine. I had his thigh again, for leverage to pull myself away from his mouth, his warm mouth that I couldn't leave unguarded while I traveled down the hard planes of his chest and stomach. So I slipped a finger between his lips, feeling how he swirled warmth as he sucked. I cried out before I reached his cock, having marked his skin with my saliva, and now I took him in my mouth, where none but he could go. Hard and thick, throbbing, his cock filled my mouth as I worked over him, trying to take in his every inch, though 7 usually defeated me. Tonight I was wild, desperate, and saying mine once again opened my throat to engulf him to the base. I needed him safe within me, and I could take him to the base. It was enough that he was wet to the hilt. I let his cock slide out and then licked the head around for claiming. Again he filled my mouth, stopping my words by thrusting to meet my tongue, entering me for joy if not refuge, and he was marked by the wetness of my mouth. I wanted to fuck him. I was between his legs in a flash, ready to penetrate his ass, but frenzy seized me again. I hadn't claimed enough of him with my mouth, nor had Kurt had anywhere near enough preparation to cope with my cock. Mine, I insisted, as I came down again to kiss him, to plaster my whole body against his, to bite gently against his neck, and then I was on my knees again, his heels on my shoulders, and it wasn't enough. I lifted his hips with a tug to raise his ass into the air and let his knees come down against his shoulders, letting me see, touch, and lick all that he had. His face was a wonder as I pulled his balls into my mouth one at a time, but still I could do nothing for long. My tongue traveled across the plane of his taint to the crevice only I could explore. Mine, I roared, and plunged my face there to slide my tongue across his hole, claiming him for mine, mine. This was new, this claiming. I'd wondered about it but never ventured. Now, Kurt's ass was mine, mapped with saliva and traced with tongue. I held his waist tightly, lapping him, stroking him, making him understand that he was taken, mine. He cried out for my touches, but now his moans were full-throated and guttural. Nearly upside down as he was, he sagged against my chest, and only my arms around his hips kept him balanced on his shoulders, letting me devote full attention to exploring him, learning his ridges and opening. He blossomed under my tongue. The tight muscle relaxed with my probing and licking. This I would do for a long time, to make him ready to accept what we both knew could hurt him if I was careless. I would not be careless with this man who was mine. I would pleasure him, treasure him, protect him even from myself. I'd hesitated to fuck him when we were new together, because I wasn't sure my thick 8 inches would fit. But he'd shown me how, and we never hesitated again. Now, I would prepare him with licks and kisses to take me inside. My frantic need to see his face made me lift my head. He raised his hands to me, and I pulled him upright to crush him to my chest before taking his face in both hands to look deeply into his eyes. Did he understand that he was mine, that nothing he'd done could change that? I gazed into Kurt's blue eyes, heavy-lidded with the pleasure I'd given him, and he smiled. His dimple showed he understood. So with fierce tenderness, I kissed that dimple, flicking my tongue briefly into the sweet hollow that only showed when he was happy. I pulled him to my chest again before want made me push him backward. His hard cock needed reclaiming. I knelt again to bob my head over his groin, taking his cock into my mouth as deeply as I could. Not as deeply as before, but deeply, repeatedly, enough to make him moan. I tasted his salty, musky skin as long as I could before the greater need took me. He had to be wet again. I needed to make my final claim upon him. Kurt helped me flip his butt toward my face once more, showing me his sweet ass slicked with my spit but needing more. Mine, I reminded him, before swirling my tongue across his tender pucker, poking the wet where he'd need it in seconds. Kurt needed it now, because I'd let his butt down again and was ready to push inside him. The head of my cock, so hard it damned near hurt, touched the wet at his ass, before I shifted my hips in my only careful move of the night. The first joining took all my care, and then I could only buck against him, thrusting into his hot ass with strokes that grew longer, harder, and wilder. Bracing one foot on the floor let me stay upright, to look down into his face as I fucked him, to see how his face reflected his pleasure at being taken. Kurt's lips were parted as he panted, his gaze on my face as I thrust. Mine, I said again, feeling the climax building, threatening to sweep me away. Unstoppable as an avalanche, my orgasm pulsed through me, rolling down into Kurt, who dug his hands harder into the cushions. I slammed into him one last time. Mine, I whispered now. My hand closed over Kurt's cock. He'd spent himself only for me. I knew how to touch him. I'd learned what he liked and gave it to him now as I clasped him, stroked him, claimed him. My cock was still inside him as I rolled soft skin over hard shaft, bringing him closer to climax with every move. He went over the edge, thick white cum spurting from him as he called my name, the only word he'd said since I'd first claimed him as my own. Exhausted, physically and emotionally, I lay down against him again, not caring about the spatters. Kurt held me against his chest, his lips to my hair and his hands softly stroking my back, returning me to rationality. Mine, I muttered, my heart aching that he'd said nothing so far. I could feel his lips moving with the one word that could comfort me. Yours. Chapter 9. We woke the next morning clutched in each other's arms, having barely moved from how we'd fallen asleep. The bed was one of the best things about a town life. Sleeping entwined hadn't been possible in our camp cots, and the deer mice that inevitably found their way into the cabin had chewed holes in the air mattress faster than we could patch them. If we snuggled, it was outside on the ground, usually near the lake. The lake was frozen over by now, but the bed, with the new burgundy striped sheets, slept on by nobody but us, was warm and comfortable. We'd come back to bed for another round of sex last night after treating ourselves to a celebratory meal. Rudy had no more say over what Kurt did or didn't eat. Defiantly, we'd gone out and devoured a garlic chicken pizza with extra sauce, and if he'd answered the phone, Kurt could have told him so. Take that, all would-be Zerberg clients. I moved my head just enough to be able to kiss the tip of Kurt's nose. One blue eye opened to look up at me, making me smile. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
He rolled to his back, pulling me against his side.
It's going to be a better morning in just a bit because I'm going to call Rudy and tell him I quit.
I'd looked at the contract finally and was worried about that. Did you look at the severance clause?
What about it? You can't make me prostitute myself, Jake. Contract or no, that's illegal.
Yeah, but that contract doesn't specify what exactly your duties are, and he can sue for expected revenues for the remainder of the season. I had thought about that before falling asleep. The rates for the base lesson times the number of days you'd reasonably teach is more than double what you'd make teaching at a regular school. There's got to be a way out that doesn't cripple us financially for a couple of years.
You said us. Jake, this isn't your problem.
His hand was warm on my arm. After I convince you you're not an idiot, you say something idiotic like that. Your problems are my problems. I wove a leg between his. But I don't see this going to court. Besides, can you just imagine how that would sound? I used a sonorous, pompous tone for the lawyer's voice and my own for Kurt's words. Mr. Carlson, before you attempted to quit, had you been instructed to do anything other than teach skiing? No, but I'd figured that I would soon. Based on what evidence? The word on the mountain was that the school was a front and the clients were too friendly. Oh, really? Based on rumors and a few fluttering eyelashes, you are attempting to deprive Rudolf Gernsbach of revenues he could expect from the legitimate operations of a ski school? Then the judge says, pay up. Nope, that won't work. Even if it might take a while to play out.
I don't see it going to court either. Not the least because I'm judgment-proof. What can they take away from me? Some sporting equipment? My biggest asset isn't something they can turn into cash.
He kissed my forehead softly. No, but if Rudy thinks that your biggest asset is that ass you're setting on, do you really believe he'll try to keep you to the contract by legal means? This whole thing is outside the law to begin with.
Well, now, that is true. And what's the worst thing he can get?
Kurt chuckled wickedly.
Too much publicity, that's what. Ask me what I stole yesterday.
I sat up abruptly. Kurt, what did you steal yesterday? He laced his fingers behind his head and grinned.
I have the entire client base for every sort of lesson sold in the last 3 years, plus this season's bookings, parked in a nice, safe place where he'll never find them. Lot of recognizable names.
Whoa, that will twist his tail. But even if you make it public, he'll just say, these fine people ski better now than they did before they came to us, and that is all. I had to admire the beauty of the setup, hiding right in plain sight.
But will these fine people ever return to Alpenschlüssel? The ski and sex packages aren't offered to just anyone. Amber told me that.
He looked puzzled for a moment.
I guess there has to be a referral system or no one would ever book Zoomheim or Zerberg to start with.
I lay back beside him, leaning on one elbow. That would cut the heart out of his future earnings for sure. For that matter, Kurt, why did Rudy hire you? Why did he think you'd go along with this?
I don't know, Jake. Everything he said could be taken two ways, and I didn't make it better with some of my answers because he ticked me off, and I got kind of smart-mouthed.
He looked chagrined. Great. What did you say? Kurt could say some outrageous things.
He asked if I gave good head, and I shot back that I gave better Salomon, like we were talking about brands of equipment. It seemed witty at the time, and he liked it, but I thought he just figured I'd entertain the students.
That's exactly what he thought, Kurt.
Yeah.
He pulled his mouth to one side, thinking.
He did make it plain that he expected some, but I thought it was one of those make the sap compete for the job things an asshole boss would do, because there'd be some who'd do it, just to get hired. I told him no and made it stick, and you saw what happened next. You were there.
I remembered. Yeah, the happy man probably convinced him you were good at it and willing. Kurt lifted up to kiss me.
I am willing, but only for my happy man. We'll both be happier once I tell Rudy I'm quitting.
I rolled on top of him, clutching him tightly. I would be a lot happier once he was free of the ski school. He broke off the kiss with,
Crap. I'm booked for a lesson today. I've got to get down there and head it off. Jake, I know it's your day off. Where are you going to be? I'll find you, and we'll have a great day together, okay?
He rolled me off him and was into the shower. You could just teach it, earn the bucks if it's a regular lesson. I stuck my head into the bathroom to talk to him and ogle him in the shower as a bonus. The man was gorgeous, covered with soap suds.
It's not. Amber said zoom heim, and I'm not going to her hotel or whatever.
My heart leaped to hear that. Do you want me to go with you? I slipped into the shower with him, a tight fit, but rubbing against him was the nicest way to get clean.
I should be good alone. What I do want you to do is get into my unpublished blog posts and look at the names, see what you think. It isn't like anybody's being mistreated, and Rudy sure didn't pick Ulf, Amber, or me up at the bus station to exploit. I'll leave you the password.
One last kiss and he was out of the shower for a quick stop at the sink, where it was a miracle he didn't slice his chin off. I reached for the shampoo and was still in the shower when he poked his head back in to say a quick goodbye. It was all going to get better. Kurt could find another job quickly, and if he couldn't, well, we didn't have to stay in Wapiti Creek. Anywhere would be good with me. I lathered up, thinking back to last night. I'd been so desperate, and he'd been so pliable. Yours, he'd declared himself to me. And we'd been so intimate. Condoms were a fact of our sex life, but we hadn't used them last night. And I'd never licked him between the cheeks before. He'd done it only once, briefly, to me. I'd made him stop, afraid I'd disgust him, but I hadn't even thought about that as I'd tongued him. Wild to claim him. Considering that made my cock stand up, begging to be stroked. Touching myself and thinking about Kurt was nothing new, just nothing I'd had to do lately. Before the big fire, I'd jacked off 2 and 3 times a day, yearning for him, not knowing he yearned for me. Now I only had to reach for him. Waiting until he got back wasn't an option. I remembered too well how he looked lying on the couch with one leg wrapped around me and the other foot resting on my shoulder, hands dug into the cushions. Remembering how it felt to have my cock buried in his ass, I stroked myself until I came, spurting cum the way I'd spurted into him last night. I had to shake myself before I could turn off the water and find a towel. The password wasn't strong enough. I laughed and switched the caps around until it read I8JAKE instead, which I scribbled under his old password. Then I stopped laughing as I read the names on the lists. Some were recognizable names, political, financial, and entertainment, but others I had to search the web for, and I gulped. More power probably rested with those people, and not a one would appreciate having their name associated with scandal. Rudy might fight harder to protect himself than I thought. Retribution could come from other quarters. We'd have to do something to defend ourselves. Kurt's blogging software had a delay feature on it. Posts could be published on prearranged dates. He had a post set up, written 2 days ago, set to publish on Thanksgiving. That made me warm inside as he talked about finding someone, though he spoke in general terms. Thinking about that, I checked his stats. Enough people followed his adventures as a skier, ranger, and outdoorsman that this news could spread fairly fast. If he published the lists of the Zerberg and Zumheim clients, word would get around. The number of followers made me whistle and revise my estimate of how fast Alpenschlüssel would hit the major news arteries. A lot of people read his words. Rudy needed to do the reasonable thing and turn his unwilling employee loose. I hoped for everyone's sake that Rudy would do just that. The phone rang.
Hey, Jake, I have good news and bad news.
That twisted me up inside.
The good news is that my client decided that she dared not have a Zumheim lesson since her husband decided to get up here a day earlier than planned. So I have a pair of students who will do a 2-hour lesson of nothing but skiing, and any screwing around this afternoon will be strictly between them.
That doesn't sound like the good news we wanted, though. You're still teaching for Alpenschlüssel. I sat down on the green couch where Kurt had lain last night.
That's the bad news. I can't find Rudy. He's out with a client and his phone is turned off. Amber just looked at me like I was ripping up lottery tickets, and Ulf, well, I'm not going to discuss it with him.
That sounded like a bad idea all the way around.
Why don't you and I go skiing before I have to meet the walkers?
Sounds good. The few runs we'd gotten in on my lunch hours only whetted my appetite for more. Of course, the ski lesson I'd gotten in the kitchen had the same effect.
I'll be right home.
I could hear the smile in his voice as he promised. It matched the one on my face. Chapter 10. The snow was incredible, groomed to a perfection that I now recognized as skill. The storm had dropped another 14 inches over what we'd gotten earlier in the week, making base out of what the snowcats had packed down during the storm and leaving the last few inches that fell as powder. My abilities were sufficient to deal with top powder, but not more. If Kurt wanted to play in the champagne powder that lay 2 feet deep in the upper bowls, he'd have to do it alone or with another partner. Mark, Marty, or Kim could have joined him, I suppose, but I'd already waved at Kim, who was patrolling down the blue slope adjacent to the chairlift, alert to trouble. After the storm, I supposed Mark and Marty were doing tests and whatever else they did with fresh snow.
Come on, Jake, time for some green slopes,
Kurt said, inviting me to follow him to a different chairlift.
You did everything perfectly on the bunny slope. You're getting used to the feeling of speed, and it's time to stretch a little. Let's go up the mountain a little higher.
I was feeling a lot more confident now. 3 runs on the bunny slope and only 1 fall. I was shifting my weight on the skis exactly the way Kurt had coached me in the kitchen. That teaching technique would be a big hit with the Alpenschlüssel clientele, though they'd never get to benefit from it. Every time we'd gotten back to the lift line, Kurt had tried calling Rudy again, leaving messages that started as, "I need to talk to you," and ratcheted up to, "I won't be back tomorrow." I wouldn't have to get on the lift under Egon's supervision either. He'd made a big point of slowing the lift for us to load, like we did for the smallest skiers, until I growled at him. Then he'd inquired if I was getting my money's worth, nodding at Kurt, who still had the school pin on his red parka. On the last trip up the lift, I managed to clip Egon's shin with my ski, suggesting he wuss out back to the control hut before any little kids hurt him.
Egon Bachov. Sounds familiar.
Kurt mused halfway up the hill after that last altercation.
There was a Bachov on the Bulgarian ski team for a while in the 80s who did fairly well on the World Cup circuit. But this guy's too young. Might be family.
Might be a common name, too, I said, wondering why Kurt would know obscure stats from so long ago.
Maybe,
Kurt agreed, with a faraway look.
Have to check. Anyway, unload to the left and then do shallow turns until we hit the base.
Once there, he directed me without discussion to another lift that would take us to different terrain. This was more like skiing as I'd imagined it. The first trail we tried wasn't much steeper than the bunny slope, and the scenery was better. A wide swath between the evergreens made the feeling of mountain more complete. I got all the way down without a hitch, earning the same kind of approval that I'd gotten for my first bullseye on the archery range.
That deserves a kiss,
Kurt said softly as we skied toward the lift line.
payable tonight.
The interest rate is exorbitant on kisses left for hours, I replied, equally softly, though we weren't near the lift lines yet. Might involve taking your clothes off.
Do this next run well, and I might have to take your clothes off to place it.
Then Kurt laughed as I fell over trying to stop. Oh, there was going to be some wild kissing tonight. Kurt had taken me down a different easy run that had a steep pitch in it that probably could have earned the run a blue designation if it wasn't easy to avoid, which I didn't. I took that run on the steepest possible angle, though I did lapse into a snowplow once.
Good,
He cheered me. I'd gotten to the bottom without falling.
Let's do one more green run, and then I know a blue one you should try.
This was the most relaxed and happy I'd been since we'd come to Wapiti Creek. Basking in Kurt's approval, doing something that was getting to be more fun and less hard work, knowing that our worries were going away, all served to make me next thing to giddy. After that third green run, I was ready to kiss him right there in front of the world when someone called his name.
Carlson? Kurt Carlson, is that really you?
A big 30-ish man swung up in a spray of snow, a huge grin splitting his face. By big, I mean he stood at least 2 inches taller than my 6 feet and had to outweigh me by 20 pounds. Maybe a lot more if he was as solid as he looked. He was fit, muscular, and he'd managed to sweep Kurt nearly off his feet in a bear hug.
Hey, Jory, put me down already.
Kurt thumped the newcomer's back.
Glad to. What the hell did you eat?
Jory let go of Kurt just before the steam started coming out of my ears. The garlic chicken pizza was worth every cent.
Hug repellent, but hey, it's good to see you. What are you doing here?
Kurt seemed genuinely glad to see this guy once he was free.
The team's following the snow around and they won't let us train at Beaver Creek. There's a race there in a couple weeks. Wapiti Creek has some good slopes for training, you know? A couple of runs are a lot like the Val d'Isere. Remember that?
He grinned as Kurt shook himself back into shape.
I ditched the team on the East Peak.
That's just you all over.
Kurt turned to me with answers at last.
Jake, meet my old pal, Jory Taylor.
Kurt introduced me to someone whom I'd only seen in magazines and on the television, flying down mountains faster than anyone else.
So, Kurt, what are you doing here? Come into some bucks?
He grinned.
You're looking good.
It's all that fresh air. I'm teaching here.
Kurt grinned back, but there was an element of strain there.
All right. Is he good?
He asked me, eyes dancing. The best, I replied firmly. The guy might be a legend walking, but I didn't like the way he was making Kurt uncomfortable. They chatted, catching up with each other as Kurt loosened up. He seemed genuinely glad to hear of his old friend's successes, letting him do most of the talking. They sounded like they knew each other from way back, making me wonder what else I didn't know about Kurt. It wasn't that he was secretive. It was just that he lived so much in the moment that a past was almost hard to imagine.
So, you guys headed up to the West Peak?
Jory asked, and Kurt shook his head.
Damn, I thought we could come down Dynamite Alley. It's a lot like the course at Alta. Remember that?
How could I forget?
Kurt asked wryly.
It was the first opportunity Jory had to kick my butt down a mountain.
He explained to me.
He was thorough.
They'd competed? I took another look at my lover, seeing a part of his life I hadn't shared, couldn't hope to share.
It was the first time we'd raced in the same class,
Jory added.
You did some butt kicking too. I just kicked a few more of them.
Always do, always have. Unless you smear your own butt across the mountain. Finished any more downhills on one ski lately?
Kurt teased him, apparently not bearing any rancor for the defeat.
Nah, never did get that other ski back,
Jory reminisced.
So maybe change your mind and do Dynamite Alley with me? Both of you?
He turned to me, forcing me to admit that I had no business on that piste at all. I'm not up to the Black Diamonds yet. Probably I'd never get an invitation to ski with an Olympic champion again, but damned if I was going to ask him to do an intermediate run instead.
That's for next week. Give him a break. Jake just started skiing,
Kurt said easily. Jory turned to me.
Hey, I'm not cutting into lesson time, am I? Because I really want to take Kurt down that hill like old times.
It's fine with me, I told Kurt. I'll watch if the run is visible from somewhere I can get to.
If you come down Sugar Gulch to about even with Tower 3, you can see Dynamite Alley. In fact, you can be the starter and the judge. Get off at the top of the Lower Scott, and we'll take the next lift up while you're doing Sugar Gulch, Kurt told me. We should end up at the top about the right time.
You're going to race? I asked, knowing that one of them had been skiing the bunny slope with me while the other had been training for World Cup events.
Of course.
Kurt elbowed his competition.
It's what we do.
Chapter 11. On the quad chairlift up, Jory bombarded Kurt with questions about his life since leaving the ski team. I listened quietly. No surprises there, though Jory couldn't seem to believe that Kurt was really content with a life that didn't include racing.
No kidding? You were a ranger for the last couple of summers? What did you do for excitement?
It was plenty exciting. You have no idea.
Kurt winked at me.
Death-defying experiences come in more forms than 80 miles per hour down a mountain.
Don't tell me you gave up your unicycle riding. What about the trampoline?
Jory rattled on.
Didn't drag any of that up to the mountains. I do a lot of archery and rock climbing, and skiing is more fun now than when it was a job.
Kurt was starting to sound a bit uncomfortable again.
Jory, I don't miss the endless training.
You can't say I didn't come up with fun ways to train, Kurt. Better than the coach's ways.
I began to suspect another round of new skills for Jake coming up. Just from the way Jory rattled Kurt's cage about the past.
The unicycle cost me a shot at the Olympics, Jory.
Kurt explained to me.
We did it for balance training, but I came off of one of those parking barriers and twisted an ankle before a qualifying race. So I had a sore ankle and a sore ass. The coach chewed my butt for what seemed like days.
That didn't sound like better to me.
Archery, Kurt? Archery? Where's the glory there?
Jory wanted to know.
I could kill you silently at 50 yards.
I was beginning to wish he would.
Remind me not to irritate you, man.
Too late. I was a pretty good shot now, come to think of it.
I can still cuss you out in 6 languages, Jory.
Now that sounded like a skill he'd need to teach me. We unloaded at the top of the Lower Scott lift. Kurt waved me on to Sugar Gulch, which was marked blue. I lifted an eyebrow and got a smile and a wink in return. Okay, I'd do it.
We'll wave at you when we're ready, Jake. Both arms down to start us. And you're the finish line, too. See you in a few minutes.
Kurt and Jory headed to the line at the Upper Scott, which was Gabe's lift. I hadn't seen him since the other night, but I could go days without seeing the other lift attendants. Sugar Gulch was fun. I allowed myself to pick up more speed. The turns weren't different, though I discovered I could shed just enough speed by turning frequently, if shallowly. One edge of my ski caught on something, which sent me tumbling, but I picked myself up and kept going, unseen by anyone other than a pair of teenage boys on snowboards, who hit the snow themselves not much farther down. It was almost too soon when I reached the wide spot where the runs converged. I looked up the steepest run, figuring that was Dynamite Alley, and in a few minutes, tiny figures at the top waved at me, Kurt in red and Jory in blue and white. Setting my skis into a reverse snowplow so I didn't skid backward down the hill, I held up both arms above my head. They crouched in a start position. I dropped my arms abruptly, and they began their hurtling descent. I kept forgetting to breathe, watching them throw themselves down the mountain. Kurt stayed near Jory as they turned only enough to stay on the fall line. If my efforts could have sped him, Kurt would have passed Jory. I urged him onward with each heartbeat. Still, The gap between them widened as they came toward me at impossible speeds. I counted seconds after Jory blew past me, marking 1 chimpanzee, 2 chimpanzee, until 4 primates had been totted off and Kurt sailed by. I turned to watch him stop, just in time to see Jory grab him again, thumping his back and laughing.
See, man, you still got it? Why ain't you still racing?
Kurt looked small, crushed against the big guy's chest, and not happy to be there.
I still have it, just that I don't have the desire for it, Jory.
Kurt smacked the side of his fist against the racer's arm.
Let go already.
His voice was muffled because half of his face was smashed into Jory's parka.
Okay, but man, you made me work for that.
Jory calmed down and let go.
You still ski like a cat thrown across an icy driveway,
Kurt told Jory, a wry grin on his face now that he wasn't being clutched.
A cat that's been thrown real fast, Kurt. Hey, I'm supposed to catch up with the rest of the team. Gotta go, but I'll tell everybody I saw you, okay?
Jory pulled back his sleeve to look at his watch and turned to ski away.
Yeah, and good luck in Beaver Creek and Kvitviel.
Kurt wished him well. One side of his mouth quirked.
So, want to go do Sugar Gulch again, or do you want to try Sundance?
He turned to me.
It's the intermediate slope I mentioned.
Is it harder than Sugar Gulch? I refused to drag Kurt any farther down from his ability level than I had to.
About the same, it's fun.
Let's do it. I was ready to try to match Jory's breakneck journey down the mountain. On the chairlift ride up the hill, I asked, "When did you race?"
Jake, it was a long time ago. It's done.
He tipped his head back and closed his eyes. But you were only about 4 seconds behind Jory. He looked so fast as he'd come down Dynamite Alley.
Jake, listen carefully, okay?
He took his sunglasses off to look me full on now.
I have always been 4 seconds behind Jory. 4 seconds is what separates first place from last place in a World Cup race. Sometimes 6 seconds, if it's a really long course, which Dynamite Alley is not. I didn't make the Olympic team on my one and only shot. I wasn't on the American team ever again after that. There were too many guys that were just that tiny bit better. I'm good, I know that. But I'm just not quite that good.
He looked straight ahead again after he stopped talking, and his eyes glittered, which might have been from the wind. He put the glasses back on, but I'd seen.
The skiing paid for college and it keeps me fed in the winter. But I'm not going to race at that level again.
But I'd just seen him chase a champion down the hill, untrained, and stay in range. What could he do if he worked at it?
Jake, you saw one old friend beating, but not humiliating another. Do you really think he was skiing full out?
I shrugged. Looked like it to me. He said so. He has a reputation for never holding back. I'd read the article at the Alpenschlüssel office just a few days ago.
He does. And for a couple of years, my nickname was Jory's Shadow. Trust me, he wasn't going as fast as he could. I was. I never finished higher than 23rd. You can look it up. He just keeps getting better.
Kurt's voice grew smaller with each word. You're number one with me, Kurt. I lay my hand on his thigh, mindful that we had only 2 more towers to reach the top of the lift.
Thanks, Jake.
He gave me a small smile as he put his hand over mine.
I like the life I have with you.
At the top of Sundance, Kurt stopped to warn me.
We aren't racing here. Take it easy.
This run looked steeper than Sugar Gulch, at least the part I could see before it curved away into the trees. Still, I wanted to take it at a level that would be at least entertaining for Kurt. Jory had reminded him of Glory's past, but I needed to keep him happy in the now. Even so, there was a question that burned in my mind that I couldn't leave any longer. You said they called you Jory's Shadow. He nodded. Were you and Jory... Kurt looked perplexed, and then he laughed.
Oh, hell no. He likes the girls. And I.
He pulled me over for a kiss, and he didn't even look around first.
Like you.
I fell 3 times coming down Sundance, and it didn't matter. Chapter 12.
You're doing great, Jake.
Kurt told me. We swung past the lift line at the lower Scott quad chair.
I need to head down to the bunny lift to meet the walkers. I hope they ski at more or less the same level. It's an easier lesson that way. See you at home.
We headed down a green run toward the bunny slope without turning to shed speed. I'd been working on trusting myself to stay upright as I picked up velocity. I could see why both Kurt and Jory enjoyed the racing. This was fun. I planned to ski on my own for a while longer and then go find some lunch. Of course, once I was at the bottom of the bunny lift, I had to watch Kurt ski over to a couple of strangers, one of whom had planned to screw him. I gave her a sour look and him a grateful one for coming up early and interfering with her plans. Kurt greeted his students, suggesting that they do a bunny run so he could see their turns. I decided to start from the top of the bunny hill. Then I could get back over to the quad chair and make another couple of runs down Sundance. That was before my girlfriend spotted me.
Jake, Jake, Jake!
Squealed Gracie, running the words together in her excitement.
This is my daddy. We're skiing together.
The 5-year-old girl bounced up and down as she pulled into the roped-off corridor for the lift line behind me. Daddy Underwood was right behind her, a tall, imposing figure, craggy and gray enough to be her grandfather instead. Mama Melanie and Todd followed in his wake, though Todd pushed past to high-five me.
Understand I owe you a debt of gratitude, young man,
Mr. Underwood said, holding out his hand. Glad to do it, sir, I replied. No debt. I had to take my hand back to pry his daughter off my wrist. Let go, Gracie. I'd been manhandled less by amorous adults whose intentions were direct and immediate.
Let go, Gracie,
echoed Melanie, who didn't seem so imperious in her husband's company.
Jake should come skiing with us,
Gracie suggested, and Todd echoed her, tugging at my jacket.
I'm sure Jake has other plans, children,
Melanie said with a horror I hadn't earned. We all shuffled a few ski links toward the loading zone. I did have other plans, but Gracie yanked at my hand.
Please,
she begged.
You're skiing anyway, right?
It is my day off, I admitted.
Actually, Jake, I'd appreciate it if you would escort the kids while my wife and I hit the higher slopes. I'd like to see what all these ski lessons have done for her form,
Mr. Underwood said with an air of certainty that I would agree. I did know who he was. He was the man who signed my paycheck. Okay. What time would you like them back? There went my afternoon.
You're back on the clock until 4:30 then,
he said kindly, taking a little of the sting out of it.
And we'll arrange for some comp time tomorrow. Will that suit you?
We trudged up to the loading zone, which allowed Egon to overhear it. He glowered at me, though he said nothing as Gracie and I slid to the loading zone. Gracie told me everything about her day with Daddy, relieving me of the need to say anything at all, though I thought about how disappointed he might be in Melanie's newly acquired skills. Maybe Ulf had taken the precaution of teaching her something in the upright and clothed position. I had the germ of an idea at the top of the hill. There was another way to pry Kurt out of Rudy's clutches. Surely James Underwood wouldn't countenance Alpenschlüssel's less savory operations if he knew. He was arguing with Melanie as they came up the hill.
Hun, he's passed the background checks.
I hadn't known about that.
He's reliable and the kids like him. They'll be fine.
She started to protest further, but the chair dropped the 3 of them at the unloading station, where Cynthia did a double take at 3 in a chair. The boss makes his own rules.
Hold up, kids.
Todd and his father swung out of the chair, both skiing expertly toward us.
Jake, you 3 will want lunch, and the kids should have some hot chocolate mid-afternoon. This?
He pulled a card out of his pocket.
We'll let them put your food on my tab. You guys have a good time.
He turned toward his wife, who was waiting at the side looking very unhappy.
Oh, and Todd,
He turned back for a moment.
No black diamonds.
Great. He had just told a 5-year-old to stay off the expert runs. Not even with the blue squares? Todd wheedled.
Not even. You too, Gracie.
He smiled.
By the end of the season, maybe, but not today. Have fun.
The Underwoods swung down the hill, leaving me with 2 kids. How exactly had that happened again? Where first, guys? I'd done okay with Kurt, so I was not about to let 5-year-olds, not even the sort who had to be warned off the expert slopes, out-ski me. Over that way, and we are going to ski all the runs that have a B in the name, Gracie announced. I know how to write B's. Okay. All the greens and blues that have a B. They started down the hill, and I watched the kids go hell for leather down the slope. Long skis go faster. I caught up. But black has a B. Todd tried to convince me in the lift line. The kids had come down the bunny slope using parallel turns, not the snowplow turns Julie had been teaching. Black has a diamond, too. Dad said no. I found myself calling him Dad like he was my own father. Todd looked mischievous. He won't know if you don't tell him. I'll know. I used my best parental look, which probably was a total flop. We do greens and blues. Maybe not. Todd just nodded acquiescence. On the way up the hill on the quad chair, I asked about the turns. Oh, we did pizza turns when we were little. I don't know why Miss Julie made us do those, except that the other kids didn't know anything at all about skiing. Gracie was snuggled up to me. You don't do pizza turns either. Well, no. Kurt had coached me out of those earlier in the week, in the kitchen. Melanie must have plopped the kids in any old class available, just so she could run off with Ulf. I felt sorry for them. The kids and I chased each other down 4 runs with a B. By the time 4:30 rolled around, we'd cleared the M's as well, and we'd had a blast. My turns got faster and more accurate. My speed was probably twice what it had been that morning, and I'd fallen only once since lunch. I felt damned near ready to take on Jory Taylor myself.
Chapter 13. It was a hell of a come-down to go from chasing an old teammate with a chest full of Olympic and World Cup medals down a racing slope to coaxing a novice into using a proper parallel turn instead of the obsolete stem Christie turn he'd been doing since before the instructor had been born. Kurt pushed the thought away and encouraged Mr. Walker to keep his feet parallel and to bend his knees. Mrs. Walker didn't need encouragement. She was acting almost as if the arrival of her husband hadn't spiked her plans for a Zoomheim lesson, as if Kurt wanted to touch her under any circumstances. Horrible old bag with her eyebrows in the plastic surgery/surprised position and scrawny legs where she must have been over liposuctioned. No way. Vanuatu would have to wait for a winning lottery ticket. Jake would appreciate that a whole lot more than he'd appreciate getting there on Alpenschlüssel paychecks. Of course, looking at Mr. Walker, Kurt understood why Mrs. Walker would fork over the buck taters to get her mitts on him. He shivered, but not from the cold. Both students had many layers of clothes on, for which Kurt was intensely grateful. He'd also figured out fast to load the quad chair so that Mr. Walker was in the middle, after one ride where the old bat had slipped her hand under his butt about halfway up the hill. Her husband's attention was all over the mountain, which she considered a prime opportunity for groping Kurt. Look over there, Mr. Walker. He'd pointed out a half-dozen figures in blue and white parkas working on technique through slalom gates. That's the U.S. ski team. They're getting ready for the World Cup race in Norway next week. With his arm in front of the man and attention diverted, Kurt had been able to yank her hand out from under him, using a painfully tight grip on her forearm. At least, he hoped it was painful. Too many layers of clothing might have saved her from his anger. Where in Norway, Kurt? She'd gasped once he let go. Zoomheim? They don't race in Zoomheim anymore, ma'am, he'd told her with a steely glare. He did not appreciate the reminder that she had originally booked him with the expectations of sex. They'll be in Kvitfjell.
When did they stop racing in Zumheim?
Mr. Walker asked, as if he had a clue.
Back in 1985,
Kurt said nastily, and made sure she had no further opportunities to grope him. Taking them down blue runs at the limits of their skills was his revenge. Mrs. Walker had to concentrate on what she was doing or risk going ass over tea kettle. Kurt bade them wait and watch while he demonstrated the technique again and came to a halt 100 yards down slope to watch the mess they'd make trying to reach him. To his great surprise, Jake came pounding by with the hounds of hell after him. No, those were really small children. They just skied like the hounds of hell. They were definitely after him. He'd pulled up at a fork in the trail, and they'd stopped to confer. What the hell?
Wait up, Jake,
Kurt yelled downhill, and then,
meet me at the fork,
uphill, and he took off in a skating start to reach the trio below. The Walkers would probably revert to turning with stem Christies from anxiety over being left for a quarter mile, but he'd sort them out. That was twice today at race pace. Kurt pulled up just downhill from Jake and the kids. They were starting to ski away to the right as he got there and said,
"Hey,"
no doubt because Jake hadn't heard him from so far away. He'd never get tired of the welcome in his lover's face, he thought, as Jake stopped again and said, "Hey, Kurt, where did you come from?"
"You have to pay attention to the other skiers, Jake. You blew by me up there. You looked great."
Jake's smile got even wider.
"Teaching the small fry how to do it?"
Jake laughed. "I'm staying one step ahead of them. Kurt, meet Gracie and Todd. We met on the ski lift the other day." The man had a real talent for understatement, Kurt thought, and he demonstrated it once again by saying, "Kids, this is Kurt. He's my best friend." That was enough for the kids to know.
Does that mean you're going to leave us and go ski with him?
Gracie asked, twisting her mittened hands together. Todd's eyes grew huge at the suggestion. "No, it means I want you to know who he is. We're going to ski together until your mom and dad meet us at 4:30, just like we planned." Jake's voice was gentle, and Kurt remembered how irritated Jake had been with their mother and her tendency to take off. How he'd come to be the children's escort was a story to be told at dinner. Kurt could hardly wait to hear it. Gracie grabbed the tails of Jake's parka, and Todd lost the worried look.
Good. Kurt, are you going to come ski with all of us?
The little boy asked.
"It would be fun," he said, "but I have people that I'm teaching and they should be along right about."
He glanced uphill, noticed that Mrs. Walker was heaving herself to her feet as Mr. Walker stood by, and changed his mind about saying, "now."
"Well, in a minute."
That's too bad. You take us on the Black Diamonds. Jake won't.
Todd looked disappointed.
But he'd do it for his best friend.
Bet Jake hadn't mentioned the best reason of all for staying off the expert slopes. "Todd, your dad said no Black Diamonds, and Kurt wouldn't get you in trouble with your dad any more than I would." Jake was stern.
"What makes you think I'd take you on Black Diamonds?"
Kurt asked. An Underwood kid would almost have to be fearless on the slopes that were his birthright. But Kurt hadn't started the Black Diamond Hills until he was 7.
Because we saw you racing Jory. You guys raced down Dynamite Alley. Jake,
wheedled the girl.
Dynamite Alley has an M in it, and we're doing M's now.
No, Gracie. Kurt himself wouldn't ask Jake again after getting turned down in that tone of voice, but the kid was persistent.
Jory would take us. He's coming to dinner at our house tonight. We'll ask him. Yeah,
piped up Todd.
Jory's way cool. Or Ted or Nick.
Good grief. Was the entire men's team coming to dinner? There had been other dinners in other days where Kurt, Jory, and Ted had been the VIP guests. Even Jory has to ask your dad first, and I think they're all leaving for Norway tomorrow anyway. Kurt was a bit stung at being classed as less cool than Jory by a kid who probably couldn't walk yet when Jory earned his last Olympic medal. The arrival of the Walkers came as a relief.
"Later, Jake." "Bye, kids."
Kurt turned to his clients. They had about another 15 minutes of his time. Just because Jake was tied up until 4:30 didn't mean the Walkers were getting 1 extra minute from him. "Later, Kurt." "Okay, guys, let's go." Kurt asked his students to do 2 turns and then stop, but kept one eye on the disappearing skiers.
And go to the left, that's the green slope. I see we need to practice the parallel turns a bit more.
Honestly, Jake was the best student he'd ever had. 15 minutes later, Kurt shook hands with his students and suffered through a cheek kiss from Mrs. Walker. With assurances that the time had been well spent and enjoyable, claims that might have been equally false from all three parties, they parted ways, not 1 minute too soon for Kurt. Free at last, he got in the bunny line to use the hill to speed him over to the Scott lifts, rather than do a long uphill trudge. He had plans. Jake, of course, wasn't manning the lift, but Egon was, discussing with a young woman whose turn it was to go to lunch. As Kurt loaded with a seat partner he'd acquired by yelling,
Single.
Egon had leaned over to speak into his ear, a looming presence in black and yellow.
I know who you are, Oppenschlüssel.
You don't know shit. Kurt turned to snarl.
I'm not Oppenschlüssel.
The chair yanked him out of speaking range before he'd finished the words, while the teenaged girl next to him looked fearful. Kurt felt compelled to tell his seat partner that she hadn't really been trapped for a 7-minute ride next to a madman. She still headed to the other side of the slope when they offloaded. Lift lines were mercifully short on this early season day, though not short enough to ride single in a quad share. Kurt caught the lower Scott lift to get halfway up the mountain, and then went directly to the upper Scott, not sparing another glance for the big black and yellow signs warning the unwary that the upper Scott served expert terrain only. He would have called Rudy again, but he didn't need the random strangers with him to overhear what he had to say.
Hey, Kurt!
Gabe, whom he'd met the other night at McTavish's, called to him from the top of the upper lift.
Where are you headed?
He stepped away from the top of the lift to greet Kurt, who decided to stick around in the hope of a friendly word.
What's good up here besides Dynamite Alley?
Might as well get it from a guy who'd know. Kurt hadn't been on the upper mountain but once.
It's all diamonds or double diamonds off this lift, except for Killy's knees. That's a blue. Except they call it blue/black because of some good moguls at the bottom. Sec.
Gabe darted at an oncoming chair to yank a young man's jacket free of the chair where it had fouled and threatened to drag the skier. He sent the man off with a wave and came back to Kurt.
Cement chute is good, but it's off-piste right now because of the avalanche danger. So try hot dog bun or say your prayers if you don't mind ending up at the wildflower lifts. They're all good.
Gabe grinned.
But I'm going to do Dynamite Alley on my way to lunch. Pretty good recommendation.
Kurt had been planning to do that one again anyway.
I'd go with you, but I still have half an hour.
Gabe scrutinized a chair full of laughing teenagers offloading awkwardly.
Maybe later.
He headed over to the small group, calling out,
Guys, which way are you headed?
Kurt left Gabe to do his job. The patrollers should be grateful to a lift operator who kept the inept off slopes they weren't equipped to handle. These boys would probably end up on Killy's knees, judging from Gabe's arm motions. Kurt swung around to find his way back to Dynamite Alley. Kurt didn't see the tall skier in the yellow and black parka offload, nor would he have expected to. He'd left the man at the base of the bunny lift. Chapter 14. Weather was moving in again. The blue sky was half obscured by the gray storm front that was forecast to drop another 12 to 15 inches of snow. It didn't matter, though, since visibility was still good for racing. Blue shadows identified the terrain marks on the slope, letting Kurt see clearly defined features. He picked out the fall line and prepared to challenge the mountain. Jake had been a distant speck at the bottom of the hill this morning when Kurt and his old friend and rival started from the top of Dynamite Alley. But now, no one waited below. Only 2 other skiers showed on the slope now, one moving easily about halfway down, and the other almost at the bottom. He wouldn't endanger anyone as he recaptured his past. Damn Jory for patronizing him. They'd been friends once, and Kurt, for all that he'd been truthful about them not being lovers, had wished for it then. Most of all, though, they'd been competitors at the highest levels of skiing. He'd been Jory's shadow, not just for their friendship, but for the way he'd trailed the bigger man down the hill. Sometimes he'd been a second and a half behind, sometimes 2 seconds, sometimes 4, but always behind. Kurt knew he'd done damned well for being a light man in a sport where weight mattered. He didn't bulk up hugely. He was a wiry 165 pounds competing for medals that got hung around the necks of men who outweighed him by 30 pounds, like Herman Mayer, or closer to 50 pounds, like Jory. Gravity only had to love these guys enough to shave a few thousandths of a second off their times, and there was just more of them for gravity to love. There was a time when he would have traded the nicest ass on the planet, as Jake had called it, for a broad beam like Jory's if it would have just gotten him down the mountain faster. But not today. He was going to ski the hell out of this mountain with his own natural attributes. Then he was going to plant his nice ass in bed with Jake tonight, and it would be the best of everything. He bent his knees, took a deep breath, and a better grip on his poles.
Reliving the races.
The scornful voice with the Eastern European accent coming from behind startled him.
Fuck you.
Kurt had had entirely too much of Egon the other night. To have him interrupt now was intolerable.
Here and now?
He mocked, letting his poles dangle from the wrist straps as he reached to his fly.
Are all Bulgarians such assholes, or is it just you?
Kurt ground out. He'd just take off down the mountain, but the run would be spoiled anyhow.
Are all Americans such fools, or only you?
Egon took his hands from his crotch.
To get such opportunities and waste them?
He regripped his poles and planted the spikes into the snow.
What are you talking about?
Kurt demanded.
Oh, you have good job, which you do not like, though it would bring you pleasure as well as salary. You could have been champion, but you played with foolish toys and called it training. Oh, yes.
Egon curled his lip.
I heard stories at Olympic Village. Jory's shadow hurt himself and Jory took medals. I was there. I listened to Austrian and Norway national songs, watched flags go up.
You were there.
Kurt thought he knew everyone on the circuit. He'd tried to forget the talk that he knew had circulated among the elites of his sport, and now this unknown claimed that he was in on the secret.
I, like you, did not finish on the podium, though I, unlike you, competed.
Egon sneered.
The last Batchelv I knew about on the World Cup circuit retired years before. I think you're lying.
Kurt hadn't had a chance to look the name up.
No, that was my cousin Yevgeny. He taught me to ski, though he did not suggest such stupid training methods as unicycles. I was not on Bulgarian team until last minute. There was opening when Gavril Dimitrov was injured.
Egon looked grimly satisfied.
I remember Gavril. He was real good on the giant slalom.
What happened to him? Kurt hadn't known the skier well, not having any common language, but they'd been nodding acquaintances on the racing circuit.
Do you know what happens to 7th fastest man on team that can afford 6 in international competition?
Egon looked down that formidable nose at Kurt, making him aware that here was another man taller and heavier than he.
It's like what happens to 11th fastest man when teams can have 10.
Kurt knew only too well what happened to that man. It had happened to him. Egon's hands tightened on his poles.
In poor country that subsidizes athletes heavily, family no longer eats so well or heats home enough in winter.
How exactly had Gavril been injured? Egon didn't answer that question, but he answered why.
The difference between lift operators' pay and Alpenschlüssel instructors' pay matters to that man's family.
Egon tensed, which made Kurt tense and then throw himself down the slope as the big Bulgarian lunged. It wasn't the start he'd wanted for what might well be a race for his life. He'd been turned slightly and his path crossed Egon's. He felt the other man's ski pass over the tails of his, which could have spilled him down the slope, possibly providing the injury that Egon wanted, possibly providing paraplegia, or worse, on this 40-degree incline. Kurt used his poles to shove himself faster. No time to explain he didn't want the damn job he'd accidentally taken away. A sharp pain in his side marked Egon's determination to hurt him. The bastard had stabbed him with a pole. The wind in Kurt's face cut like wind-blown ash as he pelted down the slope. He'd raced against Jory this morning, but the stakes had only been pride, not his life or spine. Any fall he took now would have devastating results even if he lived through it. Knowing that he was racing for such a prize made him sharper and somehow more alive. The mountain hummed through his senses as his skis slid over the snow. He carved through one of a tiny handful of turns in his breakneck flight to a more populated area. The trees were a green-black blur at the periphery of his vision. Crouched in a tuck with poles pointing back, he hid from the wind that would detain him. To turn his head enough to see his pursuer would throw his balance off too much. At this speed, Kurt could well provide himself the career-ending injury Egon sought. Eyes forward, he hurtled down the mountain toward the run's convergence. Any passing skiers were going to have to depend on luck and Kurt's quick reflexes. Fortunately, no one blundered out into the junction. One more turn and he was in sight of the lift. The crowd was his protection now. If Egon ran him down with witnesses, he still wouldn't get what he wanted. He'd have no lift ticket. Reckless skiers did not get to keep season passes. Kurt pulled up at the lift line in a rooster tail of snow, heart pounding. He'd be very aware of his new rival, and rivalry it was, now that he knew Egon had participated in what he'd yearned for. He counted 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, until the other man appeared, which took 6 long seconds before he even came around the bend, enough time that Kurt could investigate his side, where the ski pole had struck him, and determine that it was nothing worse than bruising. Egon skied past the lift line, studiously not acknowledging his lost quarry in any way. He did turn and flip the bird when Kurt shouted after him,
I always beat Gavril, too.
Chapter 15. Danger past, Kurt got in line for another trip up the hill. He'd keep an eye out for Egon from now on. He wouldn't let the man tumble him into harm, though if he was on the Black Diamonds and the other man on the Bunny Hill, danger didn't exactly lurk. So he'd have a great time pelting down one of the other expert runs, though it might not be quite the same without something important on the line. Didn't matter. His blood was singing through his veins, and the wind was giving him chilly kisses. The sun was out for now, and it was all good. Except Rudy had again failed to pick up his phone. Kurt grimaced at the phone and shoved it back into his pocket. 2 lifts later, he waved at Gabe.
Gonna try hot dog bun this time.
Kurt turned that way once he offloaded.
You sure? I'm about to leave for lunch,
Gabe offered, making Kurt pause.
Okay, I'll wait.
Kurt swung around, biting the snow with his edges. The competition was more important than the novelty. Gabe grabbed his skis and stepped into the bindings.
How fast do you want to take it?
He asked as they ran the access trail.
How fast can you go?
Kurt grinned at the man. He wanted something to add the spice that fear had given his last run, though without the danger over and above the run itself.
Try to keep up.
Gabe pushed his poles into the snow to launch down the mountain. Try, ha! Kurt followed, skating down the incline onto the slope proper. Gabe was setting a good pace, though he was turning more than a racer would. There was a 20-yard gap between them, closing fast, as Kurt rose to the challenge, taking a straighter line down the slope than his opponent. Damn, this was good. A dare, a mountain, and a beautiful day. The pace was much less than his last 2 runs down this hill, but so were the stakes. Kurt drew steadily closer until he was nearly abreast of Gabe, who would probably take this next section as a straightaway. Kurt pushed off and tucked, shooting past Gabe and then sliding a little more through the next turn than he would have liked, but shedding some speed. This wasn't Grenoble, and Gabe didn't deserve a thrashing. Down in the junction, a little clump of skiers was heading out of Sugar Gulch. Kurt swung wide to avoid them and screeched to a halt. Gabe was a few seconds behind. He too pulled up.
Guess you can keep up,
Gabe panted, leaning on his poles.
I try,
Kurt said, instead of doing a victory dance.
We ought to do that on hot dog bun. Only if you like to slalom. There are gates all the way down for two abreast. Not my favorite.
Gabe looked around for any oncoming skiers and then started toward the huts.
Not without a full helmet and some shin guards.
Kurt had gone over too many gates to risk getting whacked in tender places. He followed Gabe toward the hut, but decided that he'd get one more run in before chasing down some lunch. Maybe he could meet up with Jake and the Rugrats.
Catch you again sometime, okay?
He called to Gabe.
Pass me again sometime, you mean?
He laughed and waved, skiing straight past the lower Scott lift line. Kurt swung in through the rope lanes, scanning ahead for his lover, but recognizing no one. His phone tweeted from his pocket. Maybe Rudy was responding at last. Kurt shuffled forward a few ski lengths and groped for the phone.
Yes?
Kurt, it's Rudy. Where are you?
In the lift line at the lower Scott.
Rudy, Kurt started, but didn't get to finish. Rudy talked right over him.
Meet me at the bottom of the upper Scott, then.
Then Rudy was gone, leaving Kurt steaming. He tried calling back, but was treated once again to the right of the Valkyrie's ringtone, followed by an invitation to leave a message. He did, pungent enough to cause heads to turn ahead of him in the lift line, and then he thrust the phone back into his pocket with a scowl. Trudging through the lift line, he thought of all the things he was going to say to Rudy when he caught the man at last. I quit, for starts, and then he'd find out just why Rudy had thought him willing to screw for pay. The answer for that might result in an assault charge, he considered on the silent ride up the lower lift with strangers, because the more he thought about that, the madder Kurt got. He'd always chosen his lovers with care, the few he'd ever taken. Jake had never asked him about his past love life, though there might have been a lot of assumptions about it, especially since they'd always used condoms. Until last night. A thrill ran through him at the thought of last night. Jake had been so possessive at even the thought of him being with other people. Kurt didn't think it was just chest thumping. No, he hoped it wasn't. He wanted a nice long future with Jake. He'd hoped for a future with Brad and again with Drew, and he'd known it was doomed with Rusty almost from the beginning, though he'd hoped against hope and kept trying long after he'd been left behind. Only Benji had been a one-night stand, and even that had been born of hope. They'd been climbing in Yosemite when the weather had turned on them. Benji had clung to Kurt only as long as they'd clung to the side of El Capitan in the days of rain, wind, and lightning, and had offered something Kurt had never expected to get from his straight roommate and rock climbing companion. He'd taken the comfort Kurt had offered, had initiated and responded to the kisses and the caresses they could manage on the narrow ledge, clipped to the rock wall with climbing gear. Benji's gayness had only lasted as long as the fear. Once the storms cleared, he'd been adamant in his rejection. A friendship of years was smashed to pieces, as surely as if it had been dropped from the ledge to the park floor 2,000 feet below. Then he'd met Jake. 2 years after Benji's hurtful words, Jake Landon had come into his life. Handsome, intelligent, a little shy, and so damned sexy but not exactly aware of it. And a good thing, too. He'd stolen Kurt's heart there in the little cabin without ever knowing, thinking instead that it was he who was being given the great gift. Kurt's heart beat a little faster at the thought of the moment by the lake when Jake had first kissed him and then shoved him into the water, just to get enough silence to say that he wanted Kurt as much as Kurt wanted him. It wasn't just wanting, not now, not after 5 months that they'd been together. Jake had followed him to Wapiti Creek, putting other life plans on hold to be where Kurt was. He hadn't said how long he could defer starting pharmacy school before they'd give his slot away, but he'd thrown himself into planning a resort winter, clearly not expecting to go this year, saying nothing about next year. There would be no avoiding a city life when he did go. Kurt would just have to cope with 4 years of Denver. He needed Jake to want him along. Time to get off the lift. Kurt would find Rudy, tell him to shove his ski pimping, and then call Jake. Maybe skiing with the little monsters wouldn't be so bad, and he'd get to be cooler than Jory again. He scanned the short line for the second lift, not seeing the man, and not sure what colors he was looking for anyway. Rudy would find him there at the entrance to the lift line. Except here came Ulf, just exactly the man Kurt did not care to see, smiling at him for the first time ever. He didn't like Ulf, the pretentious ass, and he didn't trust Ulf because he willingly participated in Rudy's little prostitution ring. The big skier in black swung down from Killy's knees to halt by Kurt, followed by a gaggle of 30-something women. They all gathered around the men, laughing and smirking at each other, as Ulf gave Kurt some bad news.
Kurt, what do you want is at top of mountain? I show you where.
At last, he'd get his hands on that miserable shit Rudy, and then he'd be done with Alpenschlüssel. Kurt smiled widely, not caring that the future was becoming a bit uncertain financially. The women all smiled back, like his grin was for them, and began to chatter.
Ulf, introduce us,
demanded one of the well-groomed, expensively dressed flock.
Kurt, this is Mandy, Lily, Cassie, and Emily. My students today.
Ulf could be perfectly pleasant when he put his mind to it, Kurt thought as he shook hands with the ladies. Then he got mobbed. Nearly knocked off his skis by women diving into his arms, he had to endure the exclamations.
Ooh, you're cute. Lily, take a picture of us.
The woman in a metallic silver parka whipped out a fancy phone and aimed it at the little knot of people.
No, wait. I have to get one on each side.
Either Emily or Cassie, they were both in blue, and Kurt hadn't tried to keep them straight, inserted herself between Ulf and Kurt, grabbing their arms and grinning hugely, stepping on the tops of the men's skis to position herself.
Have to do it again. Kurt, try not to grimace this time. Oh, fix Ulf's bandana. It's cockeyed.
Everyone laughed, though the woman twitched the scarf around his neck into a better position. Lily took another shot.
Dang it, Kurt, look at the camera. You were looking down that time.
At the scratched tops of his skis, yeah. He tried to arrange his face pleasantly, but the nuisance grabbing his arm laid her head on his shoulder, smiling and posing for her friend to click again.
Come on, Kurt, you can smile.
Lily frowned over the top of the phone.
Or we're going to think you aren't glad to see us.
She put the camera up again. Ulf had his arm over Emily or Cassie's shoulder. He tapped Kurt's back hard.
Yeah, smile.
Why would he be glad to see these women? He'd be more glad to see the backs of them, but they weren't going anywhere until this stupid photo session was done. Ulf was standing monolithically. He smiled, trying to get it all over with, but one of the other women squealed,
My turn,
and tried to push her friend out of the way. The happier he looked, the sooner this would be over and they'd stop treating him like scenery. This time he put his arm over Cassie or Emily's shoulder, since he'd forgotten the other woman in blue, hoping to satisfy them before the storm blew completely in.
Now me.
The third woman, Mandy, whose deep rose jacket matched her sunburned nose, got her picture taken with the two men, and then Lily handed her phone to one of the women in blue to step between them. Kurt smiled with gritted teeth through the various combinations of women in the pictures, letting them put their arms around his waist and snuggle up. Lily even inveigled a passerby to take a picture of all four women with the men sandwiched between them. She slipped between Ulf and Cassie to smile into the lens as Emily and Cassie wiggled under Kurt's arms. He'd gotten light blue jacket and dark blue straightened out during the jostling in and out of the photographic field.
Yuck, Emily, your lunch is going to show up in the pictures as a brown cloud.
Cassie shrank away from her friend, waving her hand in front of her face.
Lay off the Italian food, girl. It goes straight to your hips anyway. Sorry, Cass.
Emily held her hand in front of her face, but Cassie pulled it down.
Just smile, okay?
She turned a shining face to the photographer. Kurt drew the line when she wanted kissing pictures.
Cassie, the weather's going to turn before we get to the top of the mountain if we don't get moving,
he suggested after she planted a juicy one on Ulf.
Ooh, anxious.
She giggled and winked at her friends.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, he was anxious. Rudy was up there somewhere, and he needed to get this over with, then get some lunch. Kurt led the way to the lift line, not noticing who was following.
We talk together, ladies, Ulf told his class as he pushed up next to Kurt. See you at the top.
Just wasn't enough to provoke the waves of giggles that followed the men up to the loading line to get to the top of the mountain. They were alone on the wide quad chair. Kurt suspected from the giggles that the 4 women on the chair behind them were going to have a dandy time. Kurt sat down toward the middle of the seat, trying to take up the lion's share of the space. But Ulf had similar ideas. The big jerk sat nearer than Kurt would have liked, but he wasn't going to move over. He wouldn't acknowledge that Ulf could dominate him into moving. If Ulf didn't like the spacing, he could move his ass over. Unfortunately, that was exactly what Ulf did. After they passed the second tower and had reached an elevation of perhaps 40 feet, a drop that would injure, possibly kill, Ulf scooted over toward Kurt and put an arm over his shoulders, gripping him in place. Kurt whipped around to snarl but got kissed fiercely and passionlessly, and the left-handed punch he aimed at Ulf's middle didn't carry enough momentum to end it.
Fight for your virtue if you want,
Ulf growled when he broke the kiss.
But your liebling Jake will suffer for it.
What the fuck? Kurt gritted.
Let go of me.
The women in the chair behind were clearly entranced with what they were watching. He could see their mouths moving in oohs and ahs, even if he couldn't hear them.
You listen.
Ulf did not let go. At close range, his breath was slightly sour, and his eyes were barely visible through his sunglasses.
You are Alpenschlüssel teacher. You entertain the client.
I quit. I've been telling Rudy that all day.
Kurt punched it off again, but the other instructor caught his arm in a grip that he couldn't break. He'd prefer the women thought he was cooperating rather than getting forced. He wouldn't struggle fruitlessly, but instead wait until he could make it count. The bar that came down over them, which should have kept them safe, was hindering his defenses.
You signed contract, you do not quit. You went into this eyes open, knowing what is expected,
Ulf said from closest range.
I didn't know, that's why I want out.
Kurt glared hard, but through the sunglasses, it had little effect on the big man who had him pinned.
I'm not a Hu'ura.
Such names you call. I explain again. If you do not cooperate here and now, for these ladies, your Jake will pay. Check says?
I understand, all right.
Kurt snarled.
You're a dead man if you touch him.
He didn't care that the spittle flew as he promised retribution.
Possibly I am and possibly I am not. But he will certainly have some interesting times first, Schafseko.
Ulf wiped his face with the hand that he incautiously took from Kurt's left wrist. Kurt slugged him again, harder, which doubled Ulf over enough to crack his forehead against his assailant's nose. Blood gushed all over Ulf, who stayed curled up against him in a parody of tenderness. The pain in Kurt's face froze him in place for a moment. Ulf grunted from the impact. If the blood had been visible from behind, surely the women wouldn't have been saying, "Ah," quite so loudly.
Be a fool. The more you fight me, the worse it goes for your lover. I would only help him to injury, but this has earned more.
Ulf sat up straighter, pulling Kurt against him even harder.
I might give him this.
He pulled Kurt's hand toward his crotch, placing it on something long, hard, but not flesh. Even through the gloves and other layers, the position, the angles, and the stiffness all told Kurt he had his hand on a gun. What sort he didn't know, other than probably a 9mm semi-automatic, but even a .22 would be lethal at close range. His breath left him.
I don't have to kill, Shistrak.
Kurt froze. Hearing the truth of that, his stomach churning as he thought of Jake broken and bleeding on his account. Ulf picked his head up and looked into Kurt's face.
Or this.
Ulf moved Kurt's hand farther up his leg, now to his groin.
Disappoint this client in any way, and we learn if your happy man likes a shoggy stus from me as much as he likes it from you.
Ulf leaned forward to say this into Kurt's ear, both aping affection and hiding Kurt's suddenly pale face from the women.
Before or after I put bullet into him? You choose.
Don't touch him.
Kurt wrenched himself out of Ulf's embrace, ready to vomit.
What do you want?
He ignored the cries of dismay behind them.
We are a birthday gift to the pretty Cassie. She comes with us to the cabin, and her report to the other ladies decides if I have many clients or none. I want many. You understand?
Ulf drew him back in the seat and against his side, arm over his shoulder. Kurt allowed it, knowing only that he would have to protect Jake in any way he could, even if it meant going along with what Ulf wanted him to do.
You were a fool to come to Oppenschlüssel,
Ulf said, nuzzling Kurt's face to the cries of "Ah" from behind them. He took his bandana off to wipe the blood that still trickled from Kurt's nose.
But you would be a bigger fool to leave just yet.
Chapter 16.
Oh, you guys, what happened?
The women cried once they followed the men off the lift.
Does the altitude give you nosebleeds?
Cassie grimaced as she looked at the blood.
Should we clean you up here?
She stole Ulf's bandana and scooped a handful out of the nearest snowbank. Fortunately, the blood in Ulf's pale blonde hair attracted more of her attention than did Kurt's partially cleaned face. She began to scrub at his head. She was more than a head shorter than Ulf, so it was quite a reach.
Thank you, dear, but we can clean up at our destination.
Ulf cast glances at the other skiers going by, making the other women go into gales of wink-wink, nudge-nudge, and giggles. Kurt thought he recognized people from the other night, but the big avalanche vests and the other equipment obscured them. If they were Mark and Marty, he wouldn't attract their attention.
Ooh, plumbing?
Emily giggled.
I didn't expect that.
Into the babble of have fun and see you later, Cassie said,
Wish me luck,
and turned to lead the group to the left of the lift. Only Killy's knees and Cement Chute were marked on the map in that direction, with a closed sticker over Cement Chute. Still, the entire group went that way, the three women stopping to watch Ulf take over the lead, breaking trail for Cassie and Kurt. Ulf glanced back. Kurt knew it was his warning to not cut and run down the other side. Grimly, he followed the two to a small A-frame cabin on the windward side of the mountain, over the rise from the slopes.
Do not bring in the snow,
Ulf warned as he unlocked the sliding glass door on the protected side of the A-frame. They left their skis on the porch, stuck in the snow that no one had cleared, though a set of tracks led both to and away from the porch.
Your key unlocks this, Kurt.
Great. Like he ever wanted to be here again. He didn't want to be here now, and only the total sincerity in Ulf's threats kept him from just bolting. Cassie let Ulf help her off with her coat, and then pulled off her ski boots in the little mudroom. She headed into the cabin as the men removed outerwear, exclaiming at the furnishings.
Oh, this is so cute.
She wandered through the one large room, around the fireplace, and returned smiling.
But cold. Yum, lunch.
She peeked at a tray of finger foods and opened a container that steamed into the chill air. Kurt ducked to one side to avoid getting struck in the face with Ulf's parka. He got even by removing a ski boot that, accidentally, crashed into Ulf's shin.
Yes,
Ulf grunted, due to the timing of the ski boot, and then said sotto voce,
I bring Jake here sometime?
Kurt pulled his other boot off without more contact.
Don't even think about it.
Are you hungry?
Cassie popped a tiny quiche into her mouth and tried to feed Ulf a bite when he came into the tiny living room and kitchen area. He took the tidbit from her fingers with a smile. Kurt knew he would do the same, hungry or not. He had been thinking about lunch, but his appetite had fallen from the chairlift with Ulf's threats.
Here, sweetie.
She stuck what might as well have been a rock into Kurt's mouth when he came into the living room. He chewed mechanically as he went to find the bathroom, which was in the one place it could reasonably be in this small cabin. Ulf knelt to open a hidden door next to the central fireplace and twitched a valve open.
It will warm soon.
Not with that high A-frame roof, it wouldn't. Kurt glanced up to see a slightly vaulted, wooden 8-foot ceiling instead of a ceiling that matched the roofline. It probably would. Flames began to dance on the gas log, making Cassie come to warm her hands by the wire mesh screen, sighing happily.
This is the only light, isn't it? It's so romantic.
Yes. No electricity here.
Ulf shut the door to cover the barbecue-sized propane tank.
Though we do have water.
Good. Go get the blood out of your hair, and do you guys have toothbrushes with you? I brought mine.
She whipped that article out of her pants pocket and brandished it. There were new toothbrushes and some toothpaste laid out on the bathroom counter. Kurt had already discovered as he washed the blood from his face. Ulf had nailed him just right, creating a fountain, but breaking nothing. When he got the chance to return the favor, Kurt would make sure to break something for the fucker. As he scrubbed his teeth, he looked around at the oddly appointed room. There was a sink, a commode, no shower or bath, but two things he hadn't seen in a bathroom outside of Europe. Ulf chased him out before he could turn the knobs, but his curiosity was his mind trying to defend him from the reality of his situation. He knew what a bidet was for, and the on-demand water heater would keep icicles from forming in anyone's crotch. The main room was getting warm now. Ulf elbowed him out, and then Cassie slipped past, peeled down to just her long underwear, silky high-tech, just not very sexy. Kurt took a deep breath, trying to prepare mentally for whatever came next. No matter what, he'd protect Jake.
Fellas, don't we have way too many clothes on?
She asked brightly, after she'd brushed her teeth and combed out her hair, which fell in streaked, been braided a while ripples to just below her shoulders. Cassie was standing near the king-sized bed with its brass bedstead, looking hopeful. She held out her arms to both men, and Ulf came to her with a smile. Kurt came more slowly, trying to find a smile. While Ulf kissed her, Kurt worked to fix his face. The asshole had an arm around his shoulder, as well as Cassie's, but Kurt could not force himself to put an arm around Ulf's waist. He needed the fortitude for more difficult things. Kissing Cassie could have been worse. She opened her mouth under Ulf's as Kurt nuzzled her neck and ear. Moaning and twisting as they mouthed her, finally she curled up against Ulf's chest, though she didn't let go of Kurt.
I can't believe you guys are really here. I mean, wow. Two hotties. I just keep thinking I'm dreaming, but...
She lifted hazel eyes to Kurt from the haven of Ulf's chest.
And I can hardly wait to see what you guys do together. I mean, it's like my big fantasy to see.
If he had to play this game, he'd set some of the rules.
Then you'll love it when Ulf sucks my cock, Cassie. He's good. He's really into it. He wants it so bad. He's always on his knees.
Kurt ignored Ulf's look of outrage aimed at him over Cassie's head, and spoke over her moaning.
And when I'm tired of him sucking, I'll turn him around so you can see how my cock goes in and out of his ass. He's so hot for that, too. He screams for a Schoggestus. He wants me to pound him until he can feel the head of my dick in his throat from behind. He's a maniac.
Ulf tried to break in, but Kurt had tossed his chin at the moaning client who so clearly liked what she was hearing, and besides, Kurt could hope that the man's English was deserting him as he grew angrier.
I'll show you how much he likes it. Our hot Swiss. He's such a slut, but he's fun. Oh, Cassie, you can't imagine. He's like the cheese. Once all his holes filled.
Kurt kept talking in spite of the way Ulf was squeezing his shoulder. It hurt, but it wouldn't make him shut up. He'd keep Ulf from getting a word in edgewise. There'd be no contradicting Kurt without upsetting his client, the last thing Ulf wanted. Kurt could play into her fantasies.
You want to see Ulf on his knees begging for it? Oh, Cassie, just tell him. He'll do it for you. He wants you to be so happy. Just tell him what you want him to do, and he'll do it.
Kurt had started rubbing her back slowly, reaching down to grab her ass, kneading gently as he promised her all the delights of watching him ravage Ulf, because he was desperate not to be the one on his knees from either direction. If nothing else, he would salvage that much from this debacle.
Oh, yeah, oh.
She moaned, rubbing her face against Ulf's chest. Kurt somehow kept talking through the pain and brought his hand up to the side of Ulf's neck, where he hooked his fingers over the shoulder and dug them hard into the vulnerable area above the clavicle. The harder Ulf squeezed, the more Kurt talked, and the harder he rammed his fingers into the painful spot. Jake had always told him he talked too much during intimate moments, but he sure wasn't shutting up now that he was gaining the upper hand, filling Cassie's head with ideas.
He's getting hard just thinking about what you and I are going to do to him, Cassie. Just feel him.
Kurt turned up the pressure from both hands and voice. Ulf let go of his shoulder, so Kurt stopped pushing on the pressure point. Ulf had to be able to fulfill the promises Kurt was making for him. There was another way to keep the big man silent.
Kiss him, Cassie. Kiss him. He needs that, yeah, lots of tongue. Kiss him.
And on he talked. Cassie took her hand from Kurt's waist to touch Ulf's groin as she pulled him down to her mouth. Ulf glowered at Kurt as she groped him, but Kurt went on, practically forcing Ulf to will himself hard. Taking his arm away might help, though Kurt kept up his gentle caresses on her back as he murmured,
I can't feel through the ski pants.
Cassie grumbled after Kurt invented something else about Ulf's desires.
Need to get you undressed.
Can't imagine why he isn't already naked with his ass up.
Kurt agreed, as Ulf shot daggers at him over Cassie's head.
Keep kissing him.
He grinned evilly as she moaned. Ulf wanted him to make the client happy? Sure, but on his terms. Cassie bent her head down to look at the fastener she struggled to undo at Ulf's waist, prompting Kurt to go on quickly with more details that Ulf could not contradict without annoying her. Ulf mouthed, I kill you, silently. But Kurt just went on, suggesting that Cassie should help prepare Ulf for what he would do. She gave up and pushed into Kurt's arms, back against him.
Get naked, Ulf, come on. I want to see,
she said, as she pulled Kurt's arms around her and held his hands, rubbing her ass against his groin. Roused from tormenting Ulf, Kurt's body responded to the pressure, making her moan a little more.
Oh, Kurt, you're already up. Who's bigger?
You'll have to check. Make Cassie happy, Ulf. Do what she wants.
Kurt leaned to nibble her ear as Ulf pulled clothing off, schooling his face into an approximation of horniness, when Kurt was certain that the true mood was rage. If Ulf wasn't up, Kurt's house of cards might come tumbling down with him underneath. The tension made his diaphragm spasm, and the hiccup carried more than a hint of last night's feast.
Ew, Kurt. I blamed the garlic on Emily, but it was you.
Cassie pulled away from him. The cabin was at 11,000 feet. Kurt's heart hit sea level.
Sorry.
Me too. I can't deal with that, and we were going along so nicely.
Cassie looked back and forth between the men. Ulf emerged from his undershirt aghast, as Kurt felt disaster for himself and his lover loom.
You give such great voice, Kurt. You're just going to have to keep doing it, but from over there.
She stepped over into Ulf's arms to press herself against the nearly naked man, whose bikini underwear covered a half-mast. He began to rub his hips against her, a furious attempt, Kurt guessed, to produce the promised erection.
You keep talking. Get us back into the mood.
She stopped and pursed her lips.
And then you need to go, because I don't want you to just watch us. We'll do it again tomorrow, all three of us, and Kurt?
She waggled her eyebrows menacingly.
You get oatmeal for dinner tonight, you got that? Nice, bland oatmeal.
Can I put maple syrup on it?
Kurt humored her. She broke up in giggles. There would be no tomorrow. If only that Rudy had booked the cabin and instructors elsewhere. Though Kurt would be in Denver by then if he had to be. This wasn't like plumbers returning a second day to finish a project. Her instructions were the first he'd gotten that pleased him. He wanted nothing so much as to leave. If it didn't occur to her that he and Ulf could screw,
with her out of garlic range, or if that just wasn't her fantasy. He wasn't about to bring it up.
He'd provide stage directions for the other two actors before exiting stage left and putting a couple of miles of snow between them. He pitched his voice again to sensuality.
Then kiss him, Cassie. He needs to feel your mouth on him. Run your hands over his skin. Doesn't he feel good, strong, and hard? Yeah, keep touching him. Grab his ass. Yeah, both hands. He likes his ass played with. Feel the muscles in there flexing. Ulf's got nice hard buns. Keep grabbing him.
Kurt could keep this up all day if it kept him out of reach and still satisfied Ulf. The man was bent over enough to kiss her, though he could flick his glance up at his adversary, and his eyes were full of hate.
Skier's thighs, Cassie. Can you grab them? They're like tree trunks. How's his dick, Cassie? Getting hard for you?
It should be if Ulf was responding to his client at all, because she was one horny, happy woman worming into his arms. She still had her long jills on, but Kurt would direct them to strip in a moment, get them under the covers so that he could make his escape without further annoying Cassie with the blast of cold air from the door. The cabin was warm enough for nudity, he thought, sweating inside his clothing. He'd removed nothing except the ski boots and his outerwear, so he could jump into the boots and fasten everything once he was outside. He kept talking as he edged toward the door.
Ulf, isn't our Cassie so warm and cuddly? Don't you just have to take every stitch of clothes off her to see? Her skin's so soft. I wish I could touch her. You touch her. You tell me how she feels. Wow. You can almost span her waist with your hands. She's yummy.
With smiling approval, Kurt watched Ulf follow his instructions.
Get under the goose down. Keep her warm. Oh yeah, you two are gorgeous.
He stuffed his feet into his boots.
Shame to cover up all that lusciousness, but it's going to get cold here in a second.
He shrugged into the coat, spinning more lies.
You guys have a great time. I'd love to be in that bed with you. Gonna eat nothing but oatmeal until I see you again.
He was at the sliding door in a flash, dropping a glove in his haste. Bent to grab it, he saw the pair in bed on the far side of the room. Cassie apparently on top of Ulf. They were visible only as a moving lump under the goose down, aside from the large masculine hand, aiming an upthrust middle finger his way. Can't say he didn't leave the client happy, he thought, clipping into his bindings. It would be a slight uphill trudge back on piste. Then he'd blow down Killy's knees and find Jake, and Rudy. There would be no repeats of this shit. Chapter 17. I groped for my phone, patting every one of the way too many pockets this parka and pants had. No phone. Damn. Mr. Underwood should have asked for a number for emergencies. Then I would have known way earlier that I'd left the damn thing on the charger again. I hoped Kurt would think to find me at the bunny lift. I ignored Egon studiously as he warned the loading skiers that this would be their last trip up the hill today.
We had such fun, Daddy,
Gracie prattled to her father, who was sailing in from Galloping Goose. Todd chimed in.
Jake is really good. He wants to go on the Black Diamonds tomorrow.
Then he'll go without you kids. Nice try. Mr. Underwood looked at me. Good time had by all? Melanie arrived about then, looking exhausted in the fading light. Dark comes early and fast in the mountains in November. Yes, sir. On blues and greens. I shot a quelling look at Todd before he tried to throw me under the bus again. Self-centered kid. Not to mention I didn't belong on the Black Diamonds. Good. Let's head home, kids. We have guests tonight. Mr. Underwood turned to his wife. Ready, honey? They left me standing by the lift, hoping that Kurt would come along. If he didn't show soon, I was going to freeze in place, so I'd go home and wait for him there while I got dinner ready. Flakes were already starting to come down. I'd heard forecasts of 12 to 15 inches. It made me glad to not be a snowcat driver after all. They'd be at work by 3 a.m. to make the snow all perfect for the skiers. I intended to be curled next to Kurt in a warm bed at that ungodly hour. Hey, Jake! A voice behind me made me turn around. Hey, Mark, what's with all the gear? He looked like an alien with a pack bulking up his shoulders and running behind his head and things attached to tool belts.
Marty and I were in the backcountry doing snow tests. This is an inflatable vest in case we get caught in an avalanche. It should keep us at the surface of the snow. A lot of whoomphing today.
He patted the vest.
Thought I might need it for real.
Whumping? I laughed.
The sound of nature screaming that the snowpack is unstable. The storm tonight will probably open the back bowls on the east side, and Cement Chute might slide without our help.
He loosened the straps.
What are you doing tonight?
I thought we'd had this part clear before. Waiting for Kurt? Mark looked troubled.
Doesn't his job bother you?
He doesn't have that job anymore. He quit. Hell yes, it bothered me. But I was going to spread the word that he and Alpenschlüssel parted ways instead of discussing it.
About that,
Mark cleared his throat.
Do you know where he was today?
He taught a lesson on an intermediate slope, and then he planned to spend the rest of the day having a good time skiing. Maybe he'd met up with someone who could keep up with him. I didn't see the problem.
Well, if that's what he told you.
He turned to go. I grabbed his arm. Spill it, Mark. I did not like the implication that my open, honest Kurt had done something sneaky.
I don't want to be the one to tell you, Jake.
He tried to yank his arm back.
You'll just think I'm making it up.
Tough, just say. My gut churned. I'd had enough of everybody knowing but us. Or me. He broke free from my gloved hand.
Okay. Marty and I rode up the lift behind him. He was acting really friendly with Ulf. The other Alpen...
I know who Ulf is,
I broke in.
And at the top, there were a bunch of women with them. One went with them to that cabin. We saw them go in, and then we went back at the cornice, and I don't know what happened after that.
He looked off to one side.
I'm sorry, but you asked.
I had. I was sorry I had. I trusted Kurt. I knew what he'd told me. I'd heard him on the phone yelling at Rudy's voicemail. But Mark sounded so sincere. I was ready to tell him he was right, that he had to be making it up just to have a chance with me, when someone pulled up.
Shit, Mark!
It was Marty, whom I could barely identify in my turmoil.
You told him, didn't you? Jerk!
I looked blankly at him, noticing only that he was as decked with equipment as his partner.
I'm sorry, Jake.
Marty put his hand on my shoulder.
Maybe there was a good explanation for them going to the cabin.
I just couldn't imagine what it would be. I threw up one hand aimlessly. Words weren't coming. Mark had said it. Marty had confirmed it. Marty, who had no interest in me, no ulterior motive. Maybe. I got that much out.
Come on, let's get you inside,
Marty said.
You're probably tired, cold, and hungry, and all of this sounds worse than it is. There's hot chocolate inside.
They guided me to the staff hut, and we left our skis in the lockers outside.
I'll take your stuff to the office.
Mark took Marty's gear and left me alone with him. Other skiers came to drop things off.
Sit down.
Marty guided me to a table in the dining room.
I'll be right back.
He returned with steaming cups, which he set down in front of us.
This will help.
The slugs of liquid he poured from the flask into each cup smelled like peppermint.
It's okay, drink.
Marty just sat quietly, watching me. I did drink it, but more because I'd been told to than from wanting it. I didn't want anything except for things to roll back to what they'd been this morning, when the world was bright and Kurt was the sun. The dark looked in the windows to the room, bright with electricity. Was Kurt's brightness equally false?
I'll stay with him, Marty. Chelsea's waiting for you.
Mark had found us.
Jake, don't make any decisions until you talk to him. There's probably more to this than you know yet.
I hated Marty for reading my mind. I didn't look up as he left, just poked the handle of the cup to make it lurch around in a slow circle on the table. Something passed from one to the other. I didn't look up to see what it was.
Get some more cocoa into him. He looks shocky.
There was a pressure on my shoulder and silence. Mark stole my cup, leaving me nothing to poke except for my sad thoughts. Everything I thought was certain in the world about me and Kurt was now in doubt. I didn't know what I'd do. I couldn't imagine what he could tell me about what had surely happened that would make it all okay. Last night he'd been mine, and today he was... what? I couldn't breathe from the constriction in my chest, and I wasn't sure I wanted to.
Don't play with it, just drink.
Mark's hand was probably supposed to be comforting against my back, but it was one more thing I couldn't cope with, even to shrug it away. I reached a forefinger to the cup handle again when it reappeared in my field of vision. More peppermint trickled into it, stinging my nose and then burning my throat when I drank it to the dregs, just to make Mark be quiet. I'd made Kurt be quiet now and then. How many times had I told him to shut up when he needed to say something important? I set the cup down and didn't even try to focus when it went a bit fuzzy. It wasn't worth the effort. Damn it. Jake was just as hard to get a hold of as Rudy. He'd left the phone on the charger again, no doubt. A week of carrying it wasn't enough to break the habit of not needing it. Kurt stuffed the phone back into his own pocket, trying to match Jake's thought process. They'd parted ways at the bunny lift, where he'd collected the walkers and Jake could have reasonably collected the kids. It was about 4:30. He might as well try there and just head home if he couldn't find his lover. The base of the bunny lift was also where Egon lurked. The bastard was there now.
You look for Jake?
Something was tickling Egon. Kurt could see the grin even from this distance. This just had to be his day for assholes. Yeah, he called back, wondering why Egon would be so helpful.
Try Stuff Hut,
he yelled back, and went back to loading the last few skiers. Sounded reasonable. Kurt kicked off in that direction, drawn by the brightly lit windows. Jake kept his skis there in the lockers overnight, and it would be warmer than standing in the falling snow. Kurt went cold, though, from what he saw through the window in the dining room. Jake sat over a cup of something with Mark, who looked earnestly into his face, touching his arm, and Jake let him do it. Had today been all for nothing? Chapter 18.
You are a cheap date.
Mark had my arm over his shoulder to steer me through the door and up the stairs.
You didn't have that much.
2, 3? Hot chocolate and peppermint sat on my tongue. It was whatever, mint. They'd thrown us out of the staff hut after about an hour.
Said I wasn't much of a drinker.
I stumbled on the step.
No kidding.
Mark paused at the top of the stairs.
Jake, do you want to see him like this?
He had both hands on my shoulders. I wobbled anyway.
You might say something you'll regret.
I thought about that.
Saw regrets.
Had to grab onto him to stay upright.
Can't be. But you could stay with me until you sober up.
He looks pretty good. Never told me lies. Maybe get only truth out of that wide mouth. Maybe get kisses. Maybe get something into that wide mouth. I toppled into his arms.
Nope, there is no way I can get you up another flight of stairs. Come on, stand.
Okay, wasn't that sloshed. I let him balance me and aim me down the hall. He pulled up at the door and knocked. Kurt opened after a moment. Wasn't glad to see me. Was mutual. I waved at Mark with the arm that wasn't around his neck.
You remember Mark? I assume there is a good explanation for this.
Kurt caught me as I stumbled through the door toward the couch. He tipped me toward the furniture. I poured onto the cushions. World was a little whirly.
I think that was what he planned to say to you before he got into the peppermint schnapps. It hit him hard.
Mark sounded like he didn't like Kurt. I didn't like Kurt right now. Liar.
He never drinks.
Kurt shoved me over so both butt cheeks were on the couch and started pulling my coat off.
Were you feeding it to him? Only because he was shocky.
Kurt turned hard eyes on my new buddy. Wanted to tell him to stop.
He found out where you'd spent your afternoon. Courtesy of you.
Mark nodded. I nodded too. Made my head swim. Kurt growled at him.
I thought that was you at the top of the lift. Let me tell you something, pal. He doesn't know the whole story and neither do you. So don't tell him things you don't know shit about. I know he deserves better than an Alpenschlüssel whore.
Was magic. Kurt moved his arm. Mark folded over like our dining room table.
If I was an Alpenschlüssel whore, he'd deserve better than me.
Kurt pulled Mark upright. Mark popped Kurt under the chin. It was hard to see his hand going that fast.
You went to the cabin with them?
Kurt's head wasn't supposed to go back like that.
I quit, but Ulf made me.
He made Mark double again. Watching made me queasy. Should tell them to stop.
He threatened.
Mark's fist pushed the words back into Kurt's mouth. Hey, I was the only one who could tell Kurt to shut up.
Right, it wasn't your fault. It's never anybody's fault.
Mark hit the floor. Kurt jumped on him. Wait a minute. Kurt's supposed to pounce on me.
Damn you, listen.
Thud. Mark's head bouncing on the floor.
That sick fuck Ulf said he'd hurt Jake bad if I didn't go.
Kurt rolled away, leaned on the couch. Close enough to touch. Didn't.
I don't know why I'm explaining to you.
Mark sat up.
You want me to believe you were protecting him, not stepping out on him.
Touched the back of head.
Because I'm the guy who wants a chance with him.
Kurt jerked up. Looked mean.
Don't even think about it. I think about it a lot, although he doesn't look like much of a prize at the moment.
I bleared at him. That wasn't nice.
Back to Ulf. That dude is fucking insane. The things he said he'd do to Jake.
Kurt slumped over. Wished I could move enough to pet him. World kind of fuzzed in and out.
Bad. I can see it.
Why was Mark sitting next to Kurt? Why is his arm over Kurt's shoulders? Wanted to kick him. Couldn't. Couldn't keep eyes open. Chapter 19. I woke up in the morning, head aching. The night had been horrible. The evening had been worse. And what was more, there seemed to be chunks missing. Kurt was missing too. I got up off the couch where I'd landed the night before, pushing the blanket away. He must have covered me, but that was a missing chunk. This was the first night I hadn't spent touching him in some way since he'd come home after the fire. Bad things danced at the edges of my memory. Things with Kurt. Things with Mark. Things with Mark and Kurt. A shower would clear my head. Where was I supposed to be today? The spray washed enough clarity into me that I remembered being off, comp time for taking the boss's kids skiing. Okay, time enough to figure out what was going on. I rubbed the towel over my hair, wondering where Kurt was and if he could fill in some of my blanks. Or if he would. Not trusting Kurt was one of the things I did remember. That hurt. That really hurt, because I had let my guard down for him, letting him into my heart like no one else ever. There's more to this than you know, echoed in my head. Someone had said that, but the words bounced hollowly off the knowledge that he'd told me one thing and done another. Gone to the cabin with Ulf and a girl. That part stuck only too well with me. Threatened. Someone had been threatened, but was that Mark? Kurt had punched him, but he'd punched back. Couldn't remember. Did remember some unauthorized hugging on Kurt. Was Mark moving in on him? No, he was moving in on me, I thought. Did remember hanging around his neck on the way home. I was never going to get drunk again. I really was a cheap date. My head had hurt with the tapping of keys in the night. I'd hidden from the light and the sound under a pillow, which Kurt must have provided as well. It usually lived on the bed. I carried it back into the bedroom to replace it on the bed, neatly made as per Kurt's usual, showing no signs that I'd ever slept in it, showing no sign that I hadn't slept in it last night. The only sign that Kurt might have slept in it was the gray wool sock that stuck out from under the bed. I picked it up, intending to throw it in the basket the way I'd thrown so many of his wandering socks, but I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let Kurt go. Sitting on the edge of the bed with his sock in one hand, I told myself that Kurt always had good reasons for what he did, and I hadn't heard him out. There were things he'd said last night while he and Mark pounded each other that I couldn't remember. I'd told him to shut up more times than I could recall, but now I'd have to find him and ask him to tell me. Sometimes I'd stopped his words with kisses, but I'd have to hope that there would still be kisses after I heard his words this time. Carrying the sock, I wandered into the kitchen, where the coffee was still warm and a piece of paper stuck out from under the bottle of aspirin. Gone to the mountain. K. There were a lot of reasons why he might have gone to the mountain, I thought as I swallowed some of both. I just hoped he didn't break his neck pounding down a hill looking for the comfort that he might have expected to get from me. I dressed for the slopes, Kurt's stray sock paired with one of mine. It was only at the staff hut, stepping into my bindings, that I realized my phone was still on the charger. The trouble with Wapiti Creek was that it was a damned big ski area. 2 peaks, 8 lifts, plenty of terrain for the relative handful of skiers who could afford to come here. It all made for a wonderful vacation experience, but ultimate frustration for someone who needed to find one skier on the slopes. I thought back to where Kurt and I had spent the most time and concluded that the Scott lifts were my best bet. I wanted a warm-up and some information, so I started at the Bunny Hill, thinking I'd get a running start at the lower Scott lift and maybe some information. "Seen Kurt or Mark this morning?" I asked Egon, who shook his head. The chair swooped under me before I could ask anything else. He wasn't exactly reliable, though Tom and Cynthia at the top of the hill gave the same negative answer. I didn't know the operators at the lower Scott and didn't have time to educate them on who I was looking for. They motioned me to get moving or get out of line. I would have to fix this social isolation, though the wonderful results so far didn't inspire me. Kurt wasn't there, and waiting a while didn't produce him. I went up the hill and came down Sugar Gulch, thinking that loitering a while at the junction with Dynamite Alley might be useful. I blew down Sugar Gulch, reveling in the fresh powder that had fallen overnight, looking for untracked places where I would be the first to mark the snow. The powder hushed the mountain. My skis only swished on the snow, and the light breeze in the trees rubbed the pine needles together and made the frozen branches creak. When I stopped at the junction, my skis threw up the powder, making a little storm just for me with the crystals that fell back away from the impossibly blue Colorado sky. I peered to the top of Dynamite Alley, wishing for every red and black speck I saw to grow into the form of my beloved, but 3 went by and not one was Kurt. I was getting cold, so I left my watching station, thinking that enough runs emptied at the lower Scott that he might well come through there. If he'd wanted to talk to me, he could have wakened me this morning, but he'd left me on the couch, asleep and ignorant. My thoughts grew bleaker with the weight.
"Jake!"
I was jolted out of staring at the nearly hypnotic stream of skiers that were not Kurt going by. The voice was young, piping, and happy, and belonged to my little friend Gracie.
"Come ski with us."
Her family trailed in her wake. "Gracie, not just now." I did not want to be distracted from my search. Todd grabbed my hand and pulled on it, adding to his sister's plea.
"You really are her favorite,"
Melanie said.
"I don't know why she likes you so much."
She pulled her long brunette hair out of her jacket, twisted it around a few times, and tucked it back in. Because I pay attention to her.
"I'm waiting for Kurt." "Oh."
Gracie's face fell.
Glad to see you, Jake. It would be nice if you could do a run or two with the kids.
Great. My Uber boss wanted another chunk of my time off. Saying no didn't seem to be an option when the request came from him. Mr. Underwood lifted his eyebrow, waiting for the automatic agreement. You and Mrs. Underwood want to hit the Black Diamonds, then? I figured that would bring howls from the kids and might get me out of it.
We're still trying to master one of the intermediates. I'm beginning to wonder about that instructor my wife hired.
Melanie blanched behind him. The twins had started to bounce at the mention of Black Diamonds, but settled.
We go faster than Mama does. Come with us, Jake, please.
That little girl had big brown eyes and long lashes. It wasn't fair to take off her goggles and bat them at me. I might be impervious to her charms, but Daddy responded, right on cue.
We'll collect them at 11 here, Jake.
Mr. Underwood clapped me on the shoulder.
Good man. Let's go.
He and his wife led the way into the lift line. I recognized a situation I could neither influence nor change. With one 5-year-old on each hand, I followed, wondering again at being drafted as babysitter.
How was dinner with the team last night?
I asked, and the kids were off and running. I heard all about playing soccer with a foam ball in the living room with Jory and playing checkers with Ted, and the kids took care of all the conversational needs of an entire chairlift ride while I said, yeah, in the right places, and they were happy. Once at the top of the hill, I seized control of the skiing, something that I'd had trouble with before.
Let's do S today.
Sugar Gulch or Sundance first?
Which one's steeper?
Todd asked with a gleam in his eye. But we chose Sundance because Gracie liked the name. Untracked snow was getting harder to come by, but the kids carved their way through the little we found, and the silence that marked my earlier runs was broken now by laughter. Once, the little brats went around a curve far ahead of me, having dared me to a version of hide and seek that was more like catch-up, and pelted me with snowballs when I came around the bend. I got them back as they came downhill toward me. They had to watch me make my ammunition. Yipping and evading the missiles, they raced back to the lift line, eager to try it all over again. I looked around for Kurt, but he wasn't ahead of us. The red and black figure coming downhill might be him, but there were at least 3 others on this part of the mountain, and I didn't want to get my hopes up too far. I tried not to look as the kids and I planned our next run, debating Sugar Gulch or Prospector. The word was usually a request to join strangers on a ski lift. My heart twisted as a familiar voice behind me said, "Single?" I turned to look into blue eyes.
I hadn't planned to be.
Chapter 20. Kurt put his sunglasses back on before he responded, and there was a catch in his voice.
Do you think we could discuss it first?
My little chaperones hovered protectively around me, realizing that the laughter had fled. They stared solemnly at Kurt. Todd grabbed the shaft of my ski pole, and Gracie leaned against my leg. Yeah, except I grabbed her before she fell all the way, her skis going out from under her as she pressed against me. I managed to get her upright, though nearly pulling her pink parka over her head. The kids.
Don't lean back over the tails of the skis like that,
Kurt advised her. I pulled the jacket down, and her face peeked out of the hood again.
You want to keep your feet a little farther apart and your weight a little forward. It will make you go faster, too.
He tipped her to the improved position.
Faster than Todd?
She wanted to know.
You have to show me, too,
demanded the little competitor. And just like that, it was certain that Kurt would join us.
So how did you get to ski with the junior racers?
Kurt asked over Gracie's head, once we settled in the quad chair for a ride halfway up the mountain. Mr. Underwood elected me. My voice was wry, and the kids picked up on my reluctance.
You said you wanted to find Kurt, and here he is. Aren't you happy to ski with all of us?
Gracie's lower lip quivered. Damn it, I was not going to make a kid cry. It's my best and only choice, Gracie. She only looked partly comforted, and I wasn't comforted at all, because there wasn't much Kurt and I could talk about with the kids along.
Sometimes there is only one choice.
Kurt faced straight ahead, his eyes hidden by the curve of his sunglasses.
Because the alternative doesn't bear thinking about.
He had his poles in one hand, and the other gripped the safety bar until I could nearly hear the tendons twanging through his gloves. A misty recollection from last night of that sick fuck Ulf floated through my brain. I couldn't remember what Kurt had said, though. His mouth was swollen and lopsided. Had Ulf hit him?
What's alternative?
Todd piped up. He had been paying entirely too much attention, though I thought he was busy ogling all the Mardi Gras beads hanging in the trees along the lift.
It's the other when you have a choice of one or the other,
Kurt said.
Well, what's the alternative now?
Todd went on.
Ski with us or not ski with us?
There is no alternative now. I'm skiing with you.
I shuddered to think where the kids could end up. Would the lift operators at the Upper Scott keep them off if they showed up alone in line?
Why? You don't really want to.
Dratted kid was too perceptive.
That doesn't matter. It wouldn't be safe otherwise.
How do parents ever win an argument? At least I could eventually hand this crew back to their proper keepers. Kurt took off his glasses and looked over at me again.
Sometimes,
he said, and there was pain in his voice.
There is nothing more important than keeping someone else safe.
He paused.
Nothing.
I'd never seen pleading in his eyes before, but he pleaded with me now, to understand, maybe to forgive. Any details that might go with sick fuck were not details I could ask for now. Kurt did everything for a reason, I reminded myself. I briefly considered shoving the kids off the chairlift so I could find out. Right, I agreed with him, and some of the tension ran out of his shoulders. So we ski together. Our run down Sugar Gulch was punctuated by lots of stops and gentle instruction.
Okay, Todd, shift a little more forward and move your shoulders this way.
Kurt paused to move the little boy's body.
When you turn. Like this when you turn the other way.
It was a more innocent version of my last ski lesson. I had to look away from the group as I remembered.
Pay attention, Jake.
Gracie was a bossy little thing.
Or we'll beat you because you won't know how to do it.
I snapped back to watch, wondering how long until 11. Todd launched downhill and stopped after 3 turns. Gracie followed, waiting with her brother as Kurt showed me what he meant.
Whatever you're imagining about yesterday, it wasn't like that,
he murmured as he moved my shoulders. I couldn't bear to think again about my imaginings. I pulled off and got 2 turns in before stopping just downhill of the kids.
Pretend you've got poles and they mustn't drag,
Kurt suggested, all business again, demonstrating the technique.
You've gotten used to letting your arms dangle, and you need them for balance and turns.
Down the slope we went, Kurt trailing and watching. The last half of the run was just pleasure. Kurt offered encouragement from behind us, and the mountain was mine to carve, as I found what had been missing in my balance. The junction with Dynamite Alley came up, so we stopped and looked uphill to see what might be running us down. Skiers in blue and white parkas were coming down that hill in pairs spaced at wide intervals. The kids waved madly, shrieking,
Tom, Jory, Nick.
Some went by with smiles, others with waves, and one pulled out of the speeding lineup just below us.
Hey, guys!
We stayed to the side as we joined Jory.
Are you having a good time?
Kurt's teaching us to ski like you.
Kurt better not be teaching you to ski like me. If you do that, people will say things about cats on ice.
Jory laughed, rubbing the top of Todd's head. Gracie tried that out. Paws scrabbling wildly.
Roar!
She fell in a heap of giggles.
Like that.
He picked her up and pointed uphill.
Watch Ted. Kurt will teach you how to do it like Ted.
There was a noticeable difference in style. Jory had stuck out as the wild man in this swift, graceful crowd.
But you're going to beat Ted at Fitville. You said so. So we should ski like you.
Todd stuck his lip out. Another adult bested by kid logic. I felt better watching Jory try to puzzle this one out.
Tell you what, you ski fast like me with technique like Ted, and Ted is going to try to beat me, you know.
Jory looked satisfied with his answer and confident that Ted wasn't going to succeed.
The best and fastest way to learn a sport is to watch and imitate a champion. Jean-Claude Killy said that, and he knew. He was a champion when your dad was a kid.
But wouldn't Ted beat you if he skied more like you?
Todd suggested. Another graceful racer whipped by.
Ted's a champion too. He won gold in Turin. You ask hard questions, mister.
Jory ended the discussion by picking Todd up and swinging him upside down, skis waving.
I'm going to drop you in a snowbank.
He damned near dropped the kid out of sheer surprise at the screams. Kurt was there before I was, grabbing Todd's hands and pulling him upright, setting him on his feet as Jory let go, white-faced.
Hey, buddy, you used to like that. What happened?
Todd clutched Kurt's waist, shaking, but no longer sounding like a siren.
That was before he nearly took a header off a chairlift,
Kurt told him. I had hold of Gracie, who had also screamed a bit, probably just to keep Todd company in the noise department.
That was you? Todd, buddy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Todd glared at Jory with deep suspicion. The last of the racers sailed by, yelling at Jory.
I gotta go. You have fun.
He picked up momentum, but the others still had the speed from the hill, and Jory trailed them. He kept looking over his shoulder at us, which couldn't have helped him catch up. Kurt patted Todd's shoulder and then gently rubbed his back.
You okay there?
Yeah.
Todd didn't let go of Kurt until Jory was a speck at the lift line.
We'll go when you're ready,
Kurt told him, and I nodded when Todd looked to me.
I don't want to ski like Jory anymore. I want to ski like Ted.
Todd stuck his chin out and then grinned at Kurt.
And you.
Kurt grinned back. I tried to disentangle myself from Gracie and get around. She slithered by me, and I slipped backward, center of gravity going somewhere it shouldn't have gone. I ended spread-eagled in the snow. Wiping the powder off my face, I looked up to see the kids pointing and howling, and Kurt trying hard not to laugh. The brat added,
But not like Jake,
and took off for the lift line pell-mell, followed by a pink blur.
He has a point there, Jake.
Kurt lost the battle with the belly laugh as he helped me up off the snow. I grimaced at him and started after my charges, hoping they didn't get halfway up the mountain without me. They stayed entertained in the lift line by having a miniature snowball fight with the snow we pulled out of my clothing, and we were about a third of the way up the hill when we all went silent. I looked at Kurt, and Kurt looked at me. We weren't much closer to getting things worked out than we had been before. The kids had insinuated themselves between us, so we couldn't talk, except in a roundabout manner. And I didn't even know how to start that, so the ride was pretty quiet. Kurt broke the silence once.
I told Rudy I was going to go public if he didn't meet me.
There was nothing I could say to that in front of the kids, though I had 1,000 questions still. So all I said was, "Good." "Prospector this time?" I asked once we'd offloaded. We had time for another couple of runs.
Prospector is narrow, so we'd have to go one at a time. And it will be hard to show you guys stuff on that one,
Kurt pointed out.
It's probably not the best run for us.
Let's do Prospector.
Gracie trembled under my hand.
Kurt, please don't ski with us this time.
Why?
Kurt looked stunned.
You say something and Jake stops laughing.
She wrapped her hands around my forearm.
You make Jake sad, and I don't like that.
I was trying not to make people shut up so much, but I'd really started with the wrong example because I couldn't argue with her reasoning.
Me either.
Todd had switched loyalties again.
I don't like it either,
Kurt said.
We have to fix that.
I was all for rolling the kids downhill in a barrel, just so we could be alone to do that. But Gracie went on.
You should do that when he isn't skiing with us.
Yeah, you're right.
Kurt quirked one side of his mouth, reminding me how long it had been since I'd seen his dimple. About 24 hours, but it seemed like years.
Catch you later, Jake.
He swung away and was gone, even though I called his name.
Stick around the Scott lifts,
I bellowed down the mountain, though I couldn't be sure he'd heard. The kids hunched up small as I turned around again, but I got a grip on my wrath.
Chasing my friend away isn't how to get me to laugh again,
I told them as gently as I could. Inside, I ached. Kurt and I needed to talk, make things all right, make me understand completely what I only understood dimly now.
You weren't laughing before, you aren't laughing now. What's the difference?
Todd grumbled, and took off without really watching where he was going, because he headed down a green slope that none of us enjoyed. I thought we would have to wait a while for the Underwoods, because we got to the base of the lift a little early. Once again, I would be reduced to hunting for Kurt needle in a haystack style, because I couldn't remember his phone number. Once I'd programmed it into my auto dial, it was out of my memory. 970, followed by 7 missing digits. I was debating going back home for my phone when the Underwood showed up.
Thanks, Jake. Good time had by all?
Mr. Underwood looked dubiously at our 3 long faces.
By anyone?
Intermittently. We had a pretty good snowball fight. I prompted them, and the kids didn't disappoint.
Yeah, we did. And we got a ski lesson from Kurt. That's Jake's friend, and we saw Ted and Jory with the team. Jory says Kurt was teaching us to ski like Ted.
The kids interrupted each other wildly as the stories tumbled out, making Mr. Underwood look approvingly upon me once again.
I heard there was a former U.S. ski team member teaching on the mountain. Would that be Kurt?
Yes, it would. I began to wonder if there wasn't something useful to Kurt's future lurking in this conversation.
If you see him, tell him I'd like to talk to him.
He collected his family, and before he headed off, he added darkly,
That clown who's been teaching Melanie isn't worth a damn.
That sounded like either a plum job in the making or another disaster. Either way, it wasn't if I saw Kurt. It would be when. I just had to go find him again. Chapter 21. If Kurt didn't turn up in a fairly short time, I'd go back to the apartment and fetch my phone. Heaven help the fool who got in my way now. Mr. Underwood had the clout to distract me. Possibly my boss Roy did, and anyone else was going to get chewed up and spit out. The run down Sundance was to get me to the bottom of the lower Scott lift, not to enjoy, and I did it fast. A couple of the runs leading off the upper Scott fed to the lower lift, a few to the upper lift, so I had to check both. I was getting frustrated and ready to fetch the phone when I ran across Gabe, swinging past the bottom of the high mountain lift. I hailed him, wondering if he knew anything helpful.
How'd you get here so fast?
He asked. I'm picking up speed, I told him, with just a touch of pride. I think I've cut about 10 minutes off Sundance.
No, weren't you at the top of the higher lift? I thought that was you.
He looked at me oddly.
Heading off with that Alpenschlessel guy.
I'm trying to find him, actually. I was too frustrated and anxious to learn more to argue with him about calling Kurt that Alpenschlessel guy.
What would you want with Ulf?
Gabe looked ready to spit.
He's an asshole.
I don't want Ulf, I want Kurt. Damn it, one more dead end.
You find Ulf, you'll find Kurt. He came along a little after you, or whoever, and Ulf did, and Ulf asked me to tell him that you were with him. So I did.
Gabe looked at me sideways.
Mark asked about you too, when he and Marty went by. I don't get it.
I do, thanks, Gabe. I whacked his arm lightly and hauled off to the lift line. There was a large yellow sign with black lettering to warn me that I was heading into expert terrain, but I'd head into the jaws of hell if I had to. As Kurt said, sometimes nothing was more important than keeping someone safe. Ulf was luring Kurt into a trap, and I was the bait. On the way up, I wondered what I could do to get Kurt out of whatever Ulf had planned. Physically, I might be a match for Ulf. Athletically, I wasn't, but I'd settle for driving him off and resolving matters later on level ground. If sheer fury could melt the snow around him, I'd leave him to drown in the flood it would cause, but I needed a better plan. Unfortunately, I had no way to plan, no weapons, no knowledge of the terrain above me, nothing but desperation and ski gear. It would have to be enough. Find them first. The map at the top of the lift had a closed sticker, covering up most of Cement Chute, and Killy's Knees and off-piste territory were the only other things marked to the west. The cabin Mark had mentioned had to be over here, because that ridge had what looked like a cornice, if I understood right, and I'd just have to see what I could see when I got there.
Killy's Knees only down that way,
Yelled the lift attendant. I waved without looking. Yeah, sure, and kept going anyway. Tracks diverged. The beaten path went one way, and a barely broken track made by only one or two skiers went the other. The snow was pristine in this treeless area, other than the narrow path that didn't look like many people had passed that way. Tracks of skis went down a bit, and then up into a small climb, where the wind was starting to sift the snow into the herringbone path that led up the rise. People on alpine skis had gone up that hill. I was betting there was a Love Nest cabin on the other side of that rise. Coming closer, I could hear shouting, though I could see no one yet. Two voices I knew were screaming insults and threats.
"If you killed him, you're dead, you sick fuck,"
came from Kurt as he topped the rise and shot down the other side onto the access trail.
"I did, and I kill you too,"
shouted Ulf, barely behind him and with something bulky in one bare hand, a ski pole dangling from his wrist. Shit. Well, obviously he hadn't, but the shot he fired at Kurt sounded damned sincere. They didn't know I was there, and I hadn't a prayer of catching them as they hurtled toward the Cement Chute. But there had to be something I could do. I could handle the terrain, I told myself. It was just steeper than I was used to, and I knew what to do about steepness. Cut across it at an angle. Turn to shed speed. Powder, well, I just have to not fall, because getting back up might be tricky. Feet wider apart like Jean-Claude Killy, Kurt's voice in my head suggested, and I sped down the access trail where only two skiers had gone before me. The trail turned back into the trees, a large clump of scrubby pines to either side of an opening hiding the piste, but I could hear the shouting over the noise the mountain was making. Strange whoomph sounds, like a behemoth settling. Think about that later. The trees would hide me from them as well. Leaning into the downhill, I realized I'd been handed a weapon. Surprise. Now, if I could just aim it properly. More shouting, this time from above.
"Get off the slab! Get off the slab!"
Slab meant Mark. No time to think about it. I blew through the trees in time to see Kurt rise to his skis and lean down the 40-degree slope. He became a red and black blur before Ulf could get up out of the churned snow where they'd scuffled, but he couldn't outski what Ulf pointed at him. I came out of the trees, straight at Ulf, who fired again, the sound sharp against the groaning of the mountain. Go, Kurt, go! Ulf lined up his next shot, and I lined up mine. I hit Ulf with my shoulder from behind, bringing him down with a grunt. The impact made me fight to keep my feet. The gun flew out of his hand. Blue steel nearly hit me as I cut back the other way in a flurry of speed and changed balance from the collision. Good. He'd have to hunt for it. Maybe I could get away fast enough that he couldn't bring me down with a bullet.
"Get off the slab!"
Something hit me from behind. Only bent knees and sheer terror kept me upright. That and the arm around my waist. Someone pulled me back into the trees.
"Keep going! Keep going!"
Mark screamed at me. Branches slapped at us. He dragged me between the pines.
"We have to get as far uphill as we can."
He let go, but kept going, fumbling with his equipment now. We used the momentum to get up the dished side of the slope, among trees that suddenly didn't look so sturdy. Something red whooshed and expanded, forming a huge inflated ruff behind his head. Mark turned to me, arms open.
"Hang on to me!"
Was nearly lost in the mountain's roar. We grabbed each other in a world that went white and translucent. The snow beneath us shook as the slab disintegrated, throwing spume into the air, blotting out the sun and sky in white needles. Unimaginable tons of snow flowed downhill. The snowpack gave way, drowning anything on it or in its path in white chaos. Crashing like surf, uncaring and inexorable, the avalanche roiled through the chute. Snow bashed against the mountain face on the opposite side of the slope, pulling trees away from our refuge. Time stretched out in weird ways. The avalanche went on forever, but I could measure it with my breathing and Mark's as we pressed against one another. If the snow took us, holding on to him was my only hope of staying near the surface, and his emergency beacon would summon Marty even if we were buried. He was the only one who knew where I was, the only one who would have a clue where to search for my body. I held him literally for dear life. His warm breath against my neck was the only reminder that the slide hadn't taken us yet. The roaring quieted as all that could tumble down the hill finished tumbling. Snow that had been thrown up fell back to the slope, and the sky was blue once more. The icy bedlam calmed. The mountain was only a mountain again.
What do you know? We made it.
Mark whispered against my neck. He shoved his goggles down around his neck. They were caked in snow, since he'd had to look out into the maelstrom while my own face was tucked into his neck and the inflated survival balloon.
Hurrah for being alive.
He took off my sunglasses. At close range, his straight brunette hair stuck out from under his cap in wisps, framing the warm hazel eyes that I hadn't seen clearly before. I cleaned the snow out of his eyebrows and wiped it from his cheeks. His wide mouth was almost too close to see, and then seeing didn't matter. He kissed me. Hurrah for being alive indeed. I opened my mouth and kissed him back, flooded with adrenaline and ecstasy at being upright and unburied. It lasted about 3 seconds. I yanked away, ashamed. What about Kurt?
He had a big head start, Jake. I think he made it.
Mark's face fell, though, knowing I was done with kisses for now, and kisses with him forever. I let go of him and staggered back to the edge of the trees. I couldn't bear it if Kurt had not, if he'd been caught in the avalanche and lay suffocating while I kissed someone else. Ulf didn't. There was only blank snow where Ulf had been, the exposed underlayers that hadn't been strong enough to hold the weight of the last storm's leavings. I looked down the steep slope, looking for the blue and black clothing he'd worn, and in spite of Mark's assurances, for red and black, though I knew Kurt would have been much farther down the hill. Mark pulled out his radio.
Snow Patrol 2 to Snow Patrol 1, do you read? Son of a bitch, Mark. Don't scare me like that.
Marty left all pretense of radio protocol behind in his relief.
I'm all right. Just have some snow down my neck. Jake is all right, too, he reassured his partner. We need to hunt for Ulf, though. Shit, the radio crackled back. Be right down. Did he have a beacon?
Mark looked a question at me. I shrugged.
Don't know about Ulf, but Kirk doesn't. Doubt it, but we'll listen.
Mark touched something in his jacket that hummed and pulled a hidden valve that let the red bladder on his neck and shoulders deflate.
Never had to trigger the avalanche vest before.
It settled in a plastic cape around him.
We have to find Kurt.
I didn't know how to start, though Mark did. He pulled a long, thin baton out of his belt and extended it into a pole.
Sorry, Jake, but we know Ulf is in there, and we don't know if Kurt is. That guy is a fucking waste of space, but we're sure he was caught.
Mark pleaded with me to understand, and I did, but I didn't. And I couldn't hope they found the guy who was doing his best to kill my Kurt. Punching Mark wouldn't change his mind. Marty swung in.
He started from about here?
We nodded, all trace of elation gone.
Okay, we start from farther down then.
Marty looked sympathetically at me.
The guy in red was Kurt?
I nodded miserably.
Did you guys talk?
I shook my head.
Not enough. Sorry, Jake. We have to look for that creep, but if you see anything, call your boss and tell him. He'll get on the radio and we'll come running with shovels, okay?
I can't, no phone. I was going to nail the damned phone to my ear just to make sure I always had it.
Take the radio.
Mark handed me something I didn't think he'd part with.
Call when you get to the bottom.
Might take me a while. It might be longer than 15 minutes, and some of that was gone already. Marty looked concerned.
Can you get down this hill?
I'd have to. Yeah, thanks, guys. I understand. As I swung down the hill after them, I wished I could scream and make them change their priorities, but one casualty was certain, and one was only a possibility. I passed them, sticking their probes into the snow. Crisscrossing the narrow slope kept my speed down and gave me a wide sweep. The snow was lumpy and uneven, nothing like the groomed perfection of the slopes. I kept my eyes on the surface, picking my way as I searched for flashes of red, black, or equipment poking through the snow. I hoped I wouldn't overlook any trace of Kurt on my way down Cement Chute, but more than that, I hoped there would be no trace of Kurt in the snow here, that he'd gotten to safety. He had to have reached safety, though I dared not overlook anything, even through the tears. Chapter 22. The chute ended where the adjacent peak began and formed a huge dam for the snow. The avalanche had not made much of a turn, though the snow spilled out into the next track. I came down that steep section that hadn't existed until moments ago. Nothing on Cement Chute said that Kurt was in the snow. No flash of red parka, no ski tip poking out, no shred of black pants. I'd searched as carefully as I could, knowing that the clock was ticking for a man buried alive, but nothing. Kurt had to have outrun the avalanche. He just had to have. I wiped my sleeve across my face and told myself that I'd found nothing of Kurt in the broken snow because he wasn't there to find. 80 miles an hour, Kurt had claimed for top-flight ski racers and Mark had claimed for avalanches. Kurt had a head start, I repeated aloud. He had to have made it. But if I couldn't find him now, would I know before spring? The trail here wasn't as steep. The snow was nearly unmarked. It hadn't been groomed and the powder was deep. The only flaw on the white snow was a black blit, just before the place where another ski run opened into this one. A couple of other skiers sailed out, making me wonder what they'd made of the avalanche. Had they even known that death had rumbled down the mountain? Would they care? I looked ahead more than I looked down now, knowing that Kurt could not possibly be buried here, and the tears came down my face unheeded. So I nearly went past the black blit before I understood what I was seeing and why I could have been crying for joy since I got off the broken slab. Idiot that I was, I hadn't registered that I was traveling through marked snow. Another trail marred the pristine powder here. It was hard to see in the noon light without much shadow, but it was there. Another skier had been along this trail. Only one, but there was only one it could be. Had he left me a sign? The black thing was a glove. The snow near it was scuffed and marked, as if there was a message written in it, but the wind and the weight of the snow had rendered it illegible, even in the few short minutes since it had been written. Still, there was only one skier who could have left that trail, which came out from under the broken slab. I looked back to see, and yes, there were two trails, Kurt's and mine, behind me. The glove went into my pocket, and I kicked up to get going again. I'd lost all my momentum when I'd stopped for the glove, so now I had to pull and swear to get back to the speed I'd had on this gentler slope that was access to the lower Scott lift. Surely, someone had seen a man with one glove come by. Perhaps he was even still there, hoping to find me. The lift was up ahead, and glory be, so was a figure in black and red, just outside the lift line, talking to someone. It didn't look like a happy conversation. Kurt waved his arms about and then grabbed the other person to shake him. One hand showed black at the end of his sleeve, one showed white and would be freezing cold. I couldn't hurry any faster, though I pulled harder when someone in a burgundy patrol jacket took his arm and tried to wrench him away. I had to get there before Kurt did anything that would get his lift ticket pulled, which a ski patrol could do for someone who made a disturbance. As I got nearer, I could make out better what was going on.
I have to get up there. Come on, Kim, please, you have to help.
Kurt was pleading and struggling now. Kim took him away from Gabe, who was patting him and telling him something I couldn't hear. Her brown curls bobbed with each shake of her head, making Kurt even more frantic. He grabbed her arm and begged,
Kim, you have to help me find him.
I shifted my weight and screeched to a perfect parallel stop next to the little group, getting their attention at last. Pulling the glove out of my pocket, I offered it to Kurt, and everyone fell silent. I think you dropped something. I don't bring my immediate world to complete and total silence very often, but it was sweet to do it now. Gabe made goldfish mouths, Kim cocked her head poodle style, and Kurt dropped his jaw. I twitched the glove at him. Come on, take it. And he did, though I had to guide it into his hand. Mechanically, he put it on and found some composure again.
That last run went okay, Jake?
He finally choked out. I'd like to have some warning about the bumps, but yeah. I could make this sound like something it wasn't. So, everything is okay here? Kim asked, and we all assured her that we were fine, fine, fine. The patrollers were the long arm of the law on the slopes, which made me wonder what Mark and Marty would have to say about our little adventure. But for now, it was enough that she turned into the lift line and spoke into her radio. If Kim was going down Sundance, we'd be elsewhere.
I don't suppose anyone wants to tell me what's going on?
Gabe asked plaintively.
You mistake me for someone who knows what's going on,
Kurt said, though he never took his eyes off me. Hey, I'm just out skiing. I shrugged. Where next, Kurt? Chapter 23.
Where next?
Kurt repeated faintly, as if he couldn't believe that something so normal could be said on such a chaotic day. Yeah, do you want to do Prospector? A narrow, thinly populated trail seemed like a really good idea, because then we could stop and talk with a bit of privacy, and I sure had things to say to him.
No, I need to go up. I left my poles at the top.
Now that he mentioned it, he looked strange, rather like the kids with nothing in his hands.
How did you do that?
Asked Gabe, whose curiosity would be what killed the cat that got thrown across the icy driveway. Relief must be making me delirious. I almost thought that made sense.
Stuck them in the snow and skied off without them,
Kurt told him offhandedly. I tossed my head toward the lift. Several people had come along already, so there was no chance of having to sit with Kim and dodge official questions.
Well, duh,
Gabe said for him.
Why did you do that?
The unofficial question asker was with us. Great.
I was in a hurry.
Kurt's tone said not to ask again. Gabe took the hint and headed to the lift with Kurt behind him. I almost got to the rope barricade at the lift line before I got hit from behind. Must be my day for that. But this time, the incoming was about waist height, dressed in pink and bawling her head off. She might have been crying before we went down in a tangle of skis and poles, and only crying louder after. But it was hard to tell. Are you okay, Gracie? I was concerned that she damaged herself and was too upset to notice. Let's calm down, sweetie. Whatever it is can't be that bad. We got ourselves somewhat organized, but before I could stand, she flung herself into my arms and sobbed into my neck. I sat back and let her cling, patting her gently and trying not to look at her father looming over me. It gave me a chance to grope around on the snow for my sunglasses.
Maybe you can talk sense to her, Jake. She certainly isn't listening to me.
The man who probably terrified 10 businessmen before breakfast looked completely flummoxed by his 5-year-old daughter. How was I supposed to do any better? Tell me what's the matter, honey. I suspected that Black Diamond runs were going to figure into this story somehow, and she did not disappoint. Daddy said no Black Diamond slopes until I can pole plant, she stammered out. And I don't even have poles. I don't think it's the poles, honey. I think it's the skills, I said, picking at the only part of this I understood, since I had no idea how to pole plant. She wailed with a patent unfairness of this.
How am I going to learn if I don't have poles?
Oh no. She was attacking with kid logic. I met Mr. Underwood's eyes in horrified sympathy. He had to live with this every day. I rubbed little circles on her back. Gracie, I think you and your daddy have to talk about poles first, and then talk about learning to pole plant. But if you just cry at him, he's going to think you're too little for big kid things like poles. I petted her and willed her to calm down. From the corner of my eye, I could see Mr. Underwood nodding in agreement. I gave her a minute, which she used to control herself. The hiccuping stage was an improvement on the howling. Kurt had come back to see what was keeping me. He opened his mouth to speak and shut it with a snap. He was wearing that sideways quirk that meant he was going to burst out laughing if I met his eyes. So I turned back to Gracie.
But I want to go on Dynamite Alley today!
Still came out of her.
And Daddy said no!
Gracie, listen. I chose my words carefully. Your daddy had to decide between making you happy and keeping you safe. He chose safe, even if it made you unhappy. And it was a good decision. I looked up at Kurt, who had gone solemn at my words, then back at Gracie. Even if it made you really unhappy, and even if it made you mad, after you think about that for a while, you'll know that he made the right decision. Then you can stop being mad and forgive him. I looked at Kurt again. His face was full of hope. I passed him a significant look before returning my eyes to her face. Even if you don't know exactly why he decided that.
Did you forgive Kurt?
She asked with the brutal directness of the very young. Yes. That was for Gracie. Yes, I did. Now I looked up at Kurt. I had, from what little he'd been able to explain so far, and I told him so with my eyes. The rest would be only details. She followed my gaze.
Could Kurt teach us to pole plant?
She looked up at me hopefully. Kurt nodded minutely. I think so, but we'd have to talk to your daddy first. Mr. Underwood flinched. It was all on his shoulders again. She followed my gaze, which had strayed back to Kurt, and scrambled out of my lap to cajole him, which she considered best done with arms around his waist. I lifted my poor cold butt up out of the snow.
Please, Kurt, it would make Jake smile.
If Kurt could resist that entreaty, he was a harder man than her father and a braver man than me.
Ah, you must be the Kurt of whom I have heard so much.
Mr. Underwood put out a hand.
You teach?
Kurt took his hand gravely.
I've parted ways with my last employer.
If Kurt wanted to throw Rudy under the bus, here was the perfect opportunity. But a death on this man's property, not to mention the man's marriage, was part of the stakes. Messengers were often shot. Kurt sidestepped that issue by saying,
I'd probably need to sign on with the Wapiti Creek Ski School.
Do that. Talk to Charles Lewis.
Mr. Underwood scribbled a note and a number on a card he'd pulled from a pocket. Golf courses and ski resorts. Guess the only difference about the business transacted on them was the randomness of the encounters while skiing.
And be ready for a beginner intermediate woman who had better damned well get up to speed after 3 years and a couple of 5-year-olds who yearn to be Jory Taylor.
Ted Liggety, Daddy.
Gracie grinned up at her father.
He skis prettier, and Jory says Kurt can teach us to ski like that.
Oh, does he?
Mr. Underwood gave Kurt an appraising look.
Would you be Jory's shadow by chance?
Once upon a time,
Kurt said. That made Gracie look at him oddly.
You're real, though.
yes,
Kurt said.
yes, I am.
When we loaded the Lower Scott quad lift, Gabe sat on Kurt's other side, effectively curtailing any chance of talking about the important things. He let others pass him by to find out more of what had just transpired. But Kurt and I weren't saying much, though we grinned goofily enough. I wanted to throw my arms around Kurt to make him tell me what the hell had been going on and make him promise never to do any of it again. Gabe was just going to have to deal with public displays of affection. I slipped my arm into Kurt's and held it tight.
Like that, huh?
Gabe said knowingly.
Mark is going to be devastated.
Mark already knows which way the wind blows, I responded, flinching a little at Gabe's knowledge, but done was done, and I wasn't letting go of Kurt for anything. I squeezed his arm a little tighter. He squeezed back, and I knew we'd need a long private time to finish what we'd just started.
Does he? You are all he talks about,
Gabe went on. I did not want to talk about Mark right now, maybe ever, because the taste of our kiss was still in my mouth. If anyone had some explaining to do, it was me.
Sitting right here.
Kurt said with some asperity.
Yeah, well, it isn't as if an Alpenschlüssel instructor should fuss about outside sweeties.
Gabe had an overactive curiosity, an underactive tact gland, or a death wish. Kurt just snarled at him.
I quit Alpenschlüssel. Effective yesterday. I just need to get my hands on that miserable Rudy and get the paperwork straight. But I am not Alpenschlüssel anything. Got that?
Got it.
Gabe shrank away from him.
But why did you sign on with them in the first place?
Definitely a death wish. But Kurt must have seen the opportunity to clear his name, because he wouldn't release my arm so I could punch Gabe.
I was blinded by the bucks.
Kurt went on more quietly.
I had no idea about the rest of it.
You were the only one. That must have been a nasty shock.
He must have decided Kurt's more reasonable tone meant he could keep probing.
Oh, yeah. But it didn't come to anything, except that Mrs. Walker grabbed my butt.
Kurt shuddered.
And then I quit.
Gabe laughed, but I went cold inside. He'd been to the cabin. I trusted Kurt, I reminded myself, because he always had a good reason for what he did. If his good reason now was to get Gabe to spread the word of his innocence, I was all for it, even if it wasn't true. But oh, how I wanted it to be true. I held his arm a little harder and swallowed down the lump in my throat. At the top of the lower scout lift, we had to unload and move to the second lift to go the rest of the way up the mountain. Gabe led the way, anxious to be back on station before his lunch hour was over. I trailed Kurt, who skated his skis to get some momentum without his poles. Halfway across the transit, a group of brightly dressed women spotted Kurt and surrounded him. I pulled up to avoid crashing into a cheerful woman with a rose-colored jacket and a nose full of pink zinc oxide. But when I heard what they were saying, I wished I'd hit her and taken the group down like dominoes.
Hey, Kurt, just in time. We were looking for you,
came from a tall woman in a silver jacket.
Yeah, let's go back up to the cabin.
A woman in blue grabbed Kurt's arm. I could spear her with my pole from behind, but I'd let Kurt try to talk to her first.
Your golden moment is past, Cassie. We aren't going anywhere together.
Kurt disengaged his arm, trying gently at first, but he got a little rougher as she clung.
But you're my birthday present.
The clinger smiled coquettishly.
Do we have to pay you more?
Asked the woman in silver. I could spear her with the other pole.
Yesterday I was bought and paid for, but the coin wasn't money. Today I am my own man. Let's go, Jake.
He tried to escape the thicket of women, but was hampered without poles.
We didn't even get your clothes off yesterday,
wailed Cassie. I wanted to cheer, but it was time to think instead. I'd seen the name Cassandra recently, on the list Kurt had abstracted from the Alpenschlüssel computer. What did it go with?
You owe me!
No, I don't think so. I broke in, angry now. It's Cassandra Rancier, isn't it? They all swiveled around to stare at me, probably the same way they would if one of their little bug-eyed dogs had started to talk. I'd had to surf for information on this name. Was it only the day before yesterday? It's politicians that are supposed to stay bought. Want to talk about eminent domain? Kurt and I were abruptly alone.
How the hell did you do that?
He asked, bewildered. I laughed deep in my chest. You asked me to take a look at those names? Hers had a lovely scandal attached. properties getting condemned for proposed public works and then resold when the projects fell through. Lots of juicy headlines.
Knowledge is power.
Kurt peered down the hill at the rapidly disappearing women.
Let's go get my poles.
Chapter 24. We had company up the hill, killing the opportunity for serious conversation once again. Only my thigh pressed against Kurt's kept me from losing the last shreds of control I owned. This had been the 24 hours from hell. More than anything else, I wanted some quiet refuge where I could be with Kurt. Getting home means getting down Killy's knees, I pointed out. Blue/black runs were advanced intermediate. Everything else up there was black diamond or double diamond.
Don't sweat it,
Kurt said.
You've done harder already today, and you got my glove back.
This we could talk about even with a couple of teenage snowboarders next to us. I didn't think Kurt was so distracted that he'd missed the significance of me getting on the upper Scott lift, but he hadn't said anything. Since I wasn't going to let him out of my sight again, it wouldn't have mattered if he had.
So don't worry.
Kurt patted my leg and glowered when one of the teenagers snickered. Somehow, I didn't think that slow traverses on cement chute exactly qualified as skiing a black diamond.
Back to the scene of the crime,
Kurt directed me, and I followed him down the access trail, herringboning my way up the rise. We looked down at the cabin, so innocently surrounded by snow and trees. One pair of skis and 2 sets of poles were stuck into the snow by the door.
Someone's there. I thought those were yours when I was here earlier. Then things got a little busy.
If he's waiting for Ulf, he could be waiting a long time. Mark and Marty are probably still looking. Oh yeah. I'd been toting this radio around without using it. Snow Patrol 2 to Snow Patrol 1, do you read? Kurt furrowed his forehead at me as I spoke into the unit.
Snow Patrol 1, over.
Crackled back at me. Skier and Red Jacket has been located in good condition. Over. No need to tell anyone who might be listening, like my buddy Egon, what was going on. Who knew how he spent all that time in the hut with the radio?
Good. Over and out.
Guess they aren't going to tell me about Ulf. I shoved the radio back into my pocket. It's been a lot more than 15 minutes since the slide.
Did he get caught in that?
Kurt looked sick.
That's a horrible way to go.
I'd feel worse if I hadn't watched him shoot at you. I pulled him against me with one arm. Kurt, he wanted us both dead. I heard what he yelled at you. I kissed his cheek.
You heard that?
He was stunned. I was coming along this very trail when you guys came over the rise, and I chased you into Cement Chute. The fear came back in a rush, because if Kurt had been shot and left on the slope, the avalanche would have hidden him until spring.
I didn't know you were up there until I talked with Gabe. I left the glove for the patrols.
He put his arm around my waist and his head on my shoulder.
I didn't see you.
Neither did Ulf. I ran him over, and he dropped the gun in the snow. I kissed his head, but got a lip full of hat. Still, he was warm and alive. The snow hadn't touched him.
Do you think he set off the avalanche with the shot?
Kurt rubbed his cheek against me. Not likely. Mark said they use howitzers, and I know they plan to trigger. They probably had the cornice half sawed off when they saw people on the slope. I thought for a second. Kurt had patrolled in other seasons. You know all that.
I did, but I didn't know if you did. I don't want you blaming yourself for that sorry son of a bitch.
He tipped his face, offering his mouth. I kept him from hurting you. The mountain took care of the rest. I took what he offered, treasuring the warmth and movement.
Not the first time you've done that, Jake. You know, for a flatland fern or city boy, you have a pretty good understanding of frontier justice.
He rubbed his nose against my cheek.
Let's go get my poles and tell the John he's out of luck.
The last time I'd kept someone from hurting Kurt, I'd shot at a knife-wielding biker with a bow and arrow, missed him, but nailed his Harley, which might have been the more painful wound after all. Still, I'd meant to kill the guy, and I couldn't be too sorry that the snow and Ulf's own actions had done the job this time. If that was frontier justice, it suited me fine. Kurt jammed his skis into the snow and strode to the glass door. He thumped on it, shouting,
Hello in there?
"Where's Ulf?" asked the man who opened it. Fully dressed for the slopes, he could probably be mistaken for me if you didn't know either of us. Being about my height, though older, I didn't sport either a cleft chin or a beer belly, which was only too visible with just long johns on.
Unavoidably detained. He won't be back up here today,
Kurt told him.
So they sent you instead? Very nice,
He drawled, running his eyes over my Kurt.
Come on in.
No, I'm not here for you.
Kurt turned, but the man took his shoulder.
You're Alpenschlüssel and you're here. You must be.
He tried to smile engagingly, but I'd had enough. I was out of my skis before he finished speaking and jammed them upright into the snow. Buddy, your clothes are leaving the cabin in 2 minutes, and I don't care if you're wearing them or not. My ski boots rang loudly off the porch as I stomped to the door. Kurt had already disentangled himself, but I hadn't had one single adversary all day that I could square off with properly, and my nerves were completely shot. Someone was going to pay for bothering Kurt, and this guy looked handy. And Kurt, take off the damned pin already.
Right.
Kurt yanked off his gloves to pull the backing off the troublesome logo. I pushed through the sliding door. There had to be a bathroom in this little love nest. I came out drying my hands on a blue towel. You're still here? The man stabbed into the recesses of his jacket, hunting for the second sleeve. It took several tries. Finally, he grabbed his gloves, stammered, "Going," and bolted. I glowered from the porch until he stumbled into his bindings and headed up the rise. His skis splayed widely as he herringboned up the hill and away from the madman. Kurt had come in and taken his boots and jacket off. Now he was sitting on the wooden bench by the fire, warming his gray wool-clad toes. I sat next to him, hunched forward with my forehead on my clasped hands. His hand was gentle on my back, rubbing lightly.
What do you want to do, Jake?
Can we just stay here a while? It was quiet, it was warm, and there was no one else with me but Kurt. I did not want to look at any other human faces, speak any other names, hear any other voices. I needed the world to leave us alone.
Sure. I thought that was why you threw the John out.
He sat forward and drew my jacket off my shoulders, making me sway with the movement of my arms. It was that or hit him. I was so tired now that I wondered where I'd have gotten enough energy to hit the guy a second time if he'd resisted. All the adrenaline, anger, fear, and power that had kept me going all morning were gone, as if they had never been. I balanced my head carefully on my hands, because only the tripod effect would keep me upright. The fire was almost too warm on my face, but I couldn't really move away. Kurt was rubbing my back again. His face looked the way I felt. He'd been through his own ringer today. Eyes closed, he asked the question that meant he wasn't going to listen to anything I said before I ate something.
Did you have any breakfast today, Jake?
There was cream in the coffee. I hadn't delayed following him to the slopes until my body had settled enough to feed it.
Why do you do this to yourself?
He grumbled as he got up, returning with a wide-mouthed thermos and a spoon. Kurt pulled me upright against the back of the bench and sat close to me, holding the container below our chins.
Eat, okay?
The spoon brushed my lips, so I opened my mouth automatically, letting him tip vegetables and broth in. A spoonful went into his mouth while I chewed. Then he fed me another. The soup disappeared into us, letting life and warmth return. I slipped a hand behind his head and stole a drop of broth that had escaped the corner of his mouth. He turned it into a tiny kiss and let me slide my cheek along his, even though my stubble rasped his smooth skin. He'd taken the time to shave this morning, though I had not, and the stroke raised the color in his skin. We'd been bright pink from the cold, which had faded to unfed pallor once in the cabin, but now he was uneven. I sanded his other side for symmetry, though he fended me off with the spoon.
If you're this lively from the soup, I have great hopes for what the sandwiches will do to you.
Kurt kissed me again before taking the empty container away and returning with bottles of water and a plate of deli excess. The sliced turkey mounted more than an inch deep in its nest of bread and mayonnaise. We each grabbed a triangle and gobbled in silence. Sighs of relief followed, which was my cue to take the plate back to the little table. Sitting back next to Kurt, I brought up the 600-pound gorilla. Why was Ulf shooting?
I was going to go public about Alpenschlüssel if Rudy didn't cut me loose. After yesterday, I don't think he or Ulf trusted me not to do it anyway. Jake, if he'd done even half of what he'd said he'd do to you, I'd have hurt them every way I could think of. Publicity would have been just the start.
He nibbled along my jaw, ending in a lopsided kiss. I noticed anew that he had a puffy lip. Did Ulf hit you?
No, Mark did, last night. Don't you remember?
Bits and pieces. It wasn't a good night.
The master of understatement speaks, and you say that I jump to conclusions.
Kurt pulled me back against his arm.
Though your conclusions weren't entirely out there.
The women made it pretty plain that it didn't go the way they expected. I rested a hand on his thigh.
For which the good Lord, you, and Renzetti's Pizza are to be thanked. She threw me out after a visitation from the ghost of garlic past.
Kurt chuckled at the memory. The ghost? Oh. I wanted to laugh. If he'd told me this before I'd eaten, I might have cried instead. I swung my arm behind his head and brought his face to mine. I don't scare so easily. Mindful of the damage, I slipped my tongue along his lower lip, meeting his tongue in the softest of caresses. And neither do you. What did Ulf say? He looked straight ahead into some future that wouldn't happen now.
Jake, what he threatened makes me hope the avalanche finished him, just so he can't ever touch you. I'd have done whatever I had to, yesterday, to keep him from shooting to maim, or...
He stopped. The pain in his face said enough.
And I did. I fixed it. But Jake, I really hope he's dead.
If he touches either one of us, he is for sure, I told him. And then it was time for both of us to quit talking. Chapter 25. It would be easier to get the ski pants off if I took the boots off first. We stood up to strip each other and were doing pretty well until we got to my pants. Kurt pushed me back onto the bench and then took one boot off with a mighty heave, while I tried not to slide off the seat. Then he wrenched the other one off and slipped the long johns and ski pants the rest of the way down my legs while he was at it, throwing them on the floor behind us. We still had 2 pairs of socks each, but they weren't in the way. Noticeable, though. He looked down at my one gray woolly foot and one white woolly foot. I'd bought a different color so we could keep the laundry straight.
Oh, Jake.
He knelt between my knees and ran his hands up and down my legs as he chuckled over my comfort clothing. I missed you this morning. I pulled him against my chest. We were skin to skin now, with the gas log casting warmth. His buns were aimed toward the fire. Their lightly toasting surfaces were warm under my hands.
I missed you last night,
he said.
That bed is too empty without you.
If I'd taken Mark up on his offer, one thing I did recall a little too well. This conversation might be going a very different direction. There's a bed over there, calling our names. What were we waiting for? Our sock feet had no traction on the dash across a few yards of wood flooring, but we did manage to make it to our target. After months of camp cots and sleeping bags in the cabin and sex on any handy boulder, fallen tree, or meadow, it was still strange to slide into a bed. The sheets were as crisp as they looked, cool against my skin. The turned down comforter came to my waist, covering my erection, but the air was much chillier here in the corner of the cabin, so I flipped the goose down up over our shoulders. Turning to face Kurt, I marveled at how his tanned, blonde good looks showed against the white pillows. His chest was bare and exposed to my hands, if not my eyes, so I stroked his skin. His hard cock was concealed but not imprisoned. I needed only to slide my hand farther to find his erection. Knowing he was hidden but accessible excited me. Our al fresco sex had left me unaware of how tantalizing a little bedding could be. I explored his exposed skin first, kissing and licking my way across his neck, then ducking down to his chest. He ran strong hands down my back, massaging and investigating. Moans rumbled from his throat, and then I had to come up to catch the sounds in my mouth. I lay on top of him now, skin to bare skin, the covers still hiding our bodies. He sought my lips as eagerly as I sought his, the puffiness making the kiss awkward. We laughed a little when our teeth clinked together.
Easy, Jake,
he said, licking my lower lip. But he didn't stop the sensuous motions of his hips as our hard cocks rubbed together, trapped between our bellies. He felt so good, so right pressed to my flesh. If we were any closer, one of us would be inside the other, and I could barely wait for that. He nibbled my neck, taking skin between his teeth, softly nipping, making me shiver.
Cold?
He teased, but no, I was hot for him, and he knew it. I repaid the favor by sucking his earlobe into my mouth. Hot breath and tiny licks there could reduce him to quivering, and I loved to do it to him. He moaned as I traced the rim of his ear with my tongue, and he began to massage the base of my spine on either side, which shot strange sparks through me and caused me to cry out. He stopped because we'd learned that a little of that went a long way, and started to work his fingers into my back again, traveling up my spine. "Oh, that is good," I mumbled into his neck as I slipped my hands up under his shoulders to do the same to him. With hands, mouths, and bodies, we kneaded each other in the light from the windows and the flickering gas log. Wondering if Kurt thought this concealment was as exciting as I did, I started wiggling my way down to the foot of the bed, pulling the covers over my head. I had to be a lump in the bedclothes crouching over his groin, taking his hard cock into my hand, stroking him from the base up to let me feel his excitement. 7 inches of hardness was mine to play with, and I did, slipping his skin over his shaft. A tiny bit of light filtered through the sheet and the down, letting me see what I was about to put into my mouth. The covers did nothing to muffle his panting and exclamations, which grew louder as I sucked his balls into my mouth one at a time, letting them slide out again and nibbling the rough, slightly furry skin of his sack.
"Have some mercy under there, Jake,"
he gasped. He thrust a hand beneath the covers to stroke my hair. I'd let mine grow out more too, and it was making curls at the back of my neck, which he played with at times like this.
"Never,"
I growled playfully, and sucked the tip of his cock, with its little bead of moisture, into my mouth. I took more and more of him in, swirling my tongue over the soft head, down the hard shaft, before coming up again. Intending to do this to him until he ended with orgasm, I set about sucking Kurt into a frenzy. Not being able to see his face was a good thing this once, since he might have distracted me from my single-minded application of mouth to cock. I had to slip one hand under his thigh to catch his wrist before he could change my rhythm, and when he put his other hand under the covers, I caught that wrist too. Nothing would suit me today other than Kurt spending himself into my mouth as I played with him from my hiding place. Imagining what he was seeing, a bouncing white lump under the duvet, while feeling my familiar tonguing, made me even harder than before. So when he wiggled a foot under me and rubbed his leg against my cock, I rubbed back and redoubled my efforts with my mouth. Finally, I had to release his wrists to hold his shaft with one hand and his balls with the other, plunging my mouth over his cock. He curled around my head enough to grab my shoulders. The pleasure overwhelmed him, and I heard his strangled cry as he pulsed and came. For long seconds, he throbbed and spurted, giving me what I wanted, before falling back against the pillow to catch his breath. He gasped, and I uncurled, easing my way back into the fresh air and the light, finally stretching out full length against him. The covers drawn up to our armpits, my hard cock pressed against his side. I'd just give him a few moments to get ready for whatever we did next. When he had enough breath to kiss me, it would be time enough to move on, and in the meantime, I could caress his arms and sides.
"What you do to me, Jake?"
he murmured as he sought my mouth with his. I'd been completely inexperienced when he first took me, but I'd learned a lot these last 5 months, and I loved being able to please him. "What else shall I do to you?" I asked, knowing his orgasm might influence his opinion of what he wanted now.
"I think you'll give me the chance to return the favor,"
he said between kisses, and then plumped the pillows behind his head.
"Come up here where I can suck you."
I'd never turned down that offer from him. It was the first sex he'd ever proposed to me, and it never grew old to feel his mouth on my cock, though today some caution was in order. "Even with the fat lip?"
"Just get up here."
Eagerly, I escaped from under the comforter to straddle his shoulders, letting my cock wave enticingly near his mouth. I'd have to be careful, since his hands were behind me and he couldn't control the depth, but he'd grown steadily more skilled at taking my 8 inches down to the base. With his hands on my hips, Kurt guided me to his lips, licking me all over as my cock jumped away from his tongue. Part of it was me shivering, because the head of the bed was away from the fire. "What idiot made this bed?" Yanking the goose down untucked and throwing the pillows toward Kurt's feet, I turned us around so my bare body was in the warm zone. The brass bed frame was lower at this end, but no matter. Kurt was warm under the comforter, and now so was I, over his head.
"A little help here,"
he said with his tongue out and waving. My cock came down to bat his nose when I swung my leg over him again. He licked me again as I used a hand to aim my cock into his mouth, and then he let his lips slide along the length of my shaft. Grabbing the footboard with both hands to steady myself, I thrust gently into his mouth. Grateful for the stability, I looked down at the wonderful sight of my cock disappearing between his lips, feeling his tongue stroke me into pleasure that once I'd only imagined with him. Kurt set the speed, moving my hips with his hands, and I moaned his name as his eyes fluttered shut. With one especially sensuous swirl, he let go of my cock and craned upward to his hand, which was straining to get around my thigh and into his mouth. One strong finger got sucked to wetness in 2 long strokes, and then he was trying to catch my cock again, so I lifted my butt to help. That must have been the rest of the help he needed too, because it parted my cheeks just enough for him to find my asshole, to slip that wet finger in. He finger fucked me gently as I fucked his mouth now. Feeling these 2 connections with him made me throw my head back. I slid in and out of him. He slid in and out of me, and my knuckles were white as I squeezed the footboard. When he pressed down on that great spot and increased the pressure of his lips, it tipped me over the edge to climax, filling this little cabin on the mountaintop with a sound made only by the mountain lions and me. Once I could move again, I lay down beside him, head on his shoulder. I held him tightly, thinking that this would be a great time to tell him how much I loved him, and then kept quiet. I didn't want Kurt to think I only meant that sex was great, or that I was glad we were good with each other again. Too much else had happened today that would contaminate the words. He tucked up the covers around me, stroking my shoulder and kissing my hair.
"Are you my happy man again?"
he asked me, and the hope in his voice was a palpable thing. "Very happy and very yours." I could tell him that without the baggage of the other words, and I held him even more tightly.
"Good,"
he murmured.
I think we have time for a nap."
Chapter 26. Nature woke me, though she'd let me sleep just long enough to be refreshed. I eased out of the bed without waking Kurt, stopping to brush a lock of hair off his forehead. His lashes lay against his cheeks, long and sandy blonde like his brows. The swollen lower lip disturbed his handsome symmetry, leaving his lips parted on the one side only. We'd taken a lot of risks with each other and for each other, but this was the first physical marking he'd taken on my account. He'd wished Ulf dead, though, so the psychological marks had gone deep. When I got back, I'd spoon him from behind to protect him from whatever I could. It might have been his empty arms that roused him and sent him in search of me, but he found me in the tiny bathroom, unwrapping one of the miniature toothbrushes at the side of the sink. He rubbed one eye while he watched me generate a mouthful of foam, before standing with his back to me at the familiar fixture of the two. "What's that thing?" I asked, after I'd rinsed my mouth. Twisting a knob shot a fountain of water into the air. I turned it off a lot faster than I'd turned it on, even though the basin caught the water.
"It's a bidet. They're all over in Europe."
Kurt started brushing his teeth with another tiny toothbrush.
"Makes sense."
He stopped to rinse.
"To have one up here."
"Why?" I regarded the rimless basin with a spigot, knobs, and drain with some suspicion.
"Because it's not for washing socks, which is what I did the first time I found one."
Kurt chuckled.
"This is a sex hideaway, and it's for washing you."
"The sock thing is a little more obvious," I started to say, but Kurt steered me until I was straddling the basin, then sitting down with my tackle dangling in. Uh-oh. He turned the knobs, shielding me from the water until he'd gotten the temperature to his satisfaction, and then taking his hand away to let the fountain hit me right in the nads. The warm water felt good, if strange, and then Kurt knelt beside me, one arm around my waist. He pumped a bit of soap into his hand.
"The whole point is to spot clean your crotch,"
he told me as he rubbed the soap all over my cock and balls.
"Anytime you'd like."
He paused to kiss me.
"Europeans think we're a bunch of barbarians for relying on toilet paper alone. Scoot up."
Moving farther onto the bidet as he patted my butt, I could see the point. This was deluxe and got better. He took another pump from the soap dispenser before sliding his hand into my crack, working suds into every little crevice. He slipped against my asshole, and I understood exactly why he said,
"If we ever have a bathroom to build or remodel, we're putting in one of these."
"Oh, yeah." I'd already put my arm over his shoulders to encourage his kisses, but now I needed him for balance as he teased me with a soapy finger. My cock was already coming back up, and I was getting anxious for him to slip that teasing finger into me. "Get me really clean."
"Plan to."
He finally penetrated my ass, stealing my reason with his soft pumping.
"And really rinsed, too, or I'm going to be hiccuping bubbles."
It took me a second to figure that one out, and then I nearly fell off the bidet.
"Yeah, Jake,"
he whispered into my mouth as he let the water gush over me.
"I'm gonna taste."
Pretending to myself that my wobbly knees were from all that hard skiing and not from anticipation, let me get to the bed without actually falling. Though when Kurt tipped me onto my back, it was just barely in time. He tucked the goose down around us as we shivered slightly from the chill air. The gas fire didn't warm as far as the bathroom.
"You aren't going to stop me like you did that once, are you?"
Kurt rolled on top of me, tracing my features with his fingertips. "That was before I met the bidet. Though I might," I kissed the fingertips dancing lightly over my lips, "start screaming something about fuck me now."
"I'll fuck you when we're both good and ready,"
he promised, blue eyes dancing.
"And I'll be the judge of when."
Take your time, I thought, as we rolled together. Kissing and nibbling, an afternoon in bed was new for us. Though we'd had our lazy afternoons by the lake and in the woods, the bed was soft and springy, with no stray pine cones or sharp rocks to find the hard way. And if the temperature was cooler on one end, we could just hide in the down comforter. I found myself on top of Kurt, licking him between the shoulder blades and running my hand down his flank, planning to grab a handful of ass. When he flinched, I stopped. "What's the matter?" Rising over him, I looked down to see what I'd done.
Nothing. Get back down here.
Kurt stuck a hand between my thighs to pull me close. This is a big honking bruise, Kurt, not nothing. I sat back on my heels to take a better look at the black and blue comet across his flank, just above his waist. None of the adventures I knew about so far accounted for damage that flared backward from a nasty, dark-centered blotch. What happened?
Egon stabbed me with his pole this morning. Seems he wants my job.
Kurt rolled to his back and yanked me down on top of him again. I leaned down to kiss the bruise. He can have it. Our play eventually put me on the bottom, on my belly, in the warm zone at the foot of the bed with Kurt lying on top of me. His cock was nestled into my crack, his lips near my ear, and his hands slipped under my shoulders. On any other day, I'd have lifted my ass to slide him in, but now I lay still. Catching one of his fingers in my mouth, I licked it softly, wanting him to feel my urging, yet not wanting to pressure him.
You are so amazingly sexy.
He whispered between nibbles on my neck, then sat up.
I can hardly stand it.
Me? Okay, I wouldn't argue with him, especially since he was straddling my back now, his hands flat to my skin and scooting backward a few inches at a time. When his butt was on top of mine, he leaned down to lick a line across my spine, then resumed his slow travel backward. He had my thighs trapped under him now, his hands on my buttocks. Squeezing, playing, kneading. It was all sweet torment and anticipation for what I hoped he hadn't changed his mind about. When he parted my cheeks, he moaned, and I knew I'd just have to hang on a little bit longer. I helped him play with my ass. Little hip thrusts pushed my buns into his hands, rubbing my cock, hard and leaking, against the bedding below. Small noises came out of me from the way Kurt was working his fingers into the muscles of my butt. In time, with the motions of my hips and his, rubbing his ass against the backs of my knees. Then he wasn't there anymore. He was on his knees. One strong hand pressed down on my upper back, and the other slipped under my hips to raise them. Following his silent directions, I put my ass in the air for him. Seeing what he did when we had sex was really important to me. I liked the positions where I could see his face, his body, or both. And butt up didn't work well for me that way. If he was going to reach, though, I'd just have to deal with it. Crushing a pillow to my chest gave me something to hold as he put his face down and nipped softly at one cheek. He drew the tip of his tongue across my cheek and breathed softly into my crack. He'd arrived high and now licked his way down to more sensitive places, reaching my hole after wonderful, excruciatingly long seconds. Little flicks and longer licks made me moan again, loving the way Kurt tongued me there, where he'd been the first and only one to enter. Now he played me with his mouth, the sensuous swirling of his tongue giving way to little nibbles on my cheeks when he came up for air. I was so open to him as he spread me wider with his hands to plunge his face into my crack. Seeing what he was doing was impossible. Feeling what he was doing was my whole world right then. I had to bite the corner of the pillow to keep from screaming. To hell with it. He should know that he was driving me wild. The pillowcase tore in my teeth when I pulled away. His name was the only word in my cries, but, Kurt, brought him back from nibbling a bun and teasing me with a finger to mouthing my ass more intimately. He took his tongue back long enough to say my name softly, and then stroked it across my hole again. Is this what I'd done to him the other night, when I'd folded him like origami on the couch? Had I driven his thoughts away, the way mine were going, chased by his tongue? He reached under me and had a handful of cock now, not stroking, just holding me and letting my own movements fuck his hand. Kurt had me every way he could like this, and I could only call his name again to say how good it was.
Oh man, you are hot stuff. Hot stuff.
Kurt swiped his tongue across my hole, making the muscle relax under his attentions.
Damn.
Damn, yeah. As he probed my ass, I thought about screaming now, begging him to fuck me, but that would mean leaving off the licking and lapping. But damn, I wanted his cock in there, and I wanted it now. If he didn't have to stop, damn. Kurt, I managed to gasp out. Yeah. He lifted his mouth away from me enough to respond, then put it back. Now? My voice wasn't working any better than that. Fuck. Was too hard to say. Soon. Now he had both hands on my ass and his mouth right there. And then not. He'd grabbed something, and while his tongue caressed me, his hands were elsewhere. His warm mouth disappeared, making me whimper, and then something chilly hit my crack. I yipped and rose off the pillow, but he pushed me back down, soothing me, saying, "It's okay, Jake. It'll be warm in a second," and stroking his fingers through the goop and into me to make it so. Now, it had to be now, and it was, as Kurt penetrated my very relaxed ass with his hard cock and bore me down to the mattress. "Told you I'd fuck you," he whispered into my ear, "when you're good and ready." He slipped farther into my ass, spreading his legs to match mine. His chest was flat to my back, his thighs pressed against mine, and his hands gripped under my upper arms. "Oh, you are ready." I could see him as I turned my head almost farther than it would go, just his face, as he plunged deeply into me. Deeply and slowly he took me, as if relearning the way. Perhaps the boundaries had changed the way terrain changed after an avalanche, but all I knew as I rose to meet his hips was that my lover wanted to touch me in every possible way, and that I wanted him to do it more than I'd ever wanted him before. Damn the position for not letting our mouths meet, but I would kiss him again after, and now he stretched every movement out to fuck me. The sweet, slow strokes in his skin against mine counteracted every rotten thing that had happened all day. Kurt's ragged breath was hot on my neck. He pumped faster the closer he came to climax. Matching him risked him slipping out. It was far too wonderful to chance, so I held still as he thrust into my ass, welcoming the stretch and pounding inside as he grew wilder. For leverage, he finally had to raise himself above me on his hands, to plunge into my ass with crazy, desperate speed. He exploded into me with a strangled cry, pulsing and throbbing with his orgasm. I could barely breathe from his weight falling against me. I'd have to outweight his pleasure to get my face out of the pillow. We could both breathe again after a while. Then he let me turn over and rested his face against my chest. I held him, happy to have found him again, happy to hold him, willing to wait for my own release until he could share it with me. "Hey, hot stuff." Kurt lifted himself high enough to kiss me. Sweet and slow again. We brushed against one another, tongues sliding softly. Lipping the puffy part of his mouth as gently as I could, I told him without words that I was sorry he'd gotten hurt on my account, but that I'd heal him, kiss him better, love him to wellness again, and he nibbled back before stroking his cheek against my stubble. His hand stole to my groin, where my erection swelled, hard and hot in his palm. Matching the speed of his hand to the speed of his tongue, Kurt kissed and stroked me, swallowing all my incoherent sounds. I couldn't stay still against him. My hand behind his back strayed from waist to butt, groping and caressing. With my other hand, I controlled the kiss, slipping my fingers through the curls at the back of his neck, begging him for more of everything he could do. When my climax hit, I hid my face in his neck, clutching his ass and spattering my chest with hot fluid. My cock jumped in his hand as he coaxed the last spasms out of me, making the droplets of cum land on my skin. The tremors dwindled and faded away after a time, but I couldn't let Kurt go now that he was in my arms once more. He gazed down at me, and I knew all was right with my world again. His dimple was showing. Chapter 27. I could have stayed in bed for hours yet, but there was a small matter of getting off the mountain in daylight.
"Rudy's supposed to meet me."
Kurt got up to find his clothing.
"I'm going to get this straightened out once and for all, and I want to do it before he finds out about Ulf."
He still had his socks on, which would save him a good 5 minutes of hunting runaways. We haven't found out about Ulf. Not that I had a lot of hope for him. The avalanche had been more relentless even than fire.
We will. You still have that radio.
Kurt lifted the bib straps over his shoulders. Poking my head out of the fleece, I had to agree. I need to give it back. Mark would probably be in trouble for giving it to me.
He would. Bet that won't figure in his report.
Kurt turned off a valve, making the flames wink out on the gas log. Bet a lot of things wouldn't figure in his report. For that matter, I hadn't reported quite everything to Kurt about Mark. The guilt nipped at me, but it was a kiss, broken off and never to repeat. So first things first. With consternation, I watched Kurt lock the cabin door.
I'd throw this into the snow, but I'd rather shove it up Rudy's ass.
Kurt stuck the key in his pocket.
Especially if Ulf was acting on his instructions. He threatened to kill me yesterday, so it's kind of hard to tell.
He gave me a quick kiss before he dropped his skis on the snow to step into them. He did? Again, I was grateful to the mountain for taking care of the threat to my lover.
He didn't like all the suggestions I was making. Come on.
Kurt looped the straps over his wrists and dug the poles into the snow.
Achilles' knees ahead.
I followed him up the rise and down, and then a little farther up, before arriving at the top of the run. The sign had a blue square with a black diamond in it, telling me there was a greater challenge here than I'd faced before.
Ready?
Kurt grinned at me. I grinned back. After everything else that happened today, what was a blue/black hill to worry about? Ready? I pulled over the brink and headed down the slope. Speed? I laughed at speed, picking up more on my way nearly straight down the top of the trail. I didn't try to turn in the fluffy churned powder and barely turned once I came to the more heavily groomed snow. Woo! I yelled, sliding around the curve, shooting past a surprised woman who was helping her companion up off the snow. Woo! Kurt yelled from behind me, telling me he was pacing me and enjoying it.
Shred it, Jake!
Whatever, I was having a blast sailing down that hill, which had widened out after the curve. The snow was mine as I shifted my weight, carving long curves down the hill, reveling in the steepness and the speed. The bumps at the bottom did inspire me to a little caution. Kurt and I hadn't done moguls yet. Someone was pounding his way through the mogul field, though I could devote little attention to how he bounced from one mound to the next in the long section. The sides tapered to only a few bumps. I'm gonna do it, I yelled to Kurt and the world. If I went slightly to the right and popped to the left, right now. My skis sprang from one hillock to the second. I flexed again and ran out of bumps just in time. Coming out of the moguls flailing, still I kept my feet, which made me scream my triumph through to the end of my skidding stop. Wahoo!
Yeah!
Kurt hit the mogul field at its deepest point. I watched him blast through about 9 hills before coming back to even snow. His upper body barely moved as he bounded through. From the waist down, he was a spring. His feet moved with a life of their own, dancing from mogul to mogul. Wahoo! I yelled again, shaking my poles at the sky, amazed by what he could do. Damn!
Wahoo!
He screamed back, pumping his fist.
That was great!
We clanked our poles together in an overhand salute before turning down the hill again. The radio crackled before we reached the lift. I'd nearly forgotten it in the joy of the run. Now I was called back to reality.
Snow Patrol 1 to Snow Patrol 2, over.
I cranked to a halt to fumble the radio out of my pocket. Yanking a glove off, I found the push-to-talk button. Kurt pulled up in time to hear me respond. Come in, Snow Patrol 1.
What is your location?
I looked at Kurt, who looked back with concern. Marty's voice was crisp and businesslike, no trace of elation. That couldn't be good. Achilles' knees just above the junction?
Get to the junction and wait. Out.
More slowly now, we skied to the junction with the Black Diamond Run, choosing to wait inconspicuously at the uphill side of Achilles' knees, where no one had reason to look for us. Other skiers drifted past as we waited, mostly off Achilles' knees, but patrollers in burgundy jackets whipped past us off Cement Chute. I slipped my arm into Kurt's, needing some kind of contact. but neither of us broke the silence. Waiting for bad news made the time pass slowly, but eventually 2 more skiers in burgundy jackets appeared above us, turning to come down off the slab at the shallowest angle possible. The stretcher Mark pulled might have flipped had he taken a more aggressive approach. Marty skied behind the toboggan holding the stabilizer bar, and the set of their shoulders said everything about what they'd had to do since the slide.
We found him,
Marty said, when they pulled up next to us, hidden from the blue/black slope by the trees.
It took us and the other 6 guys close to 2 hours just to find him.
He sniffed hard.
Might have gone faster if we'd had the dogs, but they're up at Telluride. There was a backcountry slide yesterday, and they're still hunting. Wouldn't have mattered.
Mark swiped an arm across his face.
His neck was broken. Maybe his spine farther down, too.
Then it was fast? I couldn't grieve for Ulf, but I couldn't wish him a lingering death either. I glanced at the stretcher, where a black tarp covered the body head to toe.
Lord, I hope so,
Mark said.
It could have been one of us.
He turned from me to Kurt and looked down at the snow. Marty was closest. He put an arm over Mark's shoulder on top of the deflated avalanche balloon.
Or all of us.
But it wasn't, because of you guys.
Kurt stepped forward and touched Mark's arm.
I heard you yelling and got the hell out of there. Thanks.
You dragged me off the slab. I put my hand over Mark's where he held the stretcher handle. So thanks. I'd tell Kurt the rest of it later.
I didn't even try for Ulf,
Mark said brokenly.
I saw him shooting. I saw Jake knock him down. He tried to catch the gun before he fell.
Mark looked around at us, his face begging for understanding.
He was trying to kill you. I didn't even think to grab him. Mark, you saved the good guys.
Marty shook him just a little.
He was down, still trying to kill them. You did right.
More softly.
You did right. Even though you shouldn't have gone onto the slab at all. I couldn't not.
Mark looked at me.
I had to.
Kurt stepped up against him, skis parallel.
I'm glad you did, Mark. Thank you.
He put his arms around Mark, who trembled against Marty. A strange echo shook me. Mark had comforted Kurt. Was it only last night? Kurt lifted his lips to Mark's ear and whispered something I couldn't hear, but it made Mark slump in their arms and my heart slump for him. I slipped up on the high side of Marty's skis and added my own arms to the embrace. Both Marty and Mark had had to clean up the mess that we'd been part of. I couldn't imagine shoveling snow away to reveal a corpse, even if I'd hated and feared the man in life.
I'm sorry you guys had to do this,
I told them, and met Kurt's eyes. They were so full of pain. How could we make this any better?
I've never dug out a dead one,
Mark said against Kurt's shoulders.
In 4 years, I've never had to recover a body, let alone someone I knew, even if he was a total shit.
I could barely reach his arm, but I patted it forlornly. Marty looked up at me, a tear running out from under his sunglasses. I squeezed him a little harder.
Mark, we've got to get it together. We need to get down. They're waiting for us.
Mark hesitated on letting go when I needed my hand back to extract the radio from my pocket. Here, I won't mention that I had it. His laugh had no mirth.
You didn't have it. You never had it. You don't know what happened, and you weren't anywhere near.
He shoved it into his pocket, and it may as well have been there all day.
He's right, you know.
Marty sniffed again.
If we tell your part in this, Jake loses his job. You both lose your lift tickets. You're screwed, and it doesn't touch Ulf. He's dead. So we have no idea why Ulf was out on Cement Chute shooting at a couple of strangers when it was closed, and you guys were over on the East Peak. Anywhere but here. We haven't seen you all day.
Mark pulled away from everyone, leaning away from Kurt and shaking off Marty. He dropped the stretcher handle, pulling out from under my hand. With the lean of his head, he moved Kurt backward to escape through the opening with the stretcher chasing him.
Yeah, it never happened.
Mark looked back at me, his face drawn.
And you were never there.
Chapter 28. We watched them ski away, pulling their grievous burden. Ulf had paid the stakes he was trying to extract from others, but men who had no part of his scheme would pay too. I had to touch Kurt.
Better off than you,
I whispered. I'm just sorry they got caught up in it all.
Me too. And you know what? This absolutely screws over what I'd planned to do to Rudy. If I throw him under the bus, they go too. I can't do that.
Kurt furrowed his brow.
I was just going to turn it all over to the media and James Underwood. But they'll get fired for trying to protect us. Shit.
Any idea for Plan B? I asked, glumly considering the possibilities. I couldn't see any course that punished only the deserving. Someone was going to end up happier than he had a right to.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. Or rather, you did. Come on, we need Egon.
Kurt kicked down the trail after the patrols, who bypassed the lifts, heading instead to the patrol hut where an ambulance waited without lights or sirens. The bunny lift was going to close soon. We'd spent the entire afternoon on the mountain. What could we need that self-centered cretin for? Kurt had a plan. Resolution stiffened his spine.
Hey, Egon, come here,
he yelled once we got there.
Lift's closing, people. The day is over now.
He told the skiers who tried for one last run and blocked the rope lanes.
Good night,
he said, turning them away.
The lift operators need to shut down. Hope you had a good day.
He kept this up until the last passengers offloaded at the top and the lift stopped.
Oh, you are boss of the mountain now, Alpenschlüssel.
Egon strode down from the hut. Kurt reached into his pocket.
I'm not Alpenschlüssel, you are.
He handed over the pin.
I'm out of there. They need an instructor. Come on, let's go tell Rudy.
We skied slowly on the flat. Egon in polar boots had no trouble keeping up with us.
This after I nearly kill you?
I'd seen the bruise, but what the hell had I missed?
You weren't even close, pal, and you should be grateful for it.
Kurt paused to get out of his bindings. We'd make better time carrying our skis on the flat. Poking my pole into the bindings, I followed suit.
Then why do you do this for me?
Egon was puzzled, and so was I.
Because you understand exactly what they want and you don't mind. The job sucks, you suck, and you deserve each other. Don't know what you think, Egon, but I don't see this as doing you a favor, even if you want it.
Kurt marched toward the Alpenschlüssel office, skis over his shoulder.
I'm doing it for other reasons completely.
We stuck our skis into the snow by the door.
You go in first, Egon, and talk loud enough that he knows it's you,
Kurt told him, and put a hand on my arm to keep me back.
He won't be happy with me right now, but he'll do things my way.
Okay.
Egon clomped up the stairs and through the door.
Oh, Rudy! Rudy Gernsbach! Egon Bachhoff here. You there?
We paused in the doorway.
Is Carlson with you?
Floated out through the door.
You listen to him, Rudy. We all be happy, okay?
Egon looked back at us, concerned.
I have Carlson and Landon too. We talk, okay?
Movement showed over Egon's shoulder.
Put gun down, Rudy.
Dead man switch, dead man switch.
Kurt screamed over Egon's shoulder as the big Bulgarian tried to back out the door. Couldn't blame him. Whoring was one thing, but getting shot at was another.
Scheiße,
Rudy swore, and something clattered on wood.
Come in, I won't hurt you. What the fuck do you mean, dead man switch?
Hands empty, Egon whispered over his shoulder, and went the rest of the way into the office. We followed gingerly, ready to pounce. Rudy, clad in gray fleece and black stretch ski pants, stood in the doorway between the main room and his office.
Your buddy Ulf nearly fucked you over today,
Kurt told his ex-boss.
If he'd shot me this afternoon, you'd have been in a world of hurt.
Kurt stood tall and strong, confident in what he was saying. The Denver Post, 4 television channels, and Time magazine would have been fighting over your client list, while James Underwood hunted Ulf's ass and yours off the continent. Is that what you want?
Certainly not,
Rudy blazed. Then you want me healthy, happy, and away from you. Especially happy. Especially away from you. Especially healthy. Jake here, too. Kurt stood toe-to-toe with Rudy, who seemed to shrink in on himself. I quit. Remember that part of the voicemails? When the nod wasn't forthcoming, he snarled again. Remember?
I remember. I also remember you signed a contract.
Rudy stood straight, trying to stare Kurt down from a 3-inch height advantage, hopeless against righteous fury. I did, which you are going to nullify to keep us healthy and happy because the toothy knot smile Kurt gave him would have frightened wolves. If our health and happiness fail because of you, I forget to reset the post dates on a whole bunch of blog posts that contain a whole bunch of interesting information that came out of that computer right there. He pointed at the monitor on the desk. Years of information. A boatload of people, starting with Cassandra Rancière and ending with the man who controls this mountain, will be very unhappy with you. Rudy blanched and sat back against the desk, shaken to the core. Egon glanced at me, taken totally aback by this side of Kurt. I shrugged, trying to say, "Don't mess with the man," with my shoulders. Suddenly, all the typing in the night made sense. And to prevent that, all you have to do is tear up that contract and wish me well in the rest of my life, which you are going to do right now, aren't you? Kurt prodded Rudy's shoulder with an angry forefinger.
Yes, certainly.
Rudy glanced fearfully over his shoulder at Kurt as he went into the other room and opened a drawer. While Kurt followed him to the doorway, I grabbed the gun off the desk and slipped it into my pocket. If Rudy changed his mind, there was no point in making it easy for him.
Here, take it.
Kurt stepped backward into the main room, examining the paperwork before ripping it into dozens of shreds that he thrust in his pocket.
This is all you want? To be released and left alone?
Rudy looked at me and Egon with uncertainty. Almost. Kurt zipped the pocket closed over the shreds. I want our pal Egon to get the job that he thought he was getting, that he wants and I don't. Aren't you the lucky man, Rudy? You don't have to do without staff for a moment, and Egon here is anxious to shake his moneymaker for you.
Fine, fine.
Rudy couldn't agree fast enough. Egon relaxed, and why shouldn't he? Things were going his way. And Kurt stopped, making Rudy look at him with some alarm. I want to know why you hired me. Why you thought I'd do this at all. You sure didn't ask.
I told you. You came well recommended. Glowingly recommended. What a mistake.
Rudy looked ready to spit. Kurt swallowed hard. Who said it? And what exactly did they say? Rudy lifted one corner of his mouth. His next words could be a weapon.
It was a client of mine, Stephen Schaffer. His words were, and I quote as best I can, Kurt Carlson will fuck anyone, anywhere, anytime.
The words took Kurt like a punch to the gut. He said that. I stepped up behind him. Half the mess these last few days had been caused by me not knowing the whole story. There had to be more than that to this bald statement, so I placed my hand on his shoulder and squeezed softly. Kurt shouldn't think I would make the same mistake twice, even in the teeth of this accusation. Rudy smirked.
He was quoting his son, I believe.
His knowing eyes dared me to react. Benji said that. Kurt swayed under my hand. I put my other hand on his other shoulder and pulled him back against my chest. Hearing the words and Kurt's acknowledgement was making me ill, but that would have to wait until we were done with Rudy, and Rudy was cruising for a bruising. My lover looked over his shoulder to catch my eye. Yosemite. Oh, that. I made the words as nonchalant as possible. I already knew the story of the sex on the rock wall And more to the point, I knew how badly it had hurt Kurt to be rejected afterward. He'd been more than half afraid I'd do the same 5 months ago. Benji is old news and a fool besides, Rudy. I wouldn't believe him if he said Colorado is cold in the winter. Kurt straightened under my hands. Are we done here now, Kurt?
Just about. Congrats on the new job, Egon.
He turned to go, but I had one last thing to say. Rudy, believe everything he said. I gave him 2 seconds to digest that, and then doubled him over with my fist to his belly, leaving him writhing on the floor.
I was gonna do that.
Kurt reproved me mildly. My turn to clean up the mess. I pulled him over into a one-armed hug. Let's get out of here. Chapter 29. Leaving our skis and boots in my locker at the staff hut let us wear our normal boots home. The ride on the shuttle was strange. I had so much to say and no desire to say it in front of the crowds returning from work on the mountain. The big advantage was that the shuttle was so full I got to stand pressed against Kurt's back, though millimeters, and sometimes nothing, kept other people from pressing against us. Chelsea caught us halfway down the hallway. Hi guys, I was just looking for you. I barely recognized her from the other night at McTavish's, but recalled seeing her strawberry blonde curls nestled against Marty's shoulder. I left a note on your door.
Why? What did we do this time?
Kurt asked wearily. Rough day? Hey, I just wanted to find out if you guys had plans for tomorrow, or if you wanted to join us. It's a lot of the crew you've already met. Her wide blue eyes had nothing but welcome in them, something Kurt and I hadn't been encountering a lot lately. We looked at each other, trying to recall what was special about tomorrow. I'm working, I said. We all are. Thanksgiving is always a busy day in a resort. We won't meet until around 7 for dinner. I'm cooking the turkey now because I've got classes all afternoon, but it will be out of the oven at midnight if I don't plan ahead. Do join us, she offered.
Do you want us to bring something? Kurt asked. I'm off. I can take care of it.
Thanksgiving. How had we lost track so badly of the time? Oh, yeah. You are? Chelsea was surprised and then tried to hide it.
Actually, I am unemployed. Temporarily, I hope, but tomorrow is mine. Is there something no one has volunteered for yet?
Kurt knitted his brows. Supplies might be a problem. No one's mentioned sweet potatoes? Chelsea paused. Bring plates and silverware for yourself. That's the one thing we don't have enough of to go around. And plan to balance your plate on your lap. Marty and I are pretty casual with a group this big.
We'll be there, Chelsea, and thanks.
Kurt had already declared himself, so I'd just make it official. We had plenty to be thankful for, but a feast hadn't been on the radar. It would be good to have some time alone and good to spend some with friends. We're in 110 downstairs. And don't anybody give away the score on the Lions game. We're recording it to watch it later, she advised us. What's to give away? Opposing team, big score, Lions, little score. I'd broken my heart on Lions football for years. The spread is the mystery when you put it that way. And they could surprise us, you never know. She smiled at us and started to leave. It'll be a good time. Hey, Chelsea, I called her back. Have you talked with Marty this afternoon? No, why? She stopped, puzzled. It's just... How did I say this without admitting to knowledge I should not have? Something pretty ghastly happened today. Be extra sweet to him, okay? Okay. I guess you can't really talk about it, huh? She gave me a searching look. She probably knew exactly where he was supposed to be and what he planned to do. The gears were visibly turning in her head. What about Mark? Him too. We were talking in code, but everyone was on the same page. Great. There isn't anyone who's especially sweet to him right now, but we'll try to take care of him, she sighed. Thanks for the warning. Once inside our apartment, we shed parkas and layers, though Kurt dug a few things out of a pocket before dropping the jacket where he stood. The gun I'd lifted from Rudy hit the floor with a muffled thud when I dropped my ski pants. I'd need to do something about that thing. Clothing hit the floor right and left. No wonder Kurt's socks led a life of their own. Mine could start traveling at this rate. The couch groaned when I threw myself flat against the cushions. What a day. Come here. I held out my arms to him.
Still one thing to do before I collapse.
Kurt sat down with his butt against my waist. I let my hand drop into his lap, but didn't try to distract him when he started to poke numbers from a business card into his phone.
Charles Lewis, please.
Kurt leaned down so I could hear the call too.
Great, this is Kurt Carlson.
Kurt, how'd you get my cell number? I didn't give it to you the other night.
The voice on the other end was booming, somehow familiar, and not entirely friendly.
James Underwood told me to call you. I didn't put it together with Charlie from McTavish's until just now.
He looked perplexed.
And why would James Underwood tell Alpenschlüssel to give poor old Charlie a call?
Because he likes my teaching, he thinks you should offer me a job, and because I'm not Alpenschlüssel. Never was, the way you mean it. I gave Rudy the boot.
Charlie, the gossip columnist, could share that with the mountain all he liked.
Did you now? I can only hope that was literal as well as figurative.
He chuckled.
No, though Jake did punch him.
Great. Now Charlie, the gossip columnist, could share that with the mountain too.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So, I should offer you a job. You turned me down the first time.
Chalk it up to youth, foolishness, and because you didn't offer me the same princely sum that you're going to offer me this time.
Kurt dropped one eyelid at me.
I am?
Yes, you are. Because you are going to have requests for moguls and racing instruction by tomorrow, if you haven't already. And I don't think you read far enough back on my resume.
I recall 1 season teaching and patrolling at Breckenridge, 2 seasons teaching and patrolling at Jackson's Hole. What did I miss?
The important bits, like a full-ride ski scholarship from the University of Colorado and 2 seasons on the U.S. ski team. Little things that might mean I really know the skills you need me to teach.
Whoa, that impressed me, though I was going to make him pay for giving me shit about the granola life at CU at Boulder when he'd gone there himself.
CU, huh? Okay. You might be right about the skills part.
I am, and the rest. So what about it?
Kurt's words were lighthearted, but his face didn't match.
As it happens, I've already talked to Mr. Underwood. Is this princely enough for you?
Charlie named a figure.
Well...
Kurt pretended to consider it, while pumping his fist in the air.
It doesn't quite match my Alpenschlüssel pay, but as long as I get to keep my pants on, it will do.
You better damn well keep your pants on while you're on my time, Carlson.
Good thing Charlie couldn't see Kurt leaning back and kicking his feet in excitement in his long johns. I did the happy dance on my back, too, until I fetched Kurt a knee in the shoulder and had to settle down.
Start Friday. Be there early to fill out the paperwork.
I'll see you then. Happy Thanksgiving, Charlie.
Kurt hung up and then fell over on me, wriggling like a puppy.
That was easier than I thought it was going to be, Jake. He went for it, just like that.
He kissed me hard and I grabbed his ass for glee.
All right, that was great.
And all because 5-year-olds like you.
I poked him under the arms.
I hardly think that's the only reason, Kurt.
Maybe not.
He poked me back and then nestled on top of me and lay still.
It's been a rough couple of days, Jake. Really glad that's over.
There was still one looming disaster. I could keep quiet, and Kurt might never know. But I'd know. Kurt, one last thing. His lifted eyebrows tickled my cheek.
Oh?
That bit where Mark said it never happened and I was never there? I was, and it did.
Meaning what?
After the avalanche. Kurt, I wasn't kidding about him saving me. He got me off the slab and into the trees and hung on to me so the avalanche vest would protect me too. I didn't want to hurt him, but I wanted him to hear this from me, just the way I'd heard about Benji from him.
He hung on tightly, you mean?
We both hung on. It was pretty scary. And when it was done, it was pretty damned good to be alive.
So good that you...
Kissed him. I'm sorry, Kurt, but I kissed him. Should I even be holding him while I confess this?
I see.
Kurt lifted a hand to my face and ran his thumb down my jaw.
So how did he taste?
How could he be so mild about this? Pretty good at first, but then he didn't taste like you, and I got scared that you'd been caught, so I had to go look for you. I caught his hand and pressed it against my cheek.
Planning to do it again?
His voice was still soft. No, I wasn't planning to do it the first time.
I suppose surviving an avalanche could be considered extenuating circumstances. We both know about being glad to be alive.
He went back to stroking my jaw.
I know how Mark feels about you, and I can't argue with his taste in men. He did keep you safe, so I guess I won't begrudge him the one kiss.
One more caress on my jaw, and then he was poised over me, staring down with slightly crazed eyes.
Just don't ever do it again.
I won't, Kurt. I pulled him back down on top of me, and he let me, settling back into my arms. I don't want anyone but you.
Good. And don't pull a Benji on him either.
What's that?
Don't turn your back on him because of what happened. Just let it go. You said it yourself, the guy needs friends, and he's going to need them more than most after today. You and Marty are the only ones he'll be able to talk to about it, except maybe me. Maybe. But he won't dare tell anyone else, and no one will understand except for someone who was there.
I won't. Friendship I was good on, though I didn't know if Mark would be. Kurt was really understanding.
But no kissing or anything else.
Kurt was over me again, shouting. Right, I won't. Easy, Kurt. Once more I pulled him down to my chest and patted him to quiet. I won't. Only you. Make that Kurt was understanding and possessive. Good, because I was his. Everything we needed to say was getting said just now with small touches, gentle caresses. He was a welcome weight on top of me, a warm blanket against the world. I played with his shoulder, keeping my other hand still since it lay right over the bruise Egon had left. Which made me wonder, why did you need to get Egon involved?
I needed him to be my replacement, not Ulf's. Rudy would have fought a lot harder if he'd known he needed two people and not just one. Did you know Egon is supporting his family in Bulgaria? That's why he was so angry at getting passed over. I didn't want to give up my perception of Egon as a complete jerk, but this was something to think about, something more to think about. We lay together silently, with all the turmoil in my head, and maybe in his. I wanted to say 1,000 things all at once, and couldn't pick one to say first lest the other seemed the less important. Things about being careful, that I was glad he was alive, that I was proud of him for being who and what he was, and all of the wonderful things those were. That I was glad he chose to be with me, that I stood amazed at how he'd solved the Alpenschlüssel problem without hurting people we liked, that he could forgive me, and that he could be strong enough to stick while I grew strong enough to forgive him for something that didn't need forgiveness in the end. I needed, desperately, a way to tell him all that, but there was just no way to begin. But there was. Using words that I'd shied away from because I didn't want them to mean the wrong thing when I used them. But if I said them now, they'd mean everything, and I could explain the details in small chunks. This time, they'd be the right words. He broke the silence. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be thankful for.
We do. I squeezed him tighter and rubbed my cheek against his hair. Starting with being together.
Especially that.
He sighed and seemed to get a little flatter against me. Especially that. I tipped his face up to mine and kissed him gently. You matter more to me than anyone in the world. Kurt, The words stuck, making me clear my throat. I love you, Kurt.
Oh, Jake.
He raised up over me again, but close this time. Close enough for kisses.
Jake,
He trailed off, leaving my chest hollow as I waited to hear what he thought of this.
Jake, I love you too.
Then he bent to kiss me, and Thanksgiving started. Mistletoe on the Mountain. Short story. I needed a microscope to find my Christmas budget. My family would understand. Paperbacks chosen carefully would please them, both for the reading and the thoughtfulness, and Mom and Dad would appreciate that most of what I made was going into the tuition fund. I'd be buying books once I got to pharmacy school, the sort that weighed 10 pounds and cost more per pound than steak. Every cent I didn't spend on Christmas meant that much less student loan to pay back. But it was Kurt's and my first Christmas together, and I wanted to do something really special for him. Kurt, my partner on and off the mountain, for the last 6 months and maybe for always. I loved the man with all my heart, but it didn't make my Christmas budget $1 bigger. A lot of things had changed since last Christmas. Then I'd been a student, barely out to myself, and buying my booze from the top shelf with money I didn't value because I hadn't earned it. Every adventure with an open bottle had risked exposing traits I was ambivalent about. But maybe I had been looking for a push. Kurt and a forest fire had given me that push. Now I lived with my lover and couldn't buy a bottle of orange liqueur to complete our part of the coming Christmas feast with our friends. If I didn't mention the lack, no one would know that the cranberries didn't taste the way I remembered. That was kind of how Kurt and I were about being lovers. I didn't mention it and acted like nobody knew. Wapiti Creek was decked out to the nines for the season. Every shop had its tree and garland, every restaurant its snowman and lights. Kurt and I ambled down the wooden sidewalk, bundled against the temperatures that dropped 20 degrees once the sun went down, mingling with the wealthy skiers who hunted fancy meals and elegant trinkets in the restaurants and shops that lined the small downtown of the chic ski resort. We'd never have blended in with all the wealth if not for the online auctions of their cast-offs.
What do you think of that, Jake?
Kurt drew my attention to a black leather jacket on a mannequin in a window. I like it. Also, I probably couldn't afford a good deep sniff of it. I couldn't read the tag through the frosty window, but it looked like a lot of digits.
That isn't why I asked.
He put his hand back in his pocket.
I never see you in anything except ski clothes or ranger utilities.
Sometimes you see me in nothing at all. I said that very quietly, without leaning to whisper in his ear, because I'd decided long ago that it just attracted more attention to us.
And the view is fine.
He glanced over at me, keeping his face neutral.
I have no idea what kind of styles you'd wear if you weren't wearing work clothes or sweatpants.
Jeans? I don't know. Kurt, I was a college student. If it covered me, I wore it. I shrugged. I didn't really have a style.
Maybe I should get you a subscription to GQ?
Kurt and I wandered to the next window, a confectionery that displayed rows of candy apples and fudge. I felt in my pocket and found a handful of change, about enough for one scant taste for each of us. The coins fell back to the bottom of my pocket, and we went on to the next festive window, keeping a distance between us. Don't bother. The need for style is years away. I had to get through school first, become solvent enough to buy the clothing.
So your style was animated laundry basket?
Kurt prodded.
Are you sure you're gay?
He wasn't keeping his voice particularly down. We were not the only pedestrians on the streets. Are you sure you have to mention that at this particular place and time? It tore my attention from examining the way the pleats fell across the front of the casual trousers in the window.
Maybe not. Maybe we never mention it. Maybe we set up housekeeping somewhere with a Narnia postal address.
Kurt looked into the window, and his face was wistful.
Or maybe we can be a little more like those guys?
I followed his gaze, just so I'd know what I had to refute. 2 men inside the shop were examining the rack of sweaters, one offering a sleeve for the other's opinion. They weren't touching. They weren't doing anything but making eye contact. Still, I knew what Kurt meant. They were a couple. standing an inch or two closer together than Kurt and I were, not guarding their faces. They didn't have to touch to tell the world that they were dear to one another. I watched them bring the sweater to the register, wondering at what they had that made them so comfortable in their skins. The taller of the two, a blue-eyed blonde, as good-looking as Kurt in his own way, smiled down at his much shorter brunette companion, then held out a credit card to the clerk. The sweater must have been a gift for his sweetie. Kurt's beautiful blue eyes never left that other couple, who waited while the clerk folded tissue around the sweater and placed it in a bag with string handles. That brought me back to my other problem. It was 2 days to Christmas. The real trouble was that I knew what Kurt wanted. He'd just told me again, and it wasn't anything that could be gift-wrapped. Kurt wanted me to acknowledge him, us, publicly. He wanted me to be out of the closet all the way. He loved me. I knew he loved me. And he lived in that closet for my sake. Kurt was a guy who wanted to be in the great outdoors all the time. It had to be galling, and yet I didn't know how to make that last step out for him. It didn't help at all to hear that shopping couple talking to each other on their way out of the store.
Shall we find a nightcap, Alex, or do you want to go back?
The door on the big SUV closed on the rest of the sentence. I could finish it for him. They'd go back to their condo or their hotel. They were behind us, but I just knew that one of them would have his hand on the small of the other one's back, and that the door had closed on a suggestion of making love. I'd make that suggestion to Kurt later, or he'd make it to me, but it would be behind a closed apartment door, and we wouldn't be touching until that door closed. Kurt wouldn't mention it again. He'd said everything he needed to, and left the rest to me, at least for now. I knew he was right, and I wanted him to be happy. We window shopped our way down the street, commenting now and then on something in the displays or on a good smell from a restaurant.
You could have let me buy dinner tonight,
Kurt said as we turned the corner toward McTavish's, a pub that catered to the ski resort workers rather than the tourists.
Wapiti Creek Ski School may not pay as handsomely as Alpenschlüssel did, but it would certainly cover burgers for two.
You bought last time, Kurt.
Pride had sent me into the kitchen tonight, where I had cooked him a fajita dinner that rivaled what we'd eaten in the restaurant, but didn't put the same dent into the wallet.
So?
He cocked an eyebrow at me before opening the door to the pub. So, I think I'd just been told I was carrying this roommates in public thing too far. Again. The crowd noise and the warmth hit us like a wall after our chilly walk through the town. Laughter rang out more loudly than usual tonight, and the entire place seemed to be kissing at intervals. Kim caught us before we got all the way to the group's table, slipped an arm around both of our waists, and planted loud smacks upon our cheeks. Kurt returned the favor on her forehead, and I got a face full of springy brown curls while trying to get in the spirit of things.
Better look up,
Julie called to us amidst the general greetings. Good idea. There were sprigs of waxy green leaves and pearly white berries dangling from the ceiling. Management clearly thought that hanging mistletoe every 15 feet was just the thing to encourage this rowdy bunch. Kim didn't let go very fast, which could have been my cue to give Kurt a kiss too, caught there under a mistletoe. I gave him a look that promised kisses later, chopped off fast because we were in public, and a bit of hope died out of his face. The couple we'd seen shopping would have taken the opportunity, I thought miserably, and followed them both to the table. Gabe got up from his seat.
I'll just move over.
That left 2 seats together for us and a big chance for him. Halfway around the table, he tipped Julie's chair backwards, which put her more or less under another mistletoe. He leaned over for an upside-down kiss before letting her chair drop back to 4 feet on the ground, getting yips out of her at every stage. Kurt only slid into one of the empty seats, hailing Marty and Chelsea, and pointedly not looking at me as I sat down beside him. Everyone was there tonight. We were short of chairs. Mark got up to forage for another seat in time to be caught under a mistletoe by Chelsea, who kissed his cheek and let him go. He paused a moment, catching my eye and then glancing at Kurt, before dragging a chair over from another table. I didn't know quite whether he meant to tell me how much he wished it had been me who'd kissed him, or if he was telling me I was a numbskull for not kissing Kurt when the chance arose. I looked away, busying myself in my glass for a while. Mark had made it clear that he'd kiss me just as much as I'd let him, which meant that I was really careful about avoiding the mistletoes when I got up to go visit the can. Some joker had hung mistletoe in the men's room. Kurt, of course, wasn't there to reap the benefit. When I came back, Kurt was up at the darts alley, playing someone I didn't know and probably taking all of the guy's money, too. There was another mistletoe over there, which Kurt passed under now and then, sometimes pausing a fraction of a second, apparently absorbed in his game. Only once did he look over at me from beneath that green and white invitation. But Kurt always knew where he was. He wouldn't be standing under it at all if he hadn't meant to be. The evening broke up before it got really late. Christmas and the days before it were work days for everyone in a ski resort. I threw down a tip, lavish as I dared make it, for the 2 drinks we'd nursed all night, then gathered up Kurt's and my jacket. The shuttle back to the apartment wasn't crowded, giving me no excuse to press against him. Once inside our apartment, I tried to make up for the way I'd kept my distance, pulling Kurt close and running my hands up under his shirt before he'd even gotten his jacket off. Capturing his mouth, I tried to show him how my reserve in public only built my ardor for private. He opened his mouth under mine and moaned. His shirt and jacket came off as one, thrown to the living room floor, followed quickly by mine. The big green couch had some useful things stuffed into the cushions, though no loose change lurked. I'd already checked before we went out. Now Kurt dropped on his back on the ugly upholstery, though to me, the only thing that framed him more beautifully was a pillow. Kneeling next to him gave me his hot skin to stroke, his mouth to devour, his neck to nibble. He returned every caress as joyfully as he took it, turning me into a large lump of need. Shifting my erection inside my jeans, I stood up to free it now, instead, and once the jeans were down at my ankles, Kurt pulled me over on top of him.
Damn, Jake,
he croaked, grinding his hips against mine. Damn, yeah. I should have peeled him while I was standing, so our cocks could rub against each other instead of being separated by denim. I could feel him, hard and hidden away, but getting him naked had to wait while he pressed against me, one hand on my ass and his mouth on my neck, brushing, licking, sucking. In no hurry to make him stop, I thrust against the harsh fabric and thought better of it once I hit his zipper. Off, I commanded his jeans, and enforced the order with hands that shook a little as I knelt between his knees. My neck tingled, but not nearly as much as my hard-on did, and I was all over Kurt's freshly exposed body with my hands, then my mouth. Sucking that beautiful hard cock into my mouth was an ever-new experience, wonderful all over again as I tasted his salt and inhaled his scent. Both of his hands twined in my hair, letting the strands run between his fingers, guiding me to the tempo he wanted.
Slow, Jake. I need to save it to fuck you. I
think I was giving him what he needed, because coherent words stopped. I'd give him what he wanted too. I'd withheld what he'd wanted most out in the public eye, but not here, not now, with his lithe, muscular body naked against mine. Before Kurt tipped over the edge, I slipped him from my mouth and lay down over him, ready to kiss him again once he had the breath for it. He had both hands on my ass now, kneading my cheeks, pulling them apart as he played with them, letting me feel the anticipation of him entering me. Kurt had first done that 6 months ago, and while I knew what to expect, the thrill of that moment just before was just as sharp as the first time. He spread my cheeks wide and plunged his tongue into my mouth, a small preview of what would come soon. We flipped over so I lay on my back, watching Kurt pull the bottle out of the cushions. He stroked the lube over his cock and then over mine, coating me slick before reaching down to my hole. Teasing me and then sliding in to stretch me, he watched my face. There was not one single feeling that I could hide from him now. Not one single feeling that I wanted to hide. He pushed within my ring and proceeded to do his level best to nail me to the couch. With my ankles on his shoulders and his hands in mine, I lay back and let him, until he wanted to pump my cock in one slippery hand. Then not one thing mattered except the explosive orgasm and the fact that it was Kurt who brought me to it. Thought returned some time later with my beloved lying on my chest, his cock still inside me, though that might not be a good idea much longer. We shifted and he slipped out, but I wouldn't let him up, just wanting to feel his skin on mine. I could reach the top of his head with my cheek, and that small stroke was the only movement from either of us for a long time.
I love you, Kurt.
I broke the silence with a whisper.
I love you too, Jake.
He curled his hand up and around my shoulder from underneath. In some ways, I could be the more out of the two of us. I'd been the one to say those words first, though I'd stuttered, but they came more easily now. The next thing out of my mouth startled both of us. Have you ever told anyone else that? I had never asked Kurt about his previous partners. I had none to mention, which he knew.
Yes.
He didn't hesitate, nor did he move.
It wouldn't be true now, though. Does it bother you?
Not sure yet. Not even sure if that's what I really wanted to know. I nuzzled his hair. Kurt was 26. That was plenty old enough to have fallen in love several times over. I'd done it once myself, though it had come to nothing.
Is what you really wanted to know whether or not I fucked my way through the US and European ski world?
His hand on my shoulder tightened.
I didn't.
No, I didn't think you did. I kissed the top of his head, and his hand relaxed a bit. We wouldn't have had such a rocky start if you had. We wouldn't have lasted this long if you were the love him and leave him sort. Also, we wouldn't have just had anal sex without condoms. We'd given those up a month ago. I think maybe what I really wanted to know was if someone else had been far enough out of the closet to stand next to you like those two guys we saw tonight. Which one had been Alex, I wondered, and did he love his partner the way I loved Kurt? Or did he love his partner better than I could love mine?
Rusty was way out, but he wanted to stand next to me and everyone else, so we didn't last long. I couldn't do that.
Kurt swirled his fingertips over my shoulder.
Brad, no. We were 18 and terrified the world knew just by looking. Benji, you already know about.
Boy, did I. Benji's stupidity was my gain, though, and if he wasn't bright enough or gay enough to follow up on the adventure on El Capitan by keeping Kurt forever, I would.
That's everybody in my whole life. Except Drew.
There was a wealth of pain in the way he said the name. I squeezed him more tightly.
Jake, maybe you don't want to know about Drew.
An invisible hand squeezed my heart. If Kurt meant that he didn't want to tell me about Drew, he would have used those words. Did he mistreat you? Kurt knew I could spend some serious hating on anyone who did him wrong.
No, he was good to me in every way.
The words buzzed against my chest, relieving me in one way and scaring me in another. Do you still love him? I gave Kurt the right to ask me anything he wanted to with that one question.
I remember loving him.
Kurt's hand tightened on my shoulder again.
But if he walked in the door and begged, he couldn't take me away from you. That's not why.
I hauled Kurt a little farther up my body and turned us so we lay side by side on the big couch. I wanted to see his face while I figured out why he hurt so much over Drew. Well, I hurt some too, but I'd known from the start that Kurt had more experience than I did. I had asked the questions, so I'd just have to cope with getting the answers. It also put him in kissing range, which was useful because I could brush my lips over his face while I thought, buying time and reassuring him. Then why do I not want to know? If he was good to you and no threat to us. But he was a threat to us, because thinking of Drew made Kurt believe he had to keep something from me for my own good.
Because I don't want you to think that I'd do what he did, and I don't want to make you think you have to do what I did.
Better tell me so I know what not to do. Except, I paused to kiss him, and he responded with little nibbles. You already know that I don't always do what you expect, especially if it's something you don't want. Benji had a lot to answer for, and apparently, so did Drew. Though why was Kurt including himself in the list of poor role models?
This time, I don't know.
He took a deep breath.
Tonight made me wonder.
Sounds like another one of those is history going to repeat itself emotional traps you set for yourself. Spit it out. Kurt didn't usually dither, and I didn't like it at all. It created too much time to imagine things.
Drew wanted to take me home and introduce me to his family as his partner,
That was spitting it out, all right.
and he wanted me to do the same.
Which would work really good if you're out and the family's cool.
And not so good if you aren't, and they aren't. I wasn't that out. My family was fine, but I didn't know that until later.
Kurt pulled me tighter against him.
We fought, and he said that if I loved him, I'd do it. I did love him, but I couldn't do it. That was the end of us. 5 years ago.
He would have been not quite 22. My age. You pushed tonight, Kurt. Not that hard, but you pushed. I would have rolled to my back, but the couch wasn't that wide, and I'd have dumped myself on the floor.
I know. It was like I couldn't help it,
he said miserably.
It makes me understand Drew better, why he pushed, but I've been on the other side too, and I don't want to push you away.
I don't want to go. Now I was glad I hadn't rolled over. I was still holding him, and his words almost sounded like an apology. That made it easy to kiss him. But try not to push.
I'll do my best.
Then it was as good as done. Kurt did nothing less than well, except when it involved big trucks and reverse, and maybe emotions. This one, wow. Big one. Maybe I shouldn't be so confident. Then the only place I'm going is bed. My butt is freezing. Kurt was nice and warm between me and the back of the couch, but there was a decided nip in the air back there. He took the chill off me by spooning against my back, not our usual direction, but the way I wanted tonight. His arm over my chest was a warm anchor, and his breath against my back a comfort, because even talking about splitting up froze me to the bone. We woke tangled the other way, but Kurt sighed back into sleep once I'd retrieved my arm. The alarm wouldn't ring for another half hour, giving me enough time to memorize his face all over again and still get up to work on his Christmas present. I had a small box containing something he'd like, but it wasn't the degree of specialness I wanted for our first Christmas. It's hard when your needs are simple and your wants are few. I'd been driven by desperation and lack of funds and imagination into making a coupon book. I had slips of paper with full body massage, 20-minute blowjob, mute button, meaning I'd have to shut up if I started getting on his case about something like the wandering socks, and attempt one thing out of comfort zone. I looked at that one long and hard before I put it back in the pile, because after last night, that one thing could be something a lot more serious than getting on a snowboard. I had faith in him that he wouldn't misuse it. Maybe he'd never actually redeem any of the coupons, but it made me crumple up the first one I'd written this morning. One public display of affection hit the trash, to be replaced with dinner of your choice, even if it's liver, and 3 more mute buttons. I had the coupons all clipped together and wrapped in last Sunday's comics in a box, far larger than necessary before Kurt got up. Our Christmas tree was a few evergreen branches we'd liberated from the surrounding forest, festooned with a string of blinking beer mug lights, my relic of 4 years at a university with a party reputation. The coupons joined a collection of presents sent by my family and his, a silent reminder that this was the first Christmas I'd ever spent away from my family. Maybe not. It was my first Christmas with Kurt.
Merry Christmas.
Kurt greeted me with a sandpaper kiss on my equally whiskery face.
Christmas Eve, whatever. Merry good excuse to kiss you.
Merry all of the above, I wished him, as he ambled to the kitchen and started the coffee. We both had to work today and tomorrow, 2 of the busiest days of the season at the ski resort. I headed to the bathroom and was arrested in mid-tooth scrub by a twinge where my shoulder met my neck. Looking more closely, I saw that Kurt had left a hickey, low enough that most of my shirts would hide it, high enough that a V-neck would show it. He'd never marked me before, but he'd also never pushed me so hard on coming out before either. As a graphic statement, it was masterful. I knew exactly what he wanted, but the choice was mine. Working the ski lift during the day, it wasn't an issue. I'd be standing outside in temperatures that wouldn't come anywhere near the freezing point. Turtlenecks were essential. Kurt caught me with one arm down the sleeve and kissed the hickey.
I shouldn't have done that.
It's okay. I feel it, and it makes me think. I dove the rest of the way into the shirt. Dinner tomorrow is at Marty and Chelsea's. Did we promise to do anything for this evening? I need to make the cranberries.
Just us at home.
He pulled on a second pair of socks. He'd spend the day on the slopes teaching.
Hey, what's your tradition of gifts? Everything on Christmas morning or on Christmas Eve or some combination?
One on Christmas Eve when we were little, and then everything else in the morning. But when we got bigger, it was all for the morning. What about you? I thought of the various things under our makeshift tree.
All in the morning.
He pulled on his bibs.
We can start making our own traditions, you know.
Sounds good. Let's start with the tradition of exchanging naked Christmas greetings as early on Christmas Eve as possible. Or do you want to go to a midnight service? Or both?
Let's do the greetings.
Kurt didn't quite shudder, making me wonder what religion had been for him. We had plenty of tough stuff going right now. That one could wait. Sounds good. I pulled him close for a quick squeeze, and then we were off to a day of helping the tourists make merry. Kurt came by the bunny lift with his classes only twice, and each time his smile was the same sort he'd give Marty, Julie, or any of our other friends. He wasn't pushing, but it wasn't special, and I started rolling my shoulder now and then just to feel the hickey. God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen in 3 keys and 4 voices floated through our door when dinner was in the eaten but not cleaned up stage. The racket, I discovered, was coming out of Devin, Mark, Julie, and Kim, all dressed in outerwear. Grab your coats, Kim urged us. Why? My voice would sound almost good in comparison to this. Kurt claimed I could scare ravens out of trees by singing. Hayride! Kim went back to warbling about comfort and joy while Kurt and I grabbed coats and gloves. Outside the employee apartments, a snowcat waited, a hay-filled trailer hitched to the back. Charlie waved to us when we clambered aboard, fighting to find seats among the 20 or so people already perched on the hay bales. More people emerged from the building to join us, and Charlie only put the machine into gear when the last flat surface not stacked with bodies was the license plate. The stars twinkled down on us, bright glittering points that didn't care if we sang on pitch. Oh, Holy Night and Deck the Halls sounded festive in the night as the snowcat pulled us slowly around the base of the mountain. The press of numbers let me lean against Kurt while bellowing about angels heard on high. Maybe a swig out of one of the flasks of antifreeze that passed from hand to hand would relax me enough to take advantage of the sprig of mistletoe that also passed from hand to hand, but I sent them both along unused. Parts of me were decidedly not relaxed. My hip and thigh jammed against Kurt on one side had an effect not counteracted at all by Julie smooshed against me just as tightly on the other. Singing helped a little because I had to concentrate on the words, focusing so tightly that I did an inadvertent solo about a grandmother crushed by reindeer. Some of our cultural exchange visa colleagues sang unfamiliar carols in their native languages, and Kurt joined in a few of the German-sounding tunes. Another reminder of the busy and interesting life Kurt had led before he'd met me came out of his mouth to the tune of Silent Night, in words I didn't understand. He smiled at me from under his wool hat, the light of the half-moon casting shadows under his cheekbones. His face in the moonlight suddenly reminded me of a warmer night by a lake when Kurt had blocked out the stars above me. Fa-la-las stopped in my throat with the memory, and I wished the snowcat would go faster to bring us back to town.
Now, about those greetings,
he told me, once the hayride under the clear night sky had broken up. Wassail, I responded and tasted his lips.
Merry Christmas,
Kurt murmured, and gave himself as a gift. Something sizzled under Kurt's prodding spatula.
French toast and Canadian bacon, a fine Carlson family Christmas tradition.
Sounds good. I wrapped my arms around him from behind. Beats the hell out of fruitcake.
Blech. We used to play broom hockey on the frozen stock pond with Aunt Mary's fruitcake. That way we could tell her that we enjoyed it very much and even be truthful. We just never mentioned eating it.
French toast is better in every way. I let go and fished the syrup out of the fridge. Then I went back for the cranberries and oranges that had gotten ignored last night. I could still have our contribution to the Christmas potluck feast ready before work. I'd resigned myself to not producing the exact taste of home.
Traditional Landon family recipe?
Kurt scooted over to let me near the stove. Except for the splash of Cointreau. No point in buying a bottle that will still be half full when we retire, especially at that price. I stirred the sugar into the pot. My mom mixes it in right before bringing it to the table. No one will know what's missing except me.
But you're important.
Kurt handed me a loaded plate, and we cuddled on the couch, looking out at the sun coming up over the mountains as we ate. Presents! We pounced over the boxes, and I felt both 5 years old and ancient, wondering what was for me and whether Kurt would like what I'd chosen.
Your parents sent me something?
Kurt puzzled over a box I handed him. I mention you a lot. I'd wondered about that myself. Maybe bringing Kurt home would only make it official, not be a surprise. They know we live together, if not exactly how closely, and they're generous. They wouldn't leave you out.
Gourmet cocoa packets.
Kurt sniffed deeply.
Non-committal and very welcome. That was nice of them.
Socks? I pulled out gray woolies.
That's my sister-in-law all over.
Kurt smiled.
She knows my socks' wandering ways and probably thinks yours travel just as far.
He ripped open the big box with the coupon books.
I mention you too, Jake.
Maybe yours should cuddle with mine in the basket. Kurt handed me one of the mute buttons. I shut up immediately.
Hey, this is a great idea.
He leaned over and kissed me before plucking the coupon from my fingers.
I'm a big believer in recycling.
I'd probably see that slip of paper again. He thumbed through the rest of the booklet.
I like.
He paused at the out of comfort zone slip.
I like very much. Thank you.
We opened more packages from his family. Venison jerky, which Kurt swore I would appreciate mid-afternoon on the slopes, chokecherry jam, and a big tin of cookies, all from his sister's family. A movie and a box of popcorn from his brother, an assortment of ski waxes from his father.
We can both use this.
Kurt would have to enlighten me about why he was so excited about the tubes of goop.
This is for you.
The package was extremely heavy for its size. Remington's Pharmaceutical Sciences? Kurt had just handed me one of those 10-pound books I was going to need, one I couldn't do without. Wow. I never quite knew what he thought of my aspirations, because it would mean a total departure from the life we'd lived so far. But this book could only mean he supported my plans. He'd looked apprehensive when he handed me the package, but he was grinning when I looked up from thumbing the tissue-thin pages.
Did I do good?
Really good, Kurt. Thank you. I tried to kiss him 2,000 pages of information's worth. I need this.
Well, don't start studying yet. We have to get to work.
His tongue across my lips would make me take my first study break. One more. Kurt unwrapped the small box I'd wrapped in a bright advertising flyer.
Veins, great, and glue.
He shook the little packets out.
I can fix the fletching on the arrows instead of getting new ones. Great.
We'd finished the bow hunting season with the archery equipment in sad need of refurbishment.
White and, pink?
After the discussion from last night, it didn't seem like the best choice now. I have it on good authority that pink is the easiest to find when you're hunting. But we can change it out if you'd like. I could send them back for the blue or the green artificial feathers, and maybe I'd chosen the wrong length, too.
I searched for the green ones for hours. I'm willing to try something that stands out. Thank you, Jake.
He kissed me once more.
Now get moving, because we have skiers out there crying for us.
I got home first, ducking directly into the shower. Maybe I could get cleaned up and dressed before Kurt got home, because I did not want him catching me in the agony of deciding how to dress. Not that I was a clothes horse, as Kurt had pointed out so eloquently, but what was I going to do about that hickey? I stared at the dresser and into the closet with increasing desperation. The softly worn yellow Oxford cloth shirt under the tan merino sweater would work, I hoped, as I flailed wildly in front of the bathroom mirror, looking for the moves that would expose the hickey to the world. To hell with it. We'd be among friends tonight. If it flashed, it flashed. I stopped dancing and went to tuck the shirt tails back in.
Leave the tails out,
Kurt suggested from the doorway.
You'll look like an ad.
Jesus, Kurt, you about gave me a heart attack. I hadn't heard him come in, and now I had to wonder how much of my search for potential wardrobe malfunctions he'd seen. Maybe my heart would quit pounding before we headed down to Marty and Chelsea's place. He laughed.
Present for you.
He pressed a small bottle into my hand, shooing me out of the tiny bathroom. The shower started up again, leaving me gaping at the mini bottle of Cointreau, just enough for the cranberries and a little sip of courage. His late gift to me was a taste of home. Perhaps I could create a late gift for him, too. I was sure of what it could be, if not that I could do it, when we left the apartment to join our friends, liqueur-laced cranberries in hand. Attempt one thing out of comfort zone. Wasn't even on the top of the stack of coupons, nor did Kurt hand it to me. He wasn't pushing. I'd have to push myself. "Merry Christmas!" greeted our entry to the small apartment one floor below ours. Our friends were all there, and the atmosphere was jolly, with carols from the radio competing with a football game and raucous conversation. A turkey and assorted side dishes sat on the table, where the predominant sound was either yum or smells good. Small shrieks erupted every now and then when someone was caught under the mistletoe. "A gift from McTavish's," Sherry assured me when she'd planted a smacker on my cheek in an incautious moment. Whoops from the gang broke out when Gabe caught Julie beneath it and not only kissed her full on the mouth, but tipped her over backward to do it in a move that would have done Fred Astaire proud, particularly since he didn't spill his plate. It was more, "ah," when Marty caught Chelsea for a cuddle and a gentle kiss, and a much louder, "ah," when Chelsea showed us her Christmas present sparkling from the ring finger of her left hand. Mark gave the mistletoe a wide berth. Kurt didn't exactly avoid it. He just never quite ended up under it. I had a rainbow of lipsticks on my face from all the girls who giggled and bussed me every time I blundered near it. Dinner progressed to the pie-cutting stage, and the sudden surge toward the desserts looked like my big chance. Charlie, maybe even accidentally, shouldered Kurt nearly into the target zone, and I pulled him the rest of the way. More people were looking at the pumpkin pie than at us, but heads turned with the gasp from behind me. I caught Kurt's mouth with mine, softly caressing him. His blue eyes were startling in their wideness, but he returned my kiss with parted lips, sensuously yet nearly chaste, full of promises. A second tender, brief kiss, and I released his arm, feeling warm with the wonder in his face, and then burning as the cheering erupted. I must have glowed bright as Rudolph's nose, but damn it, I'd kissed him on purpose where people could see. So I did it again. One step at a time. I leaned to his ear to make myself heard, over our friends' wolf whistles, congratulations, and one explosive, "finally." The ball would drop in the town square at midnight next week. We might or might not be standing outside when I kissed him for New Year's. Kurt glanced up at the mistletoe and moved me over a few inches.
"We'll get there, Jake."
And then he kissed me back. This has been Snow on the Mountain, written by P.D. Singer, narrated by Finn Sterling for Falcon Sound Company. Copyright 2012 by P.D. Singer. Production copyright 2014 by Dream Spinner Press.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.